The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
We need Greenland, very importantly, for international security. We have to have Greenland. It's not a question of, do you think we can do without it? We can't. If you look at Greenland right now, if you look at the waterways, you have Chinese and Russian ships all over the place. And we're not going to be able to do that. We're not relying on Denmark or anybody else to take care of that situation. And we're not talking about peace for the United States. We're talking about world peace. We're talking about international security. Greenland is very important, and modern day weaponry makes Greenland. 100 years ago, less so. But also,
would you like to visit Greenland?
If you notice, also some of those, you could call them roadways, okay? They're water roadways, but some of those areas are opening up, and they're opening up icebreakers out there. They're opening them, and by just nature, they're opening up, and they're headed right into China, right into Russia. And we have no choice. The answer is he's there with his wonderful wife, Usha. They're
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. It's 7 a.m. We are live this morning. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. You're watching Republic TV, and our top focus will be on Amit Shah blowing the poll bugle in Bihar. Back-to-back meetings held with BJP core committee, BJP functionaries, with Nitish Kumar and NDA leaders. We'll get you all the action from Patna after a quick check on the headlines. Poll bugle sounded in Bihar. Union Home Minister Amit Shah meets Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and key NDA leaders in Patna. Lamborghini rams into two pedestrians in Noida. Arrogant driver arrested by police comes clean during interrogation. Explosion at Bede Mosque using gelatin sticks. Two arrested in the case. Opposition demands stricter action. Nepal capital Kathmandu continues to remain on the boil. Government detains pro-monarchy protesters. Several RPP leaders under house arrest. Over 1,600 people killed in the deadly earthquakes in Myanmar. India's operation, meanwhile, Operation Brahma is in full swing, sends humanitarian aid and medical supplies. First up, viewers, Union Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh visited the families of slain Jammu and Kashmir police personnel Jaswant Singh and Balwinder Singh, who laid down their lives in the line of duty during the Kathua encounter, and assured that families of immediate relief and memorials of the brave hearts. A total of 4 cops, Head Constable Jagbir Singh Chaudhary and Constable Tariq Ahmed being the other two, lost their lives in the gunfight. They made their supreme sacrifice while on line of duty, and now Jitendra Singh has visited the bereaving families and have assured them immediate relief and also memorials for these 4 Jawans who have made the ultimate sacrifice for their nation. Gursimran is joining us live. Gursimran, it's a very tough situation for the family members, especially after they lost their loved ones while they, gave up their lives in the line of duty. Tell us what's happening in the aftermath. Have all the terrorists been neutralized? And also tell us about Dr. Jitendra Singh's visit.
Good morning, Deepak. And if you speak of the anti-terror operations, they are underway. The terrorists were spotted late last night once again in the Jathana village. It is the same village, some 3 kilometers from the encounter site. The terrorists went on to the house of a civilian, asked for food, and after taking the food, they went away. The civilians have informed the Jammu and Kashmir police and the security forces, after which the forces have rushed to the spot. But the presence of 3 Jaish terrorists in the area is really concerning. Now, a large-scale anti-terror operation has been launched in that very specific area of the Jathana, where the terrorists have been spotted. Only 2 terrorists out of the 5 terrorist group have been killed, while 4 brave hearts of the Jammu and Kashmir police, including Head Constable Jagbir Singh and 3 selection grade constables Tariq Ahmed, Balwinder Singh and Jaswant Singh, have made the supreme sacrifice. Union Minister in the Prime Minister's office, Minister of State Dr. Jitendra Singh, has visited the families of 2 brave hearts from the Kathua district and has promised that apart from the government land, government job, they will be given the memorial will be built in their remembrance, and also the schools will be named after them. Today, the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha, will be visiting all 4 martyrs' residence, starting from the Kathua district, then to Akhnur, and then finally to Riyasi. So all the leadership, be it political or the Lieutenant Governor's administration, they are going to these families. It's very likely that today only the job certificates will be given to the families, because it's the Principal Secretary to the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha, Mandeep Bhandari, who will also be travelling along with him to the families of the those who have made the supreme sacrifice. But the situation continues to be concerning for the security forces, reason being that the terrorists of Jaish-e-Mohammed are still active and are moving in the area.
Right, Gursimran, many thanks for joining me with those details. And today, like Gursimran was mentioning, the job certificates could be issued to the kin of the Jawans who made their ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. Now, moving on, 1 person was killed and 7 others were injured after Bengaluru-Kamakhya Express derailed in Odisha on Sunday morning. Restoration work on the affected stretchway is underway on a war footing, and senior railway officials have launched a probe to determine the cause of the accident and whether there was a foul play involved. Here's the report.
At least 1 killed and 7 others were injured after Bengaluru-Kamakhya Express derailed near Nergundi station in Odisha on Sunday. The derailment took place around 11:54 am, affecting 11 coaches of the train. According to the authorities, several injured passengers were rescued and taken to a nearby hospital for treatment.
उन्होंने चेक किया, जिसको कोई इशू नहीं था वो यहीं पे है, उनको यहीं पे हमने स्टेबल करके रखा है। जिनको थोड़ा सा छोटा इशू था, उनको जो हमारा टांगी CHC है वहाँ पे उनको स्टेबल करके दे आर नाउ फिट टू मूव, तो वो भी चले जाएंगे। बस 8 लोग ऐसे हैं कि जिनको रेफरल की जरूरत पड़ी, तो उनको हमने SCB में शिफ्ट कर दिया, वो अंडर ऑब्जर्वेशन रहेंगे।
Rescue and relief officials rushed to the derailment spot and the railways mobilized a special train to carry stranded passengers to their destination. The railways announced an ex gratia of rupees 5 lakh for the next to the kin of the deceased and rupees 2.5 lakh for those who suffered serious injuries and 50,000 rupees for those with minor injuries. Meanwhile, Chief Minister Mohan Majhi expressed condolences over the incident and directed officials to restore normalcy on the railway line as soon as possible. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma said 2 people on board the Bengaluru-Kamakhya Express were injured and out of danger, and his office is in touch with the Odisha government and the railways over the incident. Authorities are working round the clock to clear the tracks and restore normalcy. Railway officials have also launched further investigation into the incident to determine the cause of the derailment.
In a shocking case of reckless driving, a Lamborghini driver hit 2 laborers on footpath in Noida Sector 94 on Sunday. In a video shot by one of the onlookers showed the driver casually asking, "Did anybody die after the accident?" And the police has now arrested the accused and an FIR has been registered in the case. The injured workers were rushed to a nearby hospital and are said to be out of danger. Take a look.
A red Lamborghini struck 2 pedestrians walking on a footpath near a construction site in Noida Sector 94 on Sunday. A video of the accident shows the driver getting out of his car and asked, "Did anyone die here?" The two people injured in the accident were rushed to a nearby hospital and now out of danger.
हम बैठे थे दोनों आदमी बैठ कर खाने भी बना घर में खा रहे थे और उधर से आया जैसा लग रहा है कि पगला का जैसा गाड़ी आ रहा है। हम लोग को उड़ते उड़ते बस गाड़ी आ गया, नहीं भाग पाए, गिर गए तो इसमें चक्के में गाड़ी गिरा चढ़ा दिया, चढ़ गया चक्का।
Following this incident, the police arrested the accused driver, identified as Deepak, and lodged an FIR against him in the case.
Behind me, you can see the visuals of this red car. This is a high-end Lamborghini sports car. This is a two-seater car. Here you can see the visual of this car. When this incident took place at around 5:30 p.m., a person who has been identified as Deepak was driving this very car. I was speaking to a senior official in the Noida Police Department, and they have said that this person basically deals in second-hand car business. And at that point in time, while he was driving, he basically collided this very car to a pavement where there were four workers, laborers who were sitting at the very pavement at that point in time. When that incident took place, two persons have got injured who have been identified as Dijen Ravidas and Rambhu Kumar. So both of them have sustained injuries to their legs and were immediately sent to a nearby hospital, and their treatment is going on.
The police got the accused driver medically examined in the hospital. And according to the Noida police sources, the medical report has come out normal and Deepak was non-alcoholic at the time of the accident. The police are conducting further investigation into the case.
Viewers, Soumya is joining us live this morning from outside Sector 126 police station, under whose jurisdiction this reckless driving and accident took place. Soumya, tell us about the latest coming and how are the victims doing as far as their medical treatment is concerned, and also what are the charges against the accused now?
Yes, well, Deepak, right now I am inside the premises of Sector 126 Noida Police Station. First, we talk about the status of how are the patients doing of this case. Four of the workers who were present there on that pavement of Sector 94 where this particular car was over speeding. 4 of them were injured. Out of 2 were seriously injured and were taken to a nearby hospital. Now we go by what the police sources have to say. They are completely out of danger. Now you can see the visuals here. We are near that particular red Lamborghini. You can see that dented area which rammed into the laborers on that particular pavement on the Sector 94 at the Sector 94 area. So this is the condition of that particular red Lamborghini that hit the laborers last evening on Sunday. Now we talk about what's the status in this case. As per the police, a case has been registered. The accused Deepak has been detained here, and with that, during the interrogation, Deepak went on to say that it was due to the error that showed at the screen inside the car, which he was checking while the accident occurred. So these are the details that we are picking up at the moment as far as this case is concerned.
Right, Soumya, thank you for joining me with those details. The accused continues to remain in police custody. The injured are currently being treated. We'll get you all the latest as far as the case is concerned, but it's time for us to shift our focus to the state of Bihar, where towards the end of this year, we will see a high voltage assembly election, and it seems like the Union Home Minister has already blown the poll bugle after meeting with NDA leaders and also several other BJP functionaries as well. In a pointed speech, Amit Shah also criticized the Congress and its ally RJD and minced no words when he called them out for Bihar's struggles. And amidst this, Nitish Kumar reaffirmed his commitment to the NDA for the upcoming state polls. Take a look.
Union Minister Amit Shah launched a series of scathing attacks on the Congress and its ally RJD. Taking a swipe at RJD chief Lalu Yadav, Shah accused his party of destroying Bihar. He drew a sharp contrast to how the state has been improving under PM Modi's leadership.
बिहार को एक बार तय करना है कि हमें लालू रबड़ी के जंगल राज की ओर जाना है या मोदी जी और नीतीश कुमार के विकास के रास्ते पर जाना है। भाइयों बहनों, जब से भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए की सरकार बिहार के अंदर हुई, यहां विकास की शुरुआत हुई है।
Meanwhile, in the same rally, Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar admitted that he made a mistake by joining the Mahagathbandhan.
अब हमसे गलती हुआ हमारे पटिया में कि 2 बार उन्हीं लोगों को ले ली, 1.5 महीना। तो हम लोगों ने तय कर लिया है कि ये गलत है, ये कभी नहीं होगा। और शुरू से, और हमको मुख्यमंत्री कौन बताए? श्रद्धेय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने मुझको बनाया था, तो हम कैसे भूल सकते हैं? और एक एक तरह से उन्होंने काम किया, जो कभी बीच में गड़बड़ उन लोग किया, कभी कुछ नहीं।
Earlier in the day, Amit Shah met with NDA leaders at Nitish Kumar's residence in Patna to discuss seat sharing for the upcoming polls. During the meeting, the NDA partners reiterated their resolve for the victory of the alliance in Bihar.
Time for us to take a look at the other top stories. Speeding Lamborghini rammed into 2 laborers in Noida Sector 94 roundabout, causing serious injuries to victims. A video of the accident also, which occurred during the daytime under the jurisdiction of Noida Sector 126 police station area, is also surfaced, wherein the driver of the Lamborghini was captured asking whether anybody has died. And the local informed the police, after which they arrived at the spot and took him into custody while also seizing the speeding car. Security forces have launched a fresh anti-terror operation in Kathua after a group of 3 suspected terrorists is spotted in Jutana village, just 2 kilometers from previous encounter site. Locals in the area alerted authorities after noticing suspicious movement, prompting an immediate response from the J&K police and special forces of the Indian Army. A blast at a mosque in Ardha Masla village in the early hours of March 29th has triggered widespread outrage, with political leaders demanding strict action against the accused. The explosion caused by gelatin sticks severely damaged the mosque's interiors and sparked tension in the village. The Maharashtra police acted swiftly, arresting Vijay Rama Bhwane and Sriram Ashok Sagre, who had allegedly carried out the attack. Reports suggest that Vijay even posted a video of himself with explosives, raising concerns about radicalization and impunity. A massive landslide in Manikaran, a well-known religious and tourist spot in Himachal Pradesh's Kullu district, claimed 6 lives and left several others injured. The incident occurred near the Gurudwara Sahib, where a large tree and hillside debris collapsed onto the road, trapping several people. The tragedy unfolded around 5 p.m. as locals, vendors and tourists were sitting along the roadside in front of the Gurudwara. Without warning, a huge tree and debris came crashing down, burying people beneath. West Bengal Governor C.V. Anand Bose removed Jadavpur University's interim Vice Chancellor Bhaskar Gupta after he failed to control violence at the Varsity campus and allegedly defied the order of the authority. Gupta was removed by the governor, also the Chancellor of all state-run universities in West Bengal, from the position of JUVC on Thursday, 4 days after his scheduled superannuation. Viewers, Donald Trump is now angry with Vladimir Putin for obstructing the ceasefire talks. We'll get you more details on this after a quick break. Stay tuned.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Why are we concerned? I mean, in ideal scenario, we had all the time, okay, design a new gun, field a new gun, do trials, etc. and all that, take another 5-10 years. We don't have 5-10 years. Why? let me be quite blunt and straightforward. In air power, you have huge gaps today. You needed a 42 squadron air force, you today have a 30 squadron air force. Quantitatively, you are well short, you are dangerously short of the total number of air fighting platforms required. Then comes the qualitative aspect. We don't have a single 5th generation fighter. Not one single 5th generation fighter we have, and the AMCA is well behind schedule, and it will take another 10 years. China has 300 5th generation fighters today. By the next decade, it will have 1,000, and it is giving the F-35 to Pakistan. That means Pakistani pilots are already in China getting trained on the J-35 fighter. They're likely to have it in a year or two. The Pakistan Air Force will field 5th generation fighters before the Indian Air Force. Amazing situation, but that's the reality. That means you have huge gaps in air power. What can you do to plug these? At least you must increase the
Welcome back, viewers. The diplomatic relations between the US and Russia are reaching a boiling point as President Donald Trump sharply criticized Vladimir Putin for obstructing ceasefire talks. Trump has also accused the Russian leader of sabotaging efforts for peace and ignoring crucial agreements. And as US officials continue to mediate negotiations in Saudi Arabia, viewers, the outcome remains unclear. Take a look at this report.
After weeks of siding towards Putin, President Donald Trump escalated his criticism towards Russia. Trump's barbed attack comes after the Russian president called for elections in Ukraine as he questioned the legitimacy of Zelensky's leadership. The US president minced no words while expressing his disdain against Moscow's demands, adding that Putin's words were not going in the right location. As US negotiators remain engaged in brokering a peace deal between Ukraine and Russia and Saudi Arabia, Trump put the blame squarely on Putin's shoulder for stalling the ceasefire and handling out a slew of conditions before complying with the US-backed deal of limiting attacks in the Black Sea and exempting energy facilities. Reportedly, Moscow had broken both agreements within hours of negotiation. Doubling down his attack, Trump vowed to mount sanctions and additional tariffs on Russian oil if a deal isn't reached within a month's time. As per reports, the two leaders are expected to speak soon with one another anytime in the upcoming weeks.
Viewers, the devastating earthquake that hit Myanmar has claimed over 1,600 lives in Myanmar, Thailand, and rescue workers are now searching through the rubbles to find survivors. However, the relief work is being hampered by buckled roads, downed bridges, and also spotty communications in both the countries. Here's a report.
Rescuers are searching through the rubble to find survivors after a devastating earthquake hit Myanmar and Thailand on Friday. Burmese and international rescue workers from China and Russia were also spotted in Myanmar carrying out the rescue work. The 7.7 magnitude earthquake that hit on Friday with an epicenter near Mandalay brought down several buildings and damaged Myanmar's airport. Despite Thailand being more than 1,000 kilometers from the epicenter, an under-construction building collapsed in the capital city of Bangkok. Initially, the rescue work was being done by the locals. However, more heavy machinery was brought later to move tons of rubble. Meanwhile, the kin of people trapped under rubble are now slamming the pace of the rescue operations. While the rescue work is underway, people are expecting a rise in death toll. Meanwhile, countries like China, Russia and India have come forward to help. India has also launched Operation Brahma to assist Myanmar in these difficult times.
Viewers, now it's time for us to tell you what's happening in Chile, Argentina and other parts of the world in this roundup of top international stories. Hundreds of Chileans took to the streets of Santiago and other cities Sunday to demand the end of pension fund management companies, also known as AFPs. At the end of January, the Chilean Congress approved a bill to overhaul the country's pension system, an initiative considered one of the flagship initiatives of the government led by leftist Gabriel Boric. The bill was signed into law last week. On the occasion of Women's History Month, US President Donald Trump was asked to define what is a woman during a press conference at the Oval Office, and the reporter started the conversation by acknowledging Trump's role in appointing women to key positions in his administration, and the room erupted in laughter as Trump confidently declared that the question was an easy one to answer. However, Trump quickly shifted to a more serious tone, using the moment to address the controversial topic of transgender athletes competing in women's sports.
Well, it's sort of easy to answer for me because a woman is somebody that can have a baby under certain circumstances. She has a quality. A woman is a person who's much smarter than a man, I've always found. A woman is a person that doesn't give a man even a chance of success. And a woman's a person that in many cases has been treated very badly, because I think that what happens with this crazy issue of men being able to play in women's sports is just ridiculous and very unfair to women.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu repeated a demand on Sunday for Hamas to disarm and for its leaders to leave Gaza. He also promised to step up pressure on the group while continuing efforts to return hostages. He also added that Israel would work to implement US President Donald Trump's voluntary immigration plan for Gaza, and said his cabinet had agreed to keep pressuring Hamas. This comes as Hamas said that it has agreed to ceasefire proposal from mediators Egypt and Qatar. Russian drones hit a military hospital, a shopping center, apartment blocks and other buildings in Kharkiv overnight into Sunday, killing 2 people and wounding at least 30 others. Ukrainian officials said that the regional governor of the city also added that a 67-year-old man and a 70-year-old woman were killed in the attack on Ukraine's second largest city. Meanwhile, Ukraine's general staff denounced the deliberate targeted shelling of the military hospital. The Ukrainian Air Force reported that Russia fired 111 exploding drones and decoys in the latest wave of attacks. Donald Trump has threatened Iran with bombing and secondary tariffs if Tehran does not come to an agreement with Washington over its nuclear program. In Trump's first remarks since Iran redirected and rejected negotiations with Washington last week, Trump says that the US and Iranian officials were talking but did not elaborate. Earlier, Iran sent a response through Oman saying that it was its policy to not engage in direct negotiations with the US. Viewers, war-ravaged Syria continues its efforts to settle down since the removal of its former president Bashar al-Assad, and after introducing a new constitution, interim president Ahmad al-Shara has appointed a new cabinet, and the cabinet also includes many leaders of the anti-Assad movement. Take a look.
Nearly 4 months after Bashar al-Assad was ousted in December 2024, a new 23-member cabinet was sworn in Syria. In his address, President al-Shara informed that the new government will work to build a strong and stable Syria.
إن هذا التوقيت الذي نعلن فيه عن تشكيل أول حكومة هو إعلان لإرادتنا المشتركة في بناء دولة جديدة، دولة قوية مستقرة تضع مصلحة الوطن والمواطن في مقدمة أولوياتها، وتعمل على إعادة الحياة إلى كل زاوية من زوايا بلادنا الحبيبة. إنها لحظة حاسمة في تاريخنا، وإنني بصفتي رئيس الجمهورية أعدكم أنني سأكون معكم في كل خطوة على طريق بناء المستقبل، وسنبني معا وطنا يستحق منا كل التضحية.
As he prepares to take the thrones in Syria, the interim president revoked the previous constitution under Bashar al-Assad and introduced a new one. He also concluded a ceasefire deal with the rebel Kurds in the northeast Syria. Meanwhile, Jordan hosted a meeting with officials from Syria's neighboring countries to discuss security and reconstruction matters. In an earlier attempt to consolidate development, EU and Syria donors conference was held in Brussels, where EU pledged 2.5 billion euros for the reconstruction of war-ravaged country.
Syrians need greater support, whether they are still abroad or they decide to go home. And this is why today the European Union is increasing its pledge for Syrians in the country and in the region to almost 2.5 billion euro for 2025 and 2026. And we call on all of you who are here today to do the same if possible.
All eyes now remain on the next step of the newly sworn-in interim cabinet, which is inclusive of country's diverse ethnic communities.
On that note, viewers, we'll slip into a short break. On the other side, Indian companies have achieved a record-breaking fundraising of 1,33,000 crore rupees through qualified institutional placements in financial year 25. More details coming right up. Stay tuned.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते थे.
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. नए Orient fans, they are super silent with voice control.
अच्छा वो वाले फैंस. I thought
Cricket fans. यार तुम अपने पॉडकास्ट के चक्कर में मुझे मरवाओगे क्या? The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
What is your assessment? Because we have seen the turbulent phase of the market this year. In September, we see that markets hit high. Then we see 5 months of a turbulent times. And in March, the markets have staged a remarkable recovery. What is your assessment of FY25 as far as Indian markets are concerned?
So one, many people say there was a big correction in last 6 months. Well, the Nifty came down about 16%. 16% is not a correction. And if you think that is big, then you don't deserve to be in stock market. Then you should be.
Poll bugle sounded in Bihar. Union Home Minister Amit Shah meets Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and key NDA leaders in Patna. Lamborghini rams into 2 pedestrians in Noida. Arrogant driver arrested by police comes clean during interrogation. Explosion at Bede Mosque using gelatin sticks. 2 arrested in the case. Opposition demands stricter action. Nepal capital Kathmandu continues to remain on the boil. Government detains pro-monarchy protesters. Several RPP leaders placed under house arrest. 4,600 people killed in the deadly earthquake in Myanmar. India's Operation Brahma is in full swing, sends humanitarian aid and medical supplies. Viewers, first up, Indian companies have achieved a record-breaking fundraising of 1.33 lakh crore rupees through qualified institutional placements in financial year 25, registering a sharp increase from the previous year, and the reason, a booming stock market that has been fueling this aggressive capital rising. Take a look.
Indian companies are smashing fundraising records, raising a staggering rupees 1.33 lakh crores via qualified institutional placements route. This marks an 87% jump in financial year 25 from rupees 71,306 crore in financial year 24. This fundraising frenzy comes amid a booming stock market and corporate efforts to strengthen balance sheets and fuel expansion. A total of 85 countries tapped into QIP funding, up from 64 in financial year 24, making it the preferred route for quick capital infusion without regulatory pre-approvals. Leading the charge were Vedanta Group and Zomato, each raising rupees 8,500 crore, followed by Adani Energy Solutions at rupees 8,373 crore, other major contributors included. Even public sector banks joined the QIP wave, with Punjab National Bank, Bank of Maharashtra, UCO Bank and others raising over rupees 14,000 crore collectively. JM Financial emerged as the top QIP manager, overseeing 15 transactions and felicitating rupees 38,693 crore in fundraising. Large-scale QIP deals exceeding rupees 250 crore witnessed a 55.4% surge, indicating a growing investor confidence in India's corporate sector. With companies leveraging QIPs to fuel expansion, financial year 25 has set a new benchmark in corporate fundraising. Will the momentum continue in financial year 2026?
Well, that's not all, viewers. We have more stories coming right up from the world of business. Sit back as we get you the top business stories. The Delhi High Court has declined requests from JSW Steel and Trafigura to allow certain shipments of steel-making raw materials. This comes as a setback after New Delhi's new policy curbing imports rattled the sector. JSW Steel had challenged New Delhi's decision to reject $90 million worth of imports, which has been ordered even before the January restrictions kicked in. Trafigura's India's unit filed a lawsuit to get one of its rejected shipments cleared late on Saturday night. The Delhi High Court issued an order dismissing those pleas, agreeing with the Indian government's position that such imports will defeat the purpose of the new import curbs policy. The Bombay Stock Exchange has announced the much-awaited bonus shares for its shareholders. The company disclosed this in an exchange filing. One of India's top exchange groups, the company has announced bonus equity shares in the ratio of 2:1. This means shareholders will get 2 equity shares for 1 share they hold. However, the company has not announced the record date for the bonus issue. Earlier, the stock opened at 5,000 rupees and rallied strongly during the trading session, reaching an intraday high of 5,534.40 rupees. Indian companies raised a record-breaking 1.33 lakh crore rupees through qualified institutional placements in financial year 2025, a sharp 87% increase from its 71,306 crore rupees raised in financial year 2024. Singapore-based investment firm Temasek has acquired an equity stake in global packaged food giant Haldiram's from its existing shareholders. The transaction was facilitated by PwC, who served as the financial advisor. Although specific details of the agreement have not been made public, sources indicate that Temasek has secured a 10% stake in Haldiram, valued at approximately 85,000 crore rupees, making it the largest investment in any food company. The India-US bilateral trade agreement aims to boost trade between the two nations, targeting a $500 billion trade volume by 2030. As of financial year 24, India-US trade reached a high of $118.2 billion, with Indian exports accounting for $77.5 billion. Major sectors benefiting from this trade includes engineering goods, electronics, gems and jewelry, pharmaceuticals and petroleum products. Despite this promising outlook, Indian businesses may face challenges in the US, meeting the standards of Washington, D.C. and navigating compliance requirements. Additionally, India's trade deficit with the US remains a concern, with the US posting a $45.7 billion goods trade deficit in financial year 24. Viewers, imagine seeing our planet from the vastness of space, an awe-inspiring sight that only a few have witnessed. And this week, breathtaking new footage captured from China's Tiangong space station came forth, offering a bird's eye view of Earth like never before. Take a look.
Recent video footage shot through a window of China's Tiangong space station in orbit offers breathtaking views of Earth. The clip was released by the China National Space Administration on Sunday. The footage presents viewers with bird's eye view of Earth's majestic landscape. China's Tiangong space station orbits Earth at an altitude between 217 and 280 miles, roughly the same orbital height as the International Space Station. The space station is currently crewed by a Shenzhou 19 mission, which includes the country's first female space engineer. The 3 astronauts were sent into space on October 30 last year for a 6-month mission. With such footage offering a glimpse into the future, it's clear that the sky is no longer the limit.
Ranveer Allahabadi announced his return to YouTube after months of turbulence in his career due to his remark in the controversial show India's Got Latent. The YouTube influencer described his comeback as a new blessed chapter while calling it a rebirth. Onto this, netizens have brutally bashed his PR stunt and labelled him a hypocrite. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Scientists issued a statement to its 11,000 members following massive criticism over its lack of support for Oscar-winning director Hamdan Balal after he was detained by Israeli police earlier this week in the West Bank. The Academy released a statement on Wednesday condemning the attacks on artists but did not name the Palestinian director. Balal in it was detained by Israeli forces. Following that, a letter began circulating among AMPAS members criticizing leadership's failure to defend Balal publicly. In response to this, the Academy issued a follow-up letter explicitly naming Balal and apologizing for omitting both him and the name of his film from the statement. Amid the Melbourne controversy, Neha Kakkar has dropped a cryptic post implying that God is with her. Singer Neha Kakkar's Melbourne concert has ignited a huge controversy. The show organizers and the singer have been going back and forth over a mismanaged show where Neha arrived 3 hours late and was booed by the audience and was asked to leave. Neha apologized to the crowd and put out a post claiming that the show was not well organized by Beats Production. Producers have hit back at Neha and provided proof of losses incurred by them. Sara Ali Khan enthralled the crowd at the ACA Stadium in Guwahati with a dazzling dance performance. Sara grooved to her hit tracks and gave the perfect start to the match between Rajasthan Royals and Chennai Super Kings at Barswara ground in the city. For her performance, Sara arrived in a chariot. She waved at the crowd, which welcomed her with applause and cheers. Actor Prithviraj Sukumaran's mother, Mallika Sukumaran, has publicly defended her son amidst the ongoing controversy surrounding the recently released film L2 Empuran. Mallika on Sunday took to social media to share her disappointment over the criticism her son has been facing, particularly the claims that Prithviraj had misled superstar Mohan Lal and the film's producers. Moving on, viewers, Delhi Capitals thrashed Sunrisers Hyderabad by 7 wickets in IPL 2025 game at the Visakhapatnam Stadium, and this when they were chasing down 164 with 4 overs to spare. Opting to bat first, they bundled out SRH for just 163 with Mitchell Stark picking up a fifer. Take a look.
After the Sunrisers Hyderabad started off the 2025 edition of the IPL with a dominant victory against Rajasthan, well, they came crashing back down to earth against a very resurgent Delhi side who have now made an unbeaten start to the IPL, having won both of the games that they have played in. Now, going into this match, there was a lot of talks about which side would be the favourites, given that Sunrisers can potentially draw in from the stadium that the game was being played in, given it was being played in Vizag. But it was the home side, Delhi, who did end up getting the 2 points. DC's promising new opening pair. Now, going into the 2025 season, there were question marks over what exactly would be DC's batting lineup and particularly their opening combination, but it does seem like Faf du Plessis and Jake Fraser-McGurk is going to be the way to go for them, and this match showed exactly why that may very well be the case. place. The youngster and the experienced veteran, both of them came together, put on a clinical showing of hard hitting, and that is especially true of Du Plessis, who does feel like he has a point to prove given he was released by the Royal Challengers Bangalore after the 2024 season. Well, it was a point he proved just fine considering he put up a nice half century and ensured that DC can continue their winning start to the 2025 edition of the IPL. For SRH, whilst their experienced players haven't perhaps been performing as much, and that includes skipper Pat Cummins, well, there is a silver lining that their young stars are raring to go, and that could be a good sign going forward in this edition of the IPL. And these are the major talking points from this match. What are your thoughts on the SRH versus DC encounter? You can let us know that in the comments below, and don't forget to stay tuned to Republic World and Republic Sport Fit for more such interesting content from the world of sport.
Time for us to take a quick look at the other top stories from the world of sports. Nitish Rana showcases big hitting prowess with a scintillating 36 ball 81 runs. But Chennai Super Kings bowlers made a spectacular comeback during the back end to restrict Rajasthan Royals to a manageable 182 for 9 in IPL match. Promoted to number 3, left-handed Nitish dominated CSK bowlers, smashing 10 boundaries and 5 sixes after Rajasthan Royals were asked to bat first by CSK. Star RR batter Sanju Samson has scripted history in his side's clash against Chennai Super Kings in the outgoing IPL 2025. The clash between both sides began with Rajasthan Royals coming in to bat first. After losing the toss, the side opened their innings with Sanju Samson and Jaiswal coming in to bat first. And right from the word get-go, Samson went on to complete 4,500 runs in IPL. He became the 14th player in the tournament's history to achieve this feat, and it is worth noting that that he was just 2 runs behind the milestone before the clash against Chennai. Ravichandran Ashwin has entered into an elite list of players during the Rajasthan Royals versus Chennai Super Kings clash at the Barspara Cricket Stadium, Guwahati. Ashwin, who has returned to CSK in IPL 2025, has joined an elite list of players featuring MS Dhoni and Suresh Raina among others in a major record list. After taking the field for the RR versus CSK clash in Guwahati, Ashwin has become the 5th player in history to feature in at least 100 matches for CSK. Before him, Dhoni, Raina, Ravindra Jadeja and Dwayne Bravo had featured in at least 100 matches for the Yellow Army. Rajasthan Royals locked horns against CSK in a game 11 of the ongoing IPL 2025. Both sides faced off at the Barspara Cricket Stadium, and the clash began with Royals coming in to bat first. After losing the toss, the side opened their innings with Yashasvi Jaiswal and Sanju Samson. In the very first over, Jaiswal departed after hitting a boundary. After the fall of the first wicket, it was Nitish Rana's turn to bat. The star batter put in an exceptional performance in the first innings, scoring 81 runs of just 36 deliveries. It's time for a quick break. On the other side, War Ravaged Syria continues its effort to settle down since the removal of its former president Bashar al-Assad. More details on its new cabinet coming right up. Stay tuned.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
We need Greenland, very importantly, for international security. We have to have Greenland. It's not a question of, do you think we can do without it? We can't. If you look at Greenland right now, if you look at the waterways, you have Chinese and Russian ships all over the place. And we're not going to be able to do that. We're not relying on Denmark or anybody else to take care of that situation. And we're not talking about peace for the United States. We're talking about world peace. We're talking about international security. Greenland is very important in modern day weaponry, makes Greenland. 100 years ago, less so. But also,
would you like to visit Greenland?
If you notice, also some of.
Welcome back, viewers. War-ravaged Syria continues its effort to settle down since the removal of its former president Bashar al-Assad. After introducing a new constitution, interim president Ahmad al-Shara has now appointed a new cabinet, and this includes many leaders from the anti-Assad movement. Here's a report.
Nearly 4 months after Bashar al-Assad was ousted in December 2024, a new 23-member cabinet was sworn in Syria. In his address, President al-Shara informed that the new government will work to build a strong and stable Syria.
إن هذا التوقيت الذي نعلن فيه عن تشكيل أول حكومة هو إعلان لإرادتنا المشتركة في بناء دولة جديدة، دولة قوية مستقرة تضع مصلحة الوطن والمواطن في مقدمة أولوياتها، وتعمل على إعادة الحياة إلى كل زاوية من زوايا بلادنا الحبيبة. إنها لحظة حاسمة في تاريخنا، وإنني بصفتي رئيس الجمهورية أعدكم أنني سأكون معكم في كل خطوة على طريق بناء المستقبل، وسنبني معا وطنا يستحق منا كل التضحية.
As he prepares to take the thrones in Syria, the interim president revoked the previous constitution under Bashar al-Assad and introduced a new one. He also concluded a ceasefire deal with the rebel Kurds in the northeast Syria. Meanwhile, Jordan hosted a meeting with officials from Syria's neighboring countries to discuss security and reconstruction matters. In an earlier attempt to consolidate development, EU and Syria donors conference was held in Brussels, where EU pledged 2.5 billion euros for the reconstruction of war-ravaged country.
Syrians need greater support, whether they are still abroad or they decide to go home. And this is why today the European Union is increasing its pledge for Syrians in the country and in the region to almost 2.5 billion euro for 2025 and 2026. And we call on all of you who are here today to do the same if possible.
All eyes now remain on the next step of the newly sworn-in interim cabinet, which is inclusive of country's diverse ethnic communities.
Viewers, after Israel has vowed to intensify its attack on Hamas, the terror group has accepted a new ceasefire proposal from Egypt and Qatar. Take a look.
As Gaza continues to reel under the Israeli offensive, Hamas terror group has declared that it has accepted a new Gaza ceasefire proposal from mediators in Egypt and Qatar. Its leader Khalil al-Hayya said that Hamas has dealt with the proposal positively and agrees to its terms.
تعاملنا مع كل العروض بمسؤولية وإيجابية بهدف الوصول إلى أهدافنا من وقف الحرب، وقد تسلمنا قبل يومين مقترحا من الإخوة الوسطاء في مصر وقطر، تعاملنا معه بإيجابية ووافقنا عليه، ونأمل ألا يعطله الاحتلال أو أن يجهض جهود الوسطاء.
Not more than a week and a half ago, Israel ended its ceasefire with Hamas by launching a surprise wave of strikes in the Gaza Strip. Parallelly, people in Gaza started protesting against Hamas, demanding for its removal from power.
احنا انتهينا بدناش اياكم، خلصنا، اعطيناكم بما في الكفايه من فرص، ولكن خذلتمونا كباقي شعوب العالم. احنا نريد حياه كريمه لنا ولاطفالنا.
Israel has meanwhile submitted a counter proposal after Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu held series of consultations with the ministers and military. Now it remains to be seen whether or not the latest ceasefire proposal brings peace to the war-torn Gaza.
Some other top stories coming in from the world of business. And now it's time for us to take a look at the international stories. Hundreds of Chileans took to the streets of Santiago and other cities on Sunday to demand the end of pension fund management companies known as AFPs. At the end of January, the Chilean Congress approved a bill to overhaul the country's pension system, an initiative considered one of the flagship initiatives of the government led by leftist Gabriel Boric. The bill was signed into law last week. On the occasion of Women's History Month, US President Donald Trump was asked to define what is a woman during a press conference at the Oval Office. The reporter started the conversation by acknowledging Trump's role in appointing women to key positions in his administration, including Tulsi Gabbard as an example. The room erupted in laughter as Trump confidently declared that the question was an easy one to answer. However, Trump quickly shifted to a more serious tone, using the moment to address the controversial topic of transgender athletes competing in women's sports.
Sort of easy to answer for me, because a woman is somebody that can have a baby under certain circumstances. She has a quality. A woman is a person who's much smarter than a man, I've always found. A woman is a person that doesn't give a man even a chance of success. And a woman's a person that in many cases has been treated very badly, because I think that what happens with this crazy issue of men being able to play in women's sports is just ridiculous and very unfair to women.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu repeated a demand on Sunday for Hamas to disarm and for its leaders to leave Gaza. He also promised to step up pressure on the group while continuing efforts to return hostages. He also added that Israel would work to implement US President Donald Trump's voluntary immigration plan for Gaza, and said his cabinet agreed to keep pressuring Hamas. And this comes as Hamas said it has agreed to a ceasefire proposal from mediators Egypt and Qatar. Russian drones hit a military hospital, a shopping center, and apartment blocks and other buildings in Kharkiv overnight into Sunday, killing 2 people and wounding at least 30 others. Ukrainian officials confirmed the same. Regional governor of the city said that a 67-year-old man and a 70-year-old woman were killed in the attack on Ukraine's second largest city. Meanwhile, Ukraine's general staff denounced the deliberate targeted shelling of the military hospital. The Ukrainian Air Force reported that Russia fired 111 exploding drones and decoys in the latest wave of attacks. US President Donald Trump has threatened to bomb Iran and also impose secondary tariffs if Tehran does not come to an agreement with Washington over its nuclear program. In Trump's first remarks since Iran rejected direct negotiations with Washington last week, Trump says the US and Iranian officials were talking but did not elaborate on it. Earlier, Iran sent a response through Oman saying that it was its policy to not engage in direct negotiations with US. US Palestinians in Gaza Strip had very little to celebrate on the first day of Eid al-Fitr. With the renewed fighting in the Israel-Hamas war, Israeli airstrikes marked the celebrations of Eid al-Fitr in southern Gaza on Sunday. Around 10 people, including children, were killed in the recent airstrike. Here's the story.
Amid Israeli airstrikes that killed 10 people, including children in southern Gaza, people in the region were observing the first day of Eid al-Fitr. As their days remain filled with concern of depleting food supplies and Israeli bombardment, people of the conflict-torn country have little to celebrate. However, many held prayers outside demolished mosques in the central town of Deir Bala on the day marking the end of the fasting months of Ramadan. Eid al-Fitr, an Islamic holiday, is a joyous occasion for many. However, for people living in the Gaza Strip, it's just another day spent in the fear of war.
هذا ثالث عيد صحيح، لا في أمن ولا أمان، قتل، تشريد، جوع، حصار، ما في أي أدنى مقومات الحياة. بس نحن احنا بنطلع بنأدي شعائر الله على أساس فرحة لهؤلاء الأطفال، ليس إلا، أما كفرحة عيد لا يوجد عيد.
Israel resumed the war earlier this month when Hamas refused to accept changes to the agreement reached in January. As of now, Israeli airstrikes have killed more than 50,000 people in the Gaza Strip. While the world celebrates Eid al-Fitr and hopes for a better future, it remains to be seen what the future holds for the war-torn region of Gaza.
For a quick break, viewers, on the other side, more details on the tragic mishap that resulted in 1 death and 7 others being injured after Kamakya Express suffered a slight derailment in Odisha. Stay tuned for more details on that.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते थे.
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. नए Orient fans, they are super silent with voice control.
अच्छा, वो वाले fans. I thought
Cricket fans. यार तुम अपने पॉडकास्ट के चक्कर में मुझे मरवाओगे क्या? The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Thank you for having me.
How do you see this tariff war that we are seeing? The kind of the entire world is jittery about it. As what will happen on the 2nd of April? What do you anticipate?
See, I think Mr. Trump is making the world once again face the full consequences of American power. And American economy has been very powerful for the last several decades, driving global economy. It's very unfortunate that he feels that tariffs are the way to go, because tariffs generally are not seen as a very healthy sign. They are seen as a dampener on global economic activity. But he's using that tariffs as a tool not only to make his case that America has been taken advantage of, which he believes that the global economic system has made a fool of the Americans and have driven them towards impoverishment because the manufacturing has gotten out of America. He feels that tariffs are the best way to protect those industries and create employment for Americans, make America great again. He believes will flow through the tariff regime that he wants to push on other countries. But by and large, we know from the basic economic logic that tariffs, especially of this order, of this magnitude, will only lead to a trade war and will lead to a deterioration of the global economy, which is the last thing that the world needs at this point, where in any case, global economy is not doing very well.
Right. And so considering the relation that we share with the US, do you feel that he will not be as stricter with India as he will be with other countries? Do you feel that India is quite insulated from whatever turmoil that we are witnessing as far as tariffs are concerned?
I think we don't know, but certainly we are better positioned because we have had the first mover advantage. Prime Minister Modi visited Mr. Trump, and in some ways he has laid out a joint framework with Mr. Trump about the economic relationship that India wants to develop with the US, and pushing Mr. Trump in that direction. He has allowed for some time for India. Again, it is he may discard them because Mr. Trump has been known to discard old assumptions and old arrangements. But in this particular case, I feel that India's claim is strong, because what India will be telling the Americans that, look, we are in any case negotiating.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and the build-up for October's Bihar Assembly elections have already begun, with crucial meetings on the cards. A tough battle for the BJP and the RJD. Tracking that and a lot more for you, but first a quick check on the headlines. Poll bugle sounded in Bihar. Union Home Minister Amit Shah meets Chief Minister Nitish and key NDA leaders in Patna. Lamborghini rams into two pedestrians in Noida. Arrogant driver arrested by the police comes clean in the police examination. Explosion at Beed Mosque using gelatin sticks. 2 arrested in the case. Opposition demands stricter action. Nepal's capital of Kathmandu continues to remain on the boil. Government detains pro-monarchy protesters, several RPP leaders under house arrest. Over 1,600 people have been declared dead in the aftermath of the deadly earthquakes in Myanmar. India's Operation Brahma in full swing sends humanitarian aid and medical supplies through the Air Force, the Army and the Navy. Viewers, starting with some fresh breaking news, a low-intensity explosion was reported inside a mosque in Beed district of the Marathwad region in Maharashtra. The Beed district police said they have arrested 2 individuals in connection with the gelatin blast stick that triggered explosion at the mosque in the Ardhamsla village ahead of the Eid-ul-Fitr celebrations. A low-intensity bomb went off in a mosque in the Beed district of Maharashtra. And now at least 2 arrests have been made in connection with the gelatin blast stick which triggered a low-intensity explosion at the mosque in Ardhamsla village ahead of Eid-ul-Fitr. We're also being joined by Sandeep to get us more details into the matter. Sandeep, a low-intensity blast inside of a mosque. Talk to us about this incident.
See, yes, this incident happened late night yesterday. In fact, around 2:30 a.m. this incident happened, and in fact, it is being said on the night of the Gudi Padwa, a night before the Gudi Padwa, there was a procession in that very village, and there was some verbal spat between 2 communities, following which the 2 accused that are shown on the screen planned a blast near the mosque, and in fact the blast intensity was so much that the flooring of that very mosque was affected due to this, and in fact the wall was also broken. That is what is being reported. At this point in time, as soon as the blast happened, there was a lot of tensions between 2 communities in that very village, and following which the police was also informed in this case, and these 2 accused were in fact arrested. Now, after the arrest has been made, the police is doing an investigation regarding from where these gelatin sticks were procured, or was there more amount of gelatin sticks that was available with the accused. That is something that is being investigated right now, and who are the people, in fact, are there any more people who are in fact involved in this very explosion. So definitely there are multiple angles, as this case is very serious. Although there was no casualty or injury reported in this case, but yes, a gelatin blast has taken place, and it is indeed a very serious act that has been in fact done, and that is too before the Ramzan Eid. So definitely the Maharashtra police and the Beed police is investigating. And it will be very crucial to see whether the national investigating agencies, that is NIA, will they take over this kind of a case or not, or whether it will remain with the state police to investigate.
Right, Sandeep. Thanks very much for joining in and getting us that information. Viewers, shifting focus to Noida. In a shocking case of reckless driving, a Lamborghini driver hit 2 laborers on foot in Noida's Sector 94 on Sunday. In a video shot by one of the onlookers, it showed the driver casually asking if anyone died after the accident. The Noida police has arrested the accused, and an FIR has also been registered in the case. The injured workers were rushed to a nearby hospital and are said to be out of danger. Take a look at this report.
A red Lamborghini struck 2 pedestrians walking on a footpath near a construction site in Noida Sector 94 on Sunday. A video of the accident shows the driver getting out of his car and asked, "Did anyone die here?" The 2 people injured in the accident were rushed to a nearby hospital and now out of danger.
हम बैठे थे दोनों आदमी, बैठ कर खाने में बना घर में खा रहे थे, और उधर से आया जैसे लग रहा है कि पगला का जैसा गाड़ी आ रहा है। हम लोग को उड़ते उड़ते बस गाड़ी आ गया, नहीं भाग पाए। गिर गए, तो इसने चक्के में गाड़ी गिराई, चढ़ा दिया, चल गया चक्का।
Following this incident, the police arrested the accused driver, identified as Deepak, and lodged an FIR against him in the case.
Behind me, you can see the visuals of this red car. This is a high-end Lamborghini sports car. This is a two-seater car. Here you can see the visual of this car. When this incident took place at around 5:30 p.m., a person who has been identified as Deepak was driving this very car. I was speaking to a senior official in the Noida Police Department, and they have said that this person basically deals in second-hand car business. And at that point in time, while he was driving, he basically collided this very car to a pavement where there were 4 workers, laborers who were sitting at the very pavement at that point in time. When that incident took place, 2 persons have got injured who have been identified as Dijen Ravidas and Rambhu Kumar. So both of them have sustained injuries to their legs and were immediately sent to a nearby hospital, and their treatment is going on.
The police got the accused driver medically examined in the hospital. And according to the Noida police sources, the medical report has come out normal and Deepak was non-alcoholic at the time of the accident. The police are conducting further investigation into the case.
Also being joined by my colleague Soumya, reporting live from Sector 129 police station. Soumya, tell us more about the incident and also about the accused who has been arrested.
Yes, well, Kesu, right now I'm inside the premises of Sector 126 police station where the complaint has been registered against the accused. His name is Deepak. If we talk about the accused, as per the sources, we got to know that he works as a broker who deals in the selling of these second-hand cars. And now we talk about this particular car. This, as per sources, belongs to one of the famous YouTuber, Mridul. And this incident happened while the accused Deepak was taking a test drive of this particular car. You can see the condition. This was the particular area this was the particular part of the car that rammed into the laborers that was sitting on the side of that particular pavement at Sector 94 area, leading to the serious injuries. Now at the moment, 2 of the laborers who were seriously injured because of this incident were taken to a nearby hospital, and now as per the sources they are out of danger. Now yesterday when this incident took place, right after a few minutes later, the police came at this spot, detained Deepak, the accused in this particular case, and was brought to this particular police station. Now a case has been registered in this incident, regarding this incident, and during the interrogation that took place yesterday, in that particular interrogation, Deepak told the police officials present there that it was due to the error that was showing in that particular screen inside this car which led to the accident. So this is what we are picking up at the moment as far as this case is concerned. Back to you.
Right, Soumya, thanks very much for getting us those details. We'll keep circling back on the story when we have more updates. For now, viewers, it's time to shift focus. At least 1 person has been killed and 7 others were injured after Bengaluru Kamakhya Express derailed in Odisha on Sunday morning. The restoration work on the affected stretchway is underway on your footing. Senior railway officials have also launched to determine the cause of the accident. Here's a full report on that. Take a look.
At least 1 killed and 7 others were injured after Bengaluru Kamakhya Express derailed near Nergundi station in Odisha on Sunday. The derailment took place around 11:54 a.m., affecting 11 coaches of the train. According to the authorities, several injured passengers were rescued and taken to a nearby hospital for treatment.
उन्होंने चेक किया, जिसको कोई इशू नहीं था वो यहीं पे है, उनको यहीं पे हमने स्टेबल करके रखा है। जिनको थोड़ा सा छोटा इशू था उनको जो हमारा टांगी CHC है वहाँ पे उनको स्टेबल करके दे आर नाउ फिट टू मूव, तो वो भी चले जाएंगे। बस 8 लोग ऐसे हैं कि जिनको रेफरल की जरूरत पड़ी तो उनको हमने SCB में शिफ्ट कर दिया, वो अंडर ऑब्जर्वेशन रहेंगे।
Rescue and relief officials rushed to the derailment spot and the railways mobilized a special train to carry stranded passengers to their destination. The railways announced an ex gratia of rupees 5 lakh for the next to the kin of the deceased and rupees 2.5 lakh for those who suffered serious injuries and 50,000 rupees for those with minor injuries. Meanwhile, Chief Minister Mohan Majhi expressed condolences over the incident and directed officials to restore normalcy on the railway line as soon as possible. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma said 2 people on board the Bengaluru Kamakhya Express were injured and out of danger, and his office is in touch with the Odisha government and the railways over the incident. Authorities are working round the clock to clear the tracks and restore normalcy. Railway officials have also launched further investigation into the incident to determine the cause of the derailment.
Viewers, shifting focus to the poll-bound state of Bihar, where Union Home Minister Amit Shah met with all NDA leaders. In a pointed speech, Shah criticized the Congress and its ally RJD and minced no words when he called them out for Bihar's struggles. Amid this, Nitish Kumar reaffirmed his commitment to the NDA for the upcoming state polls. Keep watching to know more on this.
Union Minister Amit Shah launched a series of scathing attacks on the Congress and its ally RJD. Taking a swipe at RJD chief Lalu Yadav, Shah accused his party of destroying Bihar. He drew a sharp contrast to how the state has been improving under PM Modi's leadership.
बिहार को एक बार तय करना है कि हमें लालू रबड़ी के जंगल राज की ओर जाना है या मोदी जी और नीतीश कुमार के विकास के रास्ते पर जाना है। भाइयों बहनों, जब से भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए की सरकार बिहार के अंदर हुई, यहां विकास की शुरुआत हुई है।
Meanwhile, in the same rally, Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar admitted that he made a mistake by joining the Mahagathbandhan.
अब हमसे गलती हुआ हमारे पटिया में कि 2 बार उन्हीं लोगों को ली 1.5 महीना, तो हम लोगों ने तय कर लिया कि ये गलत है, ये कभी नहीं होगा। और शुरू से, और हमको मुख्यमंत्री कौन बताए? श्रद्धेय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने मुझको बनाया था, तो हम कैसे भूल सकते हैं? और एक तरह से उन्होंने काम किया, जो कभी बीच में गड़बड़ उन लोग किया, कभी कुछ नहीं।
Earlier in the day, Amit Shah met with NDA leaders at Nitish Kumar's residence in Patna to discuss seat sharing for the upcoming polls. During the meeting, the NDA partners reiterated their resolve for the victory of the alliance in Bihar.
A Lamborghini car rammed into 2 laborers in Noida's Sector 94 roundabout, causing serious injuries to the victims. A video of the accident, which occurred under the jurisdiction of the Noida Sector 126 police station, has also surfaced, wherein the driver of the Lamborghini was captured asking whether someone died post the accident, when he was confronted by people present on the site. On information, the local police rushed to the spot and arrested the driver, identified as Deepak, a resident of Rajasthan's Ajmer. The accused was taken for medical examination, following which the police confirmed that he was not drunk at the time of the accident. Security forces have launched a fresh anti-terror operation in Katwa after a group of 3 suspected terrorists were spotted in the Jutana village, just 2 kilometers from a previous encounter site. Locals in the area alerted authorities after noticing suspicious movement, prompting an immediate response from the Jammu and Kashmir Police and Special Forces of the Indian Army. A blast at a mosque in Ardha Masla village in the early hours of 29th of March has triggered widespread outrage, with political leaders demanding strict action against the accused. The explosion, caused by gelatin sticks, severely damaged the mosque's interiors and sparked tensions in the village. The Maharashtra police acted swiftly, arresting Vijay Rama Ghavne and Sriram Ashok Sagre, who had allegedly carried out the attack. Reports suggest that Vijay even posted a video of himself with explosives, raising concerns about radicalization and impunity. A massive landslide in Manikarna, a well-known religious and tourist spot in Himachal Pradesh's Kullu district, claimed 6 lives and left several other people injured. The incident occurred near the Gurudwara Sahib, where a large tree and hillside debris collapsed onto the road, trapping several people. The tragedy unfolded around 5 p.m. as locals, vendors and tourists were sitting along the roadside in front of the Gurudwara. Without warning, a huge tree and debris fell from the hill, came crashing down, burying people beneath. West Bengal Governor C.V. Ananda Bose removed Jadavpur University's interim Vice-Chancellor Bhaskar Gupta after he failed to control violence at the varsity campus and allegedly defied the order of the authorities. Gupta was removed by the governor, also the Chancellor of all state-run universities in the state, from the position of the Jadavpur University VC on Thursday, 4 days before his scheduled superannuation. Interim President Ahmed al-Shara has appointed a new cabinet in Syria. This and a lot more right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
What is your assessment? Because we have seen the turbulent phase of the market this year. In September, we see that markets hit high. Then we see 5 months of a turbulent times. And in March, the markets have staged a remarkable recovery. What is your assessment of FY25 as far as Indian markets are concerned?
So one, many people say there was a big correction in last 6 months. Well, the Nifty came down about 16%. 16% is not a correction. And if you think that is big, then you don't deserve to be in stock market. Then you should be investing into bank fixed deposits, small savings instrument. There is no return without risk. In ECG, if there is a straight line, it's death. In market also, if there is no volatility, what's the fun? So 2025 was a good reminder to people that you have to invest in quality, not on momentum. You need expertise, not just tips, and you need to be disciplined if you want to make money. I think back to basics.
Welcome back. Thanks very much for staying with us. War-ravaged Syria continues its efforts to settle down since the removal of its former president Bashar al-Assad. After introducing a new constitution, interim President Ahmed al-Shara has now appointed a new cabinet too. The cabinet includes many leaders of the anti-Assad movement. Here's a report on that. Take a look.
Nearly 4 months after Bashar al-Assad was ousted in December 2024, a new 23-member cabinet was sworn in Syria. In his address, President al-Shara informed that the new government will work to build a strong and stable Syria.
إن هذا التوقيت الذي نعلن فيه عن تشكيل أول حكومة هو إعلان لإرادتنا المشتركة في بناء دولة جديدة، دولة قوية مستقرة تضع مصلحة الوطن والمواطن في مقدمة أولوياتها وتعمل على إعادة الحياة إلى كل زاوية من زوايا بلادنا الحبيبة. إنها لحظة حاسمة في تاريخنا، وإنني بصفتي رئيس الجمهورية أعدكم أنني سأكون معكم في كل خطوة على طريق بناء المستقبل، وسنبني معا وطنا يستحق منا كل التضحية.
As he prepares to take the thrones in Syria, the interim president revoked the previous constitution, under Bashar al-Assad and introduced a new one. He also concluded a ceasefire deal with the rebel Kurds in the northeast Syria. Meanwhile, Jordan hosted a meeting with officials from Syria's neighboring countries to discuss security and reconstruction matters. In an earlier attempt to consolidate development, EU and Syria donors conference was held in Brussels, where EU pledged 2.5 billion euros for the reconstruction of war-ravaged country.
Syrians need greater support, whether they are still abroad or they decide to go home. And this is why, today, the European Union is increasing its pledge for Syrians in the country and in the region to almost 2.5 billion euro for 2025 and 2026. And we call on all of you who are here today to do the same if possible.
All eyes now remain on the next step of the newly sworn-in interim cabinet, which is inclusive of country's diverse ethnic communities.
Thousands of people gathered in Buenos Aires to protest against abortion laws in Argentina. The protesters held placards with abortion kills and demanded the legislature to bring anti-abortion laws. Listen into this report.
Thousands of anti-abortion protesters gathered in Buenos Aires to protest against laws allowing elective abortion. Argentine President Javier Milei had promised during his campaign in 2023 that if he comes to power, he will remove laws allowing abortion.
Este muñeco que nos acompaña es Alma. Es un bebé de 12 semanas de gestación a escala. Es un bebé que dentro de la panza de la madre nos muestra una vez más que ya está totalmente formado.
The protesters called on Argentine government and legislature to fulfill their promise and abolish the law.
Argentina es el referente que nosotros necesitamos para levantar el aborto en todo el continente latinoamericano. Argentina cae con el aborto y todo el aborto cae en América Latina.
However, a group of lawmakers from Javier Milei's party presented a bill to abolish the law that seeks 3 to 10 years in prison for anyone who causes an abortion. Several Catholic and evangelical groups were seen taking part in the anti-abortion protests. The activism to achieve an abortion law in Argentina began in the 1980s and picked up pace in the 2010s. However, with the ongoing protest, it remains to be seen if the current government decides to abolish the law.
Viewers, it's time to quickly track the news that's making the headlines from across the world. Take a look at this. Hundreds of Chileans took to the streets of Santiago and other cities on Sunday to demand the end of pension fund management companies known as AFPs. At the end of January, the Chilean Congress approved a bill to overhaul the country's pension system, an initiative considered one of the flagship initiatives of the government led by leftist Gabriel Boric. The bill was signed into law last week. On the occasion of Women's History Month, US President Donald Trump was asked to define what is a woman during a press conference at the Oval Office. The reporter started the conversation by acknowledging Trump's role in appointing women to key positions in his administration, including Tulsi Gabbard. The room erupted in laughter as Trump confidently declared that the question was an easy one to answer. However, Trump quickly shifted to a mere serious tone, using the moment to address the controversial topic of transgender athletes competing in women's sports.
Well, it's sort of easy to answer for me because a woman is somebody that can have a baby under certain circumstances. She has a quality. A woman is a person who's much smarter than a man, I've always found. A woman is a person that doesn't give a man even a chance of success. And a woman's a person that in many cases has been treated very badly, because I think that what happens with this crazy issue of men being able to play in women's sports is just ridiculous and very unfair to women.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu repeated a demand on Sunday for Hamas to disarm and for its leaders to leave Gaza. He also promised to step up pressure on the group while continuing efforts to return hostages. He also added that Israel would work to implement US President Donald Trump's voluntary immigration plan for Gaza and said his cabinet had agreed to keep pressurizing Hamas. This comes as Hamas said that it has agreed to a ceasefire proposal from mediators Egypt and Qatar. Russian drones hit a military hospital, shopping center, apartment blocks and other buildings in Kharkiv overnight into Sunday, killing at least 2 people and wounding 30 others, Ukrainian officials have reported. Regional governor of the city said that a 67-year-old man and a 70-year-old woman were killed in the attack on Ukraine's second largest city. Meanwhile, Ukraine's general staff denounced the deliberate targeted shelling of the military hospital. The Ukrainian Air Force reported that Russia fired 111 exploding drones and decoys in the latest wave of attacks. Donald Trump has threatened Iran with bombing and secondary tariffs if Tehran does not come to an agreement with Washington over its nuclear program. In Trump's first remarks since Iran rejected direct negotiations with Washington last week, Trump said that US and Iranian officials were talking but did not elaborate on the talks. Earlier, Iran sent a response through Oman, saying that it was its policy to not engage in direct negotiations with the United States. Rajasthan Royals edged past Chennai Super Kings by 6 runs in their IPL 2025 game at Barsapara Cricket Stadium, Guwahati on Sunday. Stay tuned to know more on this exciting match from last night. This and a lot more right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते थे.
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. नए Orient fans, they are super silent with voice control.
अच्छा वो वाले fans. I thought
Cricket fans. यार तुम अपने podcast के चक्कर में मुझे मरवाओगी क्या? The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
And sir, what is your sense? Do you feel that that the world trading system will survive Trump's tariffs, and what is going to change as far as global politics is concerned after April 2nd?
See, we are already into a phase where the World Trade Organization is no longer working, where the trade arrangements that were put in place with great degree of difficulty through a multilateral process have been discarded. Countries are increasingly interested in negotiating bilaterally with each other as well as
Poll bugle sounded in Bihar. Union Home Minister Amit Shah meets Chief Minister Nitish and key NDA leaders in Patna. Lamborghini rams into 2 pedestrians in Noida. Arrogant driver arrested by the police comes clean in the police examination. Explosion at Bede Mosque using gelatin sticks. At least 2 people arrested in the case. Opposition demands stricter action. Nepalese capital of Kathmandu continues to remain on the boil. Government detains pro-monarchy protesters. Several RPP leaders under house arrest. Over 1,600 people reported to be dead in the aftermath of deadly earthquake in Myanmar. India's Operation Brahma in full swing sends humanitarian aid and medical supplies through the Air Force, the Army and the Navy. Talking of sports, and one cannot miss the match from last night in the IPL. Rajasthan Royals edged past Chennai Super Kings by 6 runs in their IPL 2025 game at Barsapara Cricket Stadium in Guwahati. Batting first, the Rajasthan Royals scored 182 for 9 before restricting Chennai Super Kings at 176 for 6. Nitesh Rana played sensationally with 81 runs off 36 balls, including 10 fours and 5 sixes. Chasing a 183 target set by the Rajasthan Royals, CSK's Ruturaj Gaikwad scored 63 off 44 balls but failed to make his team the winner. More in this detailed report that's coming next. Take a look.
The Rajasthan Royals and Chennai Super Kings have been known on occasion to play out a thriller when it comes to their Indian Premier League encounters, and their latest game in the IPL 2025, well, let's just say it was absolutely no different, because this was a match that ebbed and flowed and went right down to the penultimate ball of the game. But it is, in the end of the day, the Rajasthan Royals who have walked away with what was a very well-deserved victory. Meanwhile, for Chennai, the questions will be actually hanging above them, because they've now lost 2 games on the trot and the side has looked far from settled in recent times. Let's take a look at the major talking points from this match, and the first one really has to be how well it is that Rajasthan swung that last over in their favour. Now, there's no denying the fact that Riyan Parag, the skipper, took an absolutely massive gamble by choosing to throw the ball to Sandeep Sharma instead of Jofra Archer, who at that point was their most economical bowler, had bowled a maiden and still had 1 over left in his spell. He chose to go to Sandeep, and while Sandeep did end up going for some runs, he ended up getting the all-important wicket of MS Dhoni, and thereafter that was pretty much the end of the match. So as we said, plenty of talking points really for CSK and plenty of things to ponder, but Rajasthan finally actually get a good win under their belt, under their stand-in skipper Riyan Parag. Can they kick on from here? That's something we'll know soon, but you can let us know in the comments below what you thought about this match, and don't forget to stay tuned to Republic World and Republic Sport Fit for more such interesting videos from the world of sport.
Viewers, while this has set the tonality, let's also take a look at other news that we're tracking from the world of sports. Delhi Capitals displayed an all-round performance against the Sunrisers Hyderabad, winning the contest by 7 wickets. Chasing 164, Faf du Plessis handed DC a sensational start, with other top-order batters also chipping in with some knocks. In the end, Abhishek Porel and Tristan Stubbs guided the team over the line with ease. KL Rahul on his DC debut made 15 off 5 balls as he was looking to end the contest as soon as possible. For Sunrisers Hyderabad, Zishan Ansari was a standout performer with the ball as he took 3 wickets on his debut for the franchisee. Sunrisers Hyderabad captain Pat Cummins isn't losing sleep over the back-to-back losses after their explosive start to IPL 2025, insisting it's too early to worry. SRH set the stage on fire by amassing 28-86 for 6 against Rajasthan Royals, but then lost to Lucknow Super Giants by 5 wickets in their home venue before suffering a 7-wicket defeat to Delhi Capitals. Australian speedster Mitchell Starc starred with a brilliant 5-wicket haul for Delhi Capitals in their clash against Sunrisers Hyderabad. Starc, playing in his first season for DC, ended his spell with figures of 5-35 in 3.4 overs. Starc has become just the second DC bowler to have taken a 5-wicket haul in IPL history, as he emulated the feat of Amit Mishra, who took 5 for 17 for the then Delhi Daredevils in their fixture against Deccan Chargers in IPL 2008. Vanindu Hasaranga's brilliance derailed Chennai Super Kings' chase as Rajasthan Royals sealed a 6-run win against Chennai Super Kings. Skipper Ruturaj Gaikwad led CSK's fight back with a 44-ball 63, but Harasanga's relentless strikes kept the chase in check, restricting them to 176 for 6. This is CSK's second successive defeat. Indian companies have achieved a record-breaking fundraising of 1.33 lakh crore rupees through qualified institutional placements in the financial year 2025, registering a sharp increase from the previous year. The reason? A booming stock market that has been fueling this aggressive capital raising. Watch our report that gets you all the details into that.
Indian companies are smashing fundraising records, raising a staggering rupees 1.33 lakh crores via qualified institutional placements route. This marks an 87% jump in financial year 25 from rupees 71,306 crore in financial year 24. This fundraising frenzy comes amid a booming stock market and corporate efforts to strengthen balance sheets and fuel expansion. A total of 85 countries tapped into QIP funding, up from 64 in financial year 24, making it the preferred route for quick capital infusion without regulatory pre-approvals. Leading the charge were Vedanta Group and Zomato, each raising rupees 8,500 crore, followed by Adani Energy Solutions at rupees 8,373 crore, other major contributors included. Even public sector banks joined the QIP wave, with Punjab National Bank, Bank of Maharashtra, UCO Bank and others raising over rupees 14,000 crore collectively. JM Financial emerged as the top QIP manager, overseeing 15 transactions and felicitating rupees 38,693 crore in fundraising. Large-scale QIP deals exceeding rupees 250 crore witnessed a 55.4% surge, indicating a growing investor confidence in India's corporate sector. With companies leveraging QIPs to fuel expansion, financial year 25 has set a new benchmark in corporate fundraising. Will the momentum continue in financial year 2026?
Viewers, let's take a look at news that we're tracking from the world of business. The Delhi High Court has declined requests from JSW Steel and Trafigura to allow certain shipments of a steel-making raw material. This comes as a setback after New Delhi's new policy curbing imports rattled the sector. JSW Steel has challenged New Delhi's decision to reject $90 million worth of imports which had been ordered even before the January restrictions kicked in. Trafigura's India's unit filed a lawsuit to get one of its rejected shipments cleared. Late on Saturday night, the Delhi High Court issued an order dismissing those pleas, agreeing with the Indian government's position that such imports will defeat the purpose of the new import curbs policy. The Bombay Stock Exchange has announced the much-awaited bonus shares for its shareholders. The company disclosed this in an exchange filing. One of India's top exchange groups, the company has announced bonus equity shares in the ratio of 2:1. This means the stakeholders will get 2 equity shares for each share they hold. However, the company has not announced the record date for the bonus issue. Earlier, the stock reopened at 5,000 rupees and railed strongly during the trading session, reaching an intraday high of 5,534.40 rupees. Indian companies raised a record-breaking 1.33 lakh crore rupees through qualified institutional placements in financial year 2025, a sharp 87% increase from 71,306 crore rupees raised in financial year 2024. This surge was driven by a booming stock market and a strong push to strengthen balance sheets and fund expansion. As per the data, 85 companies tapped capital markets via QIP issues in financial year 2024 compared to 64 companies in financial year 2024. Major contributors to this record-breaking trend include Vedanta Group, Zomato, Adani Energy Solutions, Varun Beverages, Godrej Properties and Prestige Estates Projects. Singapore-based investment firm Temasek has acquired an equity stake in global packaged food giant Haldiram's from its existing shareholders. The transaction was facilitated by PwC, who served as the financial advisor. Although specific details of the agreement have not been publicly disclosed yet, sources indicate that Temasek has secured a 10% stake at Haldiram's, valued at approximately 85,000 crore rupees. This makes it the largest investment in any Indian food company. The India-US bilateral trade agreement aims to boost trade between the two nations, targeting $500 billion trade volume by 2030. As of financial year 2024, India-US trade reached a high of $118.2 billion, with Indian exports accounting for $77.5 billion. Major sectors benefiting from this trade include engineering goods, electronics, gems and jewelry, pharmaceuticals and petroleum products. Despite the promising outlook, Indian businesses may face challenges in meeting US standards and navigating compliance requirements. Additionally, India's trade deficit with the US remains a concern, with the US posting a $45.7 billion goods trade deficit in financial year 2024. Viewers, imagine seeing our planet from the vastness of space, an awe-inspiring sight that few have witnessed until now. This week, breaking new footage captured from China's Tiangong space station came forth, offering a bird's-eye view of Earth like never before. Let's take a look into this report.
Recent video footage shot through a window of China's Tiangong space station in orbit offers breathtaking views of Earth. The clip was released by the China National Space Administration on Sunday. The footage presents viewers with bird's-eye view of Earth's majestic landscape. China's Tiangong space station orbits Earth at an altitude between 217 and 280 miles, roughly the same orbital height as the International Space Station. The space station is currently crewed by a Shenzhou 19 mission, which includes the country's first female space engineer. The 3 astronauts were sent into space on October 30 last year for a 6-month mission. With such footage offering a glimpse into the future, it's clear that the sky is no longer the limit.
Viewers, let's take a quick check of news that we're following from the entertainment industry. Ranveer Allabadia announced his return to YouTube after months of turbulence in his career due to his remark in the controversial show India's Got Latent. The YouTube influencer described his comeback as a new blessed chapter while calling it a rebirth. Onto this, netizens have brutally bashed his PR stunt and labelled him a hypocrite. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences issued a statement to its 11,000 members following massive criticisms over its lack of support for Oscar-winning director Hamdan Balal after he was detained by Israeli police earlier this week in the West Bank. The Academy released a statement on Wednesday condemning the harming artists, but did not name Palestinian director Balal in it, who was detained by the Israeli forces. Following that, a letter began circulating among AMPAS members criticizing leadership's failure to defend Balal publicly. In response to this, the Academy issued a follow-up letter explicitly naming Balal and apologizing for omitting both him and his film from the statement. Amid the Melbourne concert controversy, Neha Kakkar has dropped a cryptic post implying that God is with her. Singer Neha Kakkar's Melbourne concert has ignited a huge controversy. The show organizers and the singers have been going back and forth over a mismanaged show where Neha arrived 3 hours late and was booed by the audience and was asked to even leave. Neha apologized to the crowd and put out a post claiming that the show was not well organized by Beats Production. The producers hit pointed back at Neha and provided proof of losses incurred by them. While Neha has not directly addressed their claims, she posted online that Ma Goddess is behind her. Sara Ali Khan enthralled the crowd at the ACA Stadium in Guwahati with her dazzling dance performance. Sara grooved to her hit tracks and gave the perfect start to the match between Rajasthan Royals and Chennai Super Kings at the Barsapara ground in the city. For her performance, Sara arrived in a chariot. She even waved to the crowd, which welcomed her with applause and cheers. Her electrifying performance became the highlight of the night. Actor Prithviraj Sukumaran's mother, Malika Sukumaran, has publicly defended her son amid the ongoing controversy surrounding the recently released film L2. Empuran. Malika on Sunday took to social media to share her disappointment over the criticism her son has been facing, particularly the claims that Prithviraj had allegedly misled superstar Mohan Lal and the film's producers. Thousands of people gathered in Buenos Aires to protest against abortion laws in Argentina. Tracking this and a lot more for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
क्या भाई स्टंट ज्यादा सीख लिए स्टंट ज्यादा सीख लिए कितना आदमी मरा पता है कोई मर गया इधर
Thousands of people gathered in Buenos Aires to protest against abortion laws in Argentina. The protesters held placards with "Abortion kills" and demanded the legislature to bring in anti-abortion laws. Listen into this full report.
Thousands of anti-abortion protesters gathered in Buenos Aires to protest against laws allowing elective abortion. Argentine President Javier Milei had promised during his campaign in 2023 that if he comes to power, he will remove laws allowing abortion.
Este muñeco que nos acompaña es Alma. Es un bebé de 12 semanas de gestación a escala. Es un bebé que dentro de la panza de la madre nos muestra una vez más que ya está totalmente formado.
The protesters called on Argentine government and legislature to fulfill their promise and abolish the law.
Argentina es el referente que nosotros necesitamos para levantar el aborto en todo el continente latinoamericano. Argentina cae con el aborto y todo el aborto cae en América Latina.
However, a group of lawmakers from Javier Milei's party presented a bill to abolish the law that seeks 3 to 10 years in prison for anyone who causes an abortion. Several Catholic and evangelical groups were seen taking part in the anti-abortion protests. The activism to achieve an abortion law in Argentina began in the 1980s and picked up pace in the 2010s. However, with the ongoing protest, it remains to be seen if the current government decides to abolish the law.
War-ravaged Syria continues its effort to settle down since the removal of its former president, Bashar al-Assad. After introducing a new constitution, interim president Ahmad al-Shara has now appointed a new cabinet too. The cabinet includes many leaders of the anti-Assad movement. Here's a report on that. Take a look.
Nearly 4 months after Bashar al-Assad was ousted in December 2024, a new 23-member cabinet was sworn in Syria. In his address, President al-Shara informed that the new government will work to build a strong and stable Syria.
إن هذا التوقيت الذي نعلن فيه عن تشكيل أول حكومة هو إعلان لإرادتنا المشتركة في بناء دولة جديدة، دولة قوية مستقرة تضع مصلحة الوطن والمواطن في مقدمة أولوياتها، وتعمل على إعادة الحياة إلى كل زاوية من زوايا بلادنا الحبيبة. إنها لحظة حاسمة في تاريخنا، وإنني بصفتي رئيس الجمهورية أعدكم أنني سأكون معكم في كل خطوة على طريق بناء المستقبل، وسنبني معا وطنا يستحق منا كل التضحية.
As he prepares to take the thrones in Syria, the interim president revoked the previous constitution under Bashar al-Assad and introduced a new one. He also concluded a ceasefire deal with the rebel Kurds in the northeast Syria. Meanwhile, Jordan hosted a meeting with officials from Syria's neighboring countries to discuss security and reconstruction matters. In an earlier attempt to consolidate development, EU and Syria donors conference was held in Brussels, where EU pledged 2.5 billion euros for the reconstruction of war-ravaged country.
Syrians need greater support, whether they are still abroad or they decide to go home. And this is why, today, the European Union is increasing its pledge for Syrians in the country and in the region to almost 2.5 billion euro for 2025 and 2026. And we call on all of you who are here today to do the same if possible.
All eyes now remain on the next step of the newly sworn-in interim cabinet, which is inclusive of country's diverse ethnic communities.
After Israel vowed to intensify its attack on Hamas, the terror group has accepted a new ceasefire proposal from Egypt and Qatar, the mediators. Israel has launched offensive against Hamas a week and a half ago. Here's a report on that. Take a look.
As Gaza continues to reel under the Israeli offensive, Hamas terror group has declared that it has accepted a new Gaza ceasefire proposal from mediators in Egypt and Qatar. Its leader Khalil al-Hayya said that Hamas has dealt with the proposal positively and agrees to its terms.
تعاملنا مع كل العروض بمسؤولية وإيجابية بهدف الوصول إلى أهدافنا من وقف الحرب، وقد تسلمنا قبل يومين مقترحا من الإخوة الوسطاء في مصر وقطر، تعاملنا معه بإيجابية ووافقنا عليه، ونأمل ألا يعطله الاحتلال أو أن يجهض جهود الوسطاء.
Not more than a week and a half ago, Israel ended its ceasefire with Hamas by launching a surprise wave of strikes in the Gaza Strip. Parallelly, people in Gaza started protesting against Hamas, demanding for its removal from power.
احنا انتهينا بدناش اياكم، خلصنا، اعطيناكم بما في الكفايه من فرص، ولكن خذلتمونا كباقي شعوب العالم. احنا نريد حياه كريمه لنا ولاطفالنا.
Israel has meanwhile submitted a counter proposal after Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu held series of consultations with the ministers and military. Now it remains to be seen whether or not the latest ceasefire proposal brings peace to the war-torn Gaza.
In a tragic mishap, at least one person has been killed while 7 others were injured after the Bengaluru-bound Kamakhya Express derailed in Odisha. Stay tuned as we get you more details into this right after this short break, only on Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते थे.
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. नए Orient fans, they are super silent with voice control.
अच्छा वो वाले fans. I thought
Cricket fans. यार तुम अपने podcast के चक्कर में मुझे मरवाओगी क्या? The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Lamborghini rams into two pedestrians in Noida. Arrogant driver arrested by the police comes clean in the police examination. Sonia Gandhi slams new education policy, says policy 2020 hides the reality, the 3 C's that haunt India's education today. Kerala Catholic bishop put weight behind centre's Waqf bill, urges MPs to vote for the bill. India-US may focus on goods sector followed by the services in the first phase of trade agreement. Explosion at Beed Mosque using gelatin sticks. 2 arrested in the case. Opposition demands stricter action. Good morning, viewers. This is Republic and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Madhurima Mishra. Viewers, we're getting big breaking coming in from the state of Jammu and Kashmir, where amid ongoing terror operations in the Katwa district, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is going to visit the state. Viewers, it's going to be a very crucial meeting where Union Home Minister Amit Shah, along with other stakeholders, will be reviewing the security situation over there in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Remember, viewers, that this is a crucial meeting keeping in mind the Kathua anti-terror operation that went on for over a week, where all the terrorists were neutralized, but at the same time there were multiple armed forces soldiers as well who lost their lives. So to take stock of the situation after this prolonged anti-terror operation in Kathua district, Republic was live from the location from day one, and we showed you, viewers, as to how difficult that operation was, specifically in that terrain of the Kathua district. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Gursimran. Gursimran, it's going to be a very crucial meeting. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will now be in the state helming this very crucial meeting. What are we expecting? Are we expecting some stricter moves to combat such infiltration bids that led to the Kathua encounter?
Yes, that's very clear from the Union Home Ministry that they do not want any kind of incidents to be repeated, and that's why Union Home Minister Amit Shah is himself coming to the Jammu and Kashmir. We are told that in the next week, as early as the next Sunday, Amit Shah on the 6th, we are told that he will be landing in Jammu, and on 7th he will be reviewing the security scenario in the Jammu region. He will be meeting the top brass of the security forces, including the Jammu and Kashmir Police, the Border Security Force, the CRPF that are part of the counter-infiltration grid in Jammu. And apart from that, he will also be visiting the Indo-Pakistan international border in the Jammu region. This all will happen on the 7th of April. That is what we are picking. And then Amit Shah will be heading towards the Kashmir Valley, wherein he will be reviewing the security and for the present security scenario, as well as upcoming Amarnath Yatra in the Kashmir Valley. So it will be, technically it will be a 2-day, a 48-hour visit of the Union Home Minister to the Jammu and Kashmir. But this hold a very important relevance, reason being that this is coming at a time when the anti-terror operations in Kathua is underway, and 5 Pakistani terrorists who have entered into the Indian territory, 3 of them are still alive and are roaming in the area. The searches have been launched in the area of the Kathua Samba so as to neutralize these terrorists, but at a time when the Union Home Minister himself is coming to the Jammu and Kashmir, this also sends a very loud and clear message to everyone that the Union Home Ministry is concerned about the situation, and they are extending every possible support to the security forces operating in Jammu and Kashmir, so that these situations that are erupting in the hinterland, especially when the Pakistani terrorists are entering the Indian soil from the international border, be it by a tunnel or via any means, what they are managing to sneak in, that is being taken seriously at outmost level in the Ministry of Home Affairs, and that's why the Home Minister himself, Amit Shah, will be coming to Jammu and Kashmir. We are told that apart from the security review meeting, he will also be getting a detailed presentation by the top brass of the Jammu and Kashmir Police regarding the anti-terror operations and what all has happened in the past 10 to 15 days in the Jammu region. Reason being, all the incidents will come into the fore. The movement of the terrorists in the upper reaches of the Kathua, upper reaches of Udhampur, as well as Doda and the Kishtwar, that will also be discussed. So top brass of all the forces, the BSF, Jammu and Kashmir Police, CRPF, they all will remain present during this meeting, and also the NSG component will also be there, because NSG also now been inducted into the operations, though they have not carried out any operation on their own, but yes, they are part of the operations. So all the forces will be there in the meeting that will be chaired by the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, and also the intelligence agencies, that what kind of intelligence input they have with them, because this is going to be a really very important visit, that too coming at a time when we are witnessing a spike in the terror activities in the Jammu region, Madhurima.
Well, absolutely, Gursimran. Thank you for those details. We'll keep coming back to you. Like you very rightly pointed out, that Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be helming this crucial meeting, and during his visit, he'll also be present at the India-Pakistan border to review the security situation there at the spot as well. Now, viewers, let's shift our focus to what's happening in the NCR. In a shocking case of reckless driving, a Lamborghini, viewers, rammed into multiple pedestrians. We saw how that particular driver, he comes out of the Lamborghini, his car is filled with shopping bags, and in arrogance, he asks, "Did anyone die?" Look at this video.
देख उधर, पुलिस को बुलाओ, पहले पुलिस को बुलाओ, पुलिस को बुलाओ। देख उधर, पुलिस को बुलाओ, पहले पुलिस को बुलाओ, पुलिस को बुलाओ भैया। अभी तुम्हारा गाड़ी किसका लग गई? मैं कुछ नहीं, भैया पुलिस को बुलाओ। भाग नहीं पाए। अरे रेस मारती गाड़ी। रेस तुम कितना लेटर देते हुए आ रहे हो? हल्का सा दिए हो।
Well, viewers, you just saw that exclusive video as to how that driver comes out and says that nothing has happened. Did anybody die? Though the accused has been arrested, an FIR has also been filed in the matter. The police are investigating it. The injured workers are recovering but have suffered multiple fractures. Viewers, listen in to some of the reactions coming in from the side of the victims.
आपका नाम क्या है? कैसे आपको लगी चोट? गाड़ी की स्पीड ज़्यादा थी, रफ्तार तेज थी?
हम बैठे थे दोनों आदमी, बैठ कर खाने वाने बना घर में खा रहे थे और उधर से आया जैसा लग रहा है कि पगला का जैसा गाड़ी आ रहा है। हम लोग को उड़ते उड़ते बस गाड़ी आ गया, नहीं भाग पाए, गिर गए। तो इसमें चक्के में गाड़ी गिरा, चढ़ा दिया, चढ़ गया चक्का। अब कैसे भागेगा?
गाड़ी का चक्का पैर पे चढ़ गया?
हाँ,
भाग नहीं पाए?
भाग नहीं पाया, भाग नहीं पाया।
तो गाड़ी की रफ्तार काफी तेज थी?
हाँ।
तो आप कौन सी कंपनी में काम करते हो?
इसमें काम करते हैं।
अच्छा, तो आप दोनों साथ में काम करते हो?
हम लोग ये सब साथ में काम,
परिवार के लोग भी साथ में काम करते हैं?
हाँ।
पैर के अलावा आपके चेहरे पे भी चोट लगी है?
हाँ, गिर गए थे, सब करके पटके में होकर के गिर जाते लगा है, तो चोट लगा है।
तो आप बैठे हुए थे तो गाड़ी ने आगे टक्कर मारी?
बैठे हुए थे हम लोग, दोनों बैठे थे, खाने बना करके खाएंगे तब उठ के जाएंगे।
कितनी देर में गाड़ी?
बस आ गया सामने गाड़ी, भाग नहीं पाए,
टक्कर मार दी?
हाँ, भाग नहीं पाए, उठते उठते गाड़ी सट गया।
वो काम करके साइड में बैठा था, वो गाड़ी वाला आए, गाड़ी वाला इसी को ये लोग बैठे थे जिधर, बस उधरे हड़बड़ेले गाड़ी घुसा दिया। और वो लोग घुसाया, बस ये लोग को ऐसा धक्का मारा कि लोग लाली में फेंका गया, उड़िया उड़िया के फेंकाया, लाली में एक गिर गया और एक मेरा पिताजी चक्का चढ़ गया, में जांग टूट गया। साइड में बैठे थे, नाली का धारे में जो वो हाँ, नाली जो घेरता है ना, उसी के ऊपर ये लोग बैठा था। गाड़ी ऐसा जो घुसाया, गाड़ी एकदम पूरा अंदर तक, ब्रेक मारा कि नहीं मारा, ये लोग को मार दिया।
Viewers, you just heard the testimony of the victim, all writhing in pain. He narrates his ordeals, and so does the kin of the victim, as to how that nonchalant driver came and hit two laborers, and without any ounce of empathy, he walks out and makes those statements. Listen in to what the eyewitnesses have to say.
एक सेकंड, देखिए हमारे साथ लाइव जुड़े हैं आई विटनेस है, क्या देखा था, क्या हुआ था?
कुछ नहीं, मैं 4 नंबर गेट कॉफी पी रहे थे, गाड़ी भगी गई थी ना, पीछे से देखा इसने, मतलब थोड़ा स्पीड ज़्यादा थी, वहाँ से निकल के इसकी गाड़ी इसने टच कर दी थी, पीछे शिफ्ट आई थी कोई, उनके मतलब कौन था, मैं वहाँ से निकल गया था।
तो ये कितने बजे का इंसिडेंट था? कितनी स्पीड में थी गाड़ी? कुछ
मतलब होगी 100-150 स्पीड के बीच में होगी, ज़्यादा नहीं होगी।
अच्छा, इतना स्पीड में था?
हाँ जी।
तो आपकी गाड़ी, आप
जगह ठीक थी, कोई दिक्कत नहीं थी। हाँ जी।
तो क्या हुआ था वहाँ पे? जो लेबर थी, मजदूर थे, वो किस साइड पे बैठे?
इस बंदे पे सब चढ़ रहे थे, वहाँ के गार्ड जो थे इसको गाली गलौज कर रहे थे, तो मैं दूर से देख के चला गया था, मेरा कोई वो नहीं था।
गाड़ी में कोई और भी लोग थे?
नहीं, अकेला था शायद, इस साइड में बैग रखे थे।
तो आपने मौके पे थे, कोई बातचीत की हो या कुछ छोड़ाया?
कुछ नहीं, मैं पीछे कोई शिफ्ट आई थी, वो उतरे थे सारे, गाड़ी का भगे थे, मैं निकल गया था, दूर से देखते हुए चला गया था।
तो गाड़ी जिगजैग थी या काफ़ी स्पीड में थी? कुछ
गाड़ी सीधी थी, मतलब मुझे नहीं पता उसका फ़ोन पे ध्यान था, किस पे था वो पता नहीं, पर गाड़ी एकदम लगी, फिर मैं सीधा निकल गया था कि मुझे क्या मतलब किसी गाड़ी है।
तो आपने देखा कितने लोग उसमें इंजर्ड हुए थे? कितने लोग वहाँ फुटपाथ पे बैठे थे जो मजदूर वर्कर्स?
मतलब कहने वाली बात है, इंजर्ड हुए नहीं, पर 2 बंदे शायद लगी थी चोट उन्हें।
कितने बजे का इंसिडेंट होगा?
दोपहर का है, 4-5 बजे का।
Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Soumya, who's reporting outside 126th sector of Noida police station. Soumya, though the accused is arrested, what are we expecting? What are the sections that have been registered in the FIR, and also the police would also be seeking remand? What is the action that the police is going to initiate in this matter? Soumya.
Yes, well, Madhurima, we are inside the premises of Sector 126 police station here in Noida, where the case has been registered in this particular incident. The accused, Deepak, was brought here in this particular station. Here we are near this particular red Lamborghini that was driven by accused Deepak yesterday when he rammed in that particular pavement in Sector 94 in 2 laborers laborers who were severely injured after the accident. Now, as per the sources, the 2 injured laborers are out of danger. You can see the visuals. What is the condition of the car here? This was the particular part of the car which rammed into the pavement, where the laborers were sitting on that side of the road of that particular sector. Now, if we talk about more details about this here, this car belongs to a famous YouTuber named Mridul, and he was planning on to sell this car to Deepak, who happens to be a broker who deals with second-hand cars. Now, as per the interrogation that was done by the police official, in that particular interrogation, Deepak went on to say he was doing a test drive when that incident happened, and it was due to an error in the screen of the car. While he was checking the error, it was then the incident happened. It was then the accident happened. Now, the police officials have said that irrespective of who the car belongs, the responsibility has to be taken by the driver of the car, which is the accused Deepak in this case. So the case has been registered against him. Details of that particular case is yet to come. Back to you.
Thank you, Soumya, for those details. We'll keep coming back to you. Viewers, indeed, a case of reckless driving, yet another brat influencer behaving in a certain way that is not appropriate, where he rams into 2 laborers on the roadside and goes on to say something as unempathetic as did they die or not. The police have taken cognizance. FIR has been filed in the matters and action has been assured. Viewers, will shift our focus to the national capital, where Congress chief Sonia Gandhi has slammed the new education policy. She has said, viewers, that the new education policy haunts the entire education system of the country and highlights that 3 C's specifically that, according to her, should be highlighted today. That is commercialization, communalism in the new education policy that have been highlighted by Sonia Gandhi. So now, viewers, after the 3-language policy row, it is now Sonia Gandhi who has come forward and said as to how this new education policy is against the ecosystem of education in our country. Now, we have to wait and watch as to how this snowballs into another controversy. But what needs to be seen here, viewers, is that no mention of the 3-language policy here that their allied DMK is trying to highlight. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Riyanka. Riyanka, Sonia Gandhi has said that the new education policy is haunting the ecosystem of education in India. Riyanka, what do you have to say on this?
Well, we know that Sonia Gandhi has gone ahead and slammed the new education policy, and she says that the NEP 2020 hides the reality of the 3 C's that haunt the Indian education today. And what are these 3 C's? Basically, the first one being the centralization of power with the union government. That's the first C. The second she mentions is the commercialization and outsourcing investments to private sector, and third, communalization of textbooks, curriculums and institutions. This is what Sonia Gandhi has in fact said at the moment to one of this is one of an editorial that has been printed on a national daily. I would not name that particular page, but yes, it has come on a national daily where Sonia Gandhi has clearly taken on the new education policy. Earlier, the Congress had a problem with the language policy, and now it has come to be the education policy. So we really need to see what happens next. What is the response from the side of the BJP? That is something that needs to be seen at the moment. But what we understand is that Sonia Gandhi has written an entire article that has been printed, how she considers that the new education policy is a problem, is something that is in fact haunting the education system of India.
Well, thank you, Riyanka, for those details. We'll keep coming back to you. Now, viewers, let's shift our focus to the state of Maharashtra, where a low-intensity blast had occurred at a mosque in Maharashtra. Viewers, where the investigation is on in this matter. This happened in the Beed district on Sunday. According to the police, no person was injured in the matter. However, gelatin sticks were used, viewers, and police so far have arrested 2 persons in this connection. Watch this report to know more. A low-intensity explosion occurred in a mosque in Maharashtra's Beed district in the Vyas on Sunday. Although no injuries were reported, the explosion caused cracks in the structure. Two people have been arrested for allegedly planting the gelatin sticks inside the mosque. The accused have been identified as Vijay Rama Gwane and Shriram Ashok Sagre. Meanwhile, Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis informed that the government has now found out the perpetrators.
उसकी जानकारी मिली है, किसने किया है ये भी जानकारी मिली है, उसकी बाकी जानकारी वहाँ के जो एसपी है वो प्रेस लेकर देंगे.
Soon after, a political blame game erupted, with the AIMIM accusing BJP's hate speech as the motivation behind such acts.
किसने इनको इतना बढ़ावा दिया? ये किससे प्रोत्साहित होते? ये उन्हीं नफरती भाषणों के बयानों से जो बीजेपी के नेता आए दिन देते हैं उससे प्रोत्साहित हो जाते हैं कि हम मस्जिद में घुस के मारेंगे. अब ऐसे 2-4 नमूने चले जाते हैं और इस तरह से आप धमाका करते हो. मस्जिद को कितना आपने नुकसान पहुंचाया, वहां की दीवार को डैमेज हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया. तो ये किस दिशा में लेके जाना चाहते हो?
In an earlier incident, one of the accused posted a video of him holding the gelatin stick on his social media account, which led to his and Sagre's arrest.
Viewers, breaking news coming in from state of Kerala, where Kerala Catholic Bishops' Council has urged all the MPs of the state to vote in the favor of the Waqf Bill. Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju has hailed this support coming in from the Kerala Catholic Bishops' Council. Viewers, remember that this is coming after when the state of Kerala also saw massive protest from the side of the farmers as well against the Waqf. Remember, they had alleged that their land was being encroached in the name of Waqf, and now we have support coming in from the Kerala Catholic Bishops' Council. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Ashwin. Ashwin, the Kerala Catholic Bishops' Council has extended support to the Waqf Bill. Indeed, they have gone a step ahead where they have urged all the Kerala MPs to also throw their weight behind the bill. Ashwin.
Absolutely. The Kerala Catholic Bishop Council has now written a letter. In fact, they are writing the letter to all the MPs. The Kerala MPs stating that they must support the amendment that has been brought into the Waqf Bill. And even went on to stating that the current state of the Waqf Bill, if not amended, is unconstitutional and it's unjust, and it is working against the interest of people in Munambam who are fighting to reclaim their land. And it also went on to say that the people of this land is unable to pay the revenue for the land which they have bought from the college itself. Now, certainly, the Bishop Council has come out sternly against stating that this amendment must be brought because there are provisions in the current amendment which allows people of this land to claim the land as their own. In fact, there are around 600 Christian and Hindu families in Munambam, which has been fighting for almost 200 days now, trying to reclaim the land because the Waqf has called this land as their own. Around 410 acres of land the Waqf has claimed. And the Kerala Catholic Bishop Council also firmly believes that the amendment will be bringing them a hope to get back the land which they had bought many days ago. Back to you.
Ashwin, for those details, we'll keep coming back to you. Viewers, this support from the Catholic community in the state of Kerala has also enthralled a positive reaction from the side of the Bharatiya Janata Party that have hailed this decision of the Bishop Council, throwing their weight behind the Waqf bill. Listen in.
A big blow to the Bhekana Committee, BBC Committee, by the KCBC, Kerala Catholic Bishops Council, a prominent and influential body which has come out in support of the Waqf Amendment Act and has said that all the MPs of Kerala state should vote in favor of it. Now those who are trying to make the Waqf Amendment issue a majority versus minority, Hindu versus Muslim issue, it is a tight, resounding slap on their face. The KCBC, the Catholic community themselves are bhugtbhogis of the unconstitutional, extra-constitutional land-grabbing powers of the Waqf. Waqf claims whatever land it likes. Taj Mahal, Eden Garden, Mahakumbh, 1500-year-old temple has been claimed. Vijaypura, farmers' lands have been claimed. Catholic lands have been claimed. Church lands have been claimed. Now, even they are saying that this should stop. But unfortunately, there is one lobby जिनका काम केवल दंगे भड़काना, आग लगाना, propaganda फैलाना. That Bhadkao Bhaijan committee is saying that we will create Shaheen Bagh across the country. The Congress, the left, the MIM, the AIM-PLB, Samajwadi Party, Trinamool Congress, all are part of this.
Viewers, that was Shehzad Poonawala asserting that how crucial is the support that has been led by the Bishop Council as far as the Waqf bill is concerned. Now, viewers, let's shift our focus to the state of Bihar that is inching closer towards the poll. And in a visit to this poll-bound state of Bihar, Union Home Minister Amit Shah met the Chief Minister of the state, Nitish Kumar, and also at the same time, without mincing any words, he went all guns blazing against the RJD and accused the RJD of the current status and issues that the state of Bihar is facing. Now, this is a very crucial meet that happened between Union Home Minister Amit Shah and Nitish Kumar, where multiple crucial issues, including seat sharing, was also discussed. Look at this report to know more.
Union Minister Amit Shah launched a series of scathing attacks on the Congress and its ally RJD. Taking a swipe at RJD chief Lalu Yadav, Shah accused his party of destroying Bihar. He drew a sharp contrast to how the state has been improving under PM Modi's leadership.
बिहार को एक बार तय करना है कि हमें लालू रबड़ी के जंगल राज की ओर जाना है या मोदी जी और नीतीश कुमार के विकास के रास्ते पर जाना है। भाइयों बहनों, जब से भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए की सरकार बिहार के अंदर हुई, यहां विकास की शुरुआत हुई है।
Meanwhile, in the same rally, Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar admitted that he made a mistake by joining the Mahagathbandhan.
अब हमसे गलती हुआ हमारे पटिया में कि दो बार उन्हीं लोगों को ले लिया 1.5 महीना, तो हम लोगों ने तय कर लिया कि ये गलत है, ये कभी नहीं होगा। और शुरू से, और हमको मुख्यमंत्री कौन बताए? श्रद्धेय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने मुझको बनाया था, तो हम कैसे भूल सकते हैं? और एक एक तरह से उन्होंने काम किया, जो कभी बीच में गड़बड़ उन लोग किया, कभी कुछ नहीं।
Earlier in the day, Amit Shah met with NDA leaders at Nitish Kumar's residence in Patna to discuss seat sharing for the upcoming polls. During the meeting, the NDA partners reiterated their resolve for the victory of the alliance in Bihar.
India and United States of America will focus on goods sector followed by services in the first phase of a trade agreement. Crucial news coming in as far as the trade agreement between the two countries is concerned. Stay tuned, we'll be right back after a very short break.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
क्या भाई स्टंट ज्यादा सीख लिए? स्टंट ज्यादा सीख लिए? कितना आदमी मरा पता है? कोई मर गया इधर, कोई मर गया इधर। तो क्या देख उधर। पुलिस को बुलाओ, पहले पुलिस को बुलाओ, पुलिस को बुलाओ भैया। अभी तुम्हारा गाड़ी किसका लग गई? अरे मैं कुछ नहीं। भैया पुलिस को बुला। भाग नहीं पाए। अरे रेस मारती गाड़ी। रेस तुम कितना? अरे मैं से यहाँ पर रेस लेटर देते हुए आ रहे हो। हल्का सा दिए हो। इलाज करवाओ ना, हॉस्पिटल ले जाओ।
नोएडा सेक्टर 94 के चरके चौराहे के पास दर्दनाक सड़क हादसा हुआ। तेज रफ्तार लैम्बोर्गिनी कार ने 2 मजदूरों को जोर
Rams into 2 pedestrians in Noida. Arrogant driver arrested by police comes clean in the police examination. Sonia Gandhi slams new education policy, says policy 2020 hides the reality of the 3 C's that haunt Indian education today. Kerala Catholic bishop puts weight behind centre's Waqf bill, urges MPs to vote for the bill. India-US may focus on goods sector followed by services in first phase of trade agreement. Explosion at Beed Mosque using gelatin sticks. 2 arrested in the case. Opposition demands stricter action.
Well, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. BJP has shared a video of Congress MLA Kavita Pranlare praising rape convict Punjab pastor Bajinder Singh. Now, BJP has slammed the Congress over this and demands an apology from the Congress party. Despite videos of physical assault and much more, the Congress continues to allegedly throw its weight behind the Punjab pastor Bajinder Singh, and now the BJP has demanded an apology from the Congress over MLA Kavita Pranlare praising the rape convict Punjab pastor Bajinder Singh. It has in fact shared a video. We'll play that video out in just a few moments from now. But right now, this has now stirred a mega controversy as Congress continues to endorse, back and support controversial figures. And this time around, in the latest, the Congress MLA has heaped praises on rape convict Bajinder Singh. Lalit is joining us live. Lalit, this is indeed a controversial move by the Congress, with its MLA now heaping praises on a pastor who has now been convicted of rape. And we've also seen shocking videos of him, how he assaults women as well. So now the biggest question is, will the Congress party apologize?
Definitely, if we talk about now, it seems that Congress have erupted another controversy, and the way the video has been shared by the Congress MLA, now BJP has got a straight chance to hit the Congress, as the controversial pastor, self-styled pastor Bajinder Singh always in troubles from the past couple of months. The way there has been number of cases which has been filed against him. And now tomorrow in the rape case of Zirakpur of 2018, tomorrow the pronouncement would be held in the Mohali district court. So before that, the way the Congress MLA have somehow praised the pastor Baljinder Singh, now BJP has got a straight chance to hit him. Back to the studio.
That's right, Lalit. Many thanks for joining us with those details. The Congress has now landed in a soup, and the BJP has demanded an apology. But whether or not the Congress party will apologize remains to be seen. Now, moving on, viewers, shifting our focus to Hyderabad, a journalist has now been detained by Revanth Reddy's police. And this comes after this particular journalist was covering the students' protest on the University of Hyderabad campus. And just days after, Revanth Reddy threatened to crack down against all those who are raising voices against the government. And he has also threatened several journalists as well in a statement. And the first proof of this crackdown is on your screen. Viewers, Hyderabad journalist has been detained. The BJP has now hit out at this particular crackdown. Let's listen in.
Happening in Telangana. It is a 1975-like emergency situation. Revanth Reddy is imitating Indira Gandhi. The manner in which a journalist has been arrested for covering the protests of University of Hyderabad students over genuine concerns. And despite showing his ID card, he has been arrested. This is not the first instance. Just few days ago, another journalist was arrested for documenting the plight of farmers betrayed by the Telangana government of Congress. We have seen the threat issued by Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy to YouTube journalists, saying that he will strip them naked, parade them and beat them up. This is the emergency Gestapo state they have made Telangana into. And they talk about press freedom and freedom of press rankings. They talk about Samvidhan. They talk about Mohabbat ki Dukaan. Where is Rahul Gandhi now?
Well, Aneri is joining us live on this broadcast. Aneri, Revanth Reddy might not walk the talk on the promises that he has made to the people of Telangana, but he has walked the talk after issuing a threat on to all those who are criticizing the government. And this crackdown of the detention of this particular journalist is another testimony to that. Take us through the latest coming in.
Well, that's right, Deepak. A lot of face-off which has been going on. Firstly, over the promises that were made by the Revanth Reddy and also the Congress government during the elections. That was also seen in the assembly, where the opposition parties had continuously questioned the Congress government for not fulfilling the promises, and also now on the other side, where we see that now the government plans to come up with a huge auction of around 400 acres of land near Hyderabad Central University, but the students continue to oppose that. And also you can see in the visuals where you can see that some of the students were detained by the police officials yesterday. That was on Sunday. And also one of the journalists who was covering this very protest and also the detention of the students at that very spot, he was also being detained by the police officials, as despite him showing the ID card, he was not left off, but he was detained. He was taken to the police station and later he was released. But then despite all of this, we see that how back-to-back arrests are being made. Earlier we had seen that in another case, Revati and one more journalist were arrested, and now Sumit Jha, who happens to be a journalist from Telangana, he was also detained by the police officials for, despite showing the ID card, he wasn't let off. But yes, we can see that how the police go ahead and continue the clearing of the forest area and clearing the land there for further auction.
Right, Aneri, many thanks for joining us with those details. Revant Reddy continues to crack down on journalists, and this is another case wherein a journalist covering the farmers' protest has now been detained. Now, moving on, in another move that has raised eyebrows, the Allahabad High Court has transferred a whopping 582 judges, and the order for annual transfer 2025 was issued on Sunday evening by Satish Kumar Pushkar, the Joint Registrar of Allahabad High Court, and the judges have been asked to join the new posting place immediately. And this is a major reshuffle. 582 judicial officers have been transferred by the Allahabad High Court in an administrative decision, is what they call it. And these include 236 additional district and session judges, 207 civil judges of the senior division and 139 civil judges of the junior division. And the order for the annual transfer 2025 was issued on Sunday evening by the Joint Registrar of the Allahabad High Court. And the maximum number of judges transferred is 13 from Kanpur so far. Besides, 11 judges from Aligarh and 5 from Bareilly have also been transferred. Among the notable names are Judge Ravi Kumar Divakar, who gave the decision to survey the Gyan Vapi Mosque in Varanasi. He was also transferred to Bareilly and has now been sent to Chitrakoot District Court. Ajay Dubey is joining us live. Ajay, a very good morning to you. Help us read between the lines of this massive, transfer order that has been issued by the registrar.
अब बिल्कुल देखिए, ये उत्तर प्रदेश की जुडिशरी में एक बड़ा रिशफल देखा जा रहा है, जहां पर पिछले दिनों एक बड़ा विवाद प्रयागराज की इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट में एक जज की नियुक्ति को लेकर देखने को मिला था। अब उसके बाद एक बड़ा ट्रांसफर प्रोसेस है। 582 से ज्यादा जजों को ट्रांसफर किया गया है, जो अलग अलग जिलों में ट्रांसफर किए गए। इसमें बड़ा रिशफल जो है इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट से जुड़े इस पूरे जुडिशियल प्रोसेस में देखने को मिल रहा है। पश्चिमी उत्तर प्रदेश में खासतौर पर बड़े पैमाने पर रिशफल देखने को मिल रहा है। जुडिशरी प्रक्रिया में उत्तर प्रदेश की एक बड़ा परिवर्तन इस फैसले से होता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है।
Right, Ajay, many thanks for joining me with those details. Now shifting our focus to another story coming in from Beed, where a mosque witnessed an explosion. 2 people have been arrested, and now the chorus for stringent action is also growing. Here's a quick report on what exactly transpired.
A low-intensity explosion occurred in a mosque in Maharashtra's Beed district in the Vias on Sunday. Although no injuries were reported, the explosion caused cracks in the structure. Two people have been arrested for allegedly planting the gelatin sticks inside the mosque. The accused have been identified as Vijay Rama Gwane and Shriram Ashok Sagre. Meanwhile, Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis informed that the government has now found out the perpetrators.
उसकी जानकारी मिली है, किसने किया है ये भी जानकारी मिली है। उसकी बाकी जानकारी वहाँ के जो एसपी है वो प्रेस लेकर देंगे।
Soon after, a political blame game erupted, with the AIMIM accusing BJP's hate speech as the motivation behind such acts.
किसने इनको इतना बढ़ावा दिया? ये किससे प्रोत्साहित होते? ये उन्हीं नफरती भाषणों के बयानों से जो बीजेपी के नेता आए दिन देते हैं, उससे प्रोत्साहित हो जाते हैं कि हम मस्जिद में घुस के मारेंगे। अब ऐसे 2-4 नमूने चले जाते हैं और इस तरह से आप धमाका करते हो। मस्जिद को कितना आपने नुकसान पहुंचाया, वहां की दीवार को डैमेज हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया। तो ये किस दिशा में लेके जाना चाहते हो?
In an earlier incident, one of the accused posted a video of him holding the gelatin stick on his social media account, which led to his and Sagre's arrest.
Moving on, viewers, yesterday there was a shocking case of reckless driving that sent shockwaves across Delhi NCR region because a Lamborghini has rammed into 2 pedestrians and it has injured them grievously. They are currently being treated and fortunately they have been declared as out of danger. But these are the visuals of this particular super car that was seen in an accident. There you can see the right side of this particular Lamborghini completely damaged, and the driver of the car shockingly was seen and heard saying, "Did anybody die? Oh, are people dead?" And he was completely ignorant about the fact that he had run over two people who are currently being treated. Let's play that video out where you can listen into what the driver is exactly saying.
रेस तू कितना है? अरे देख उधर, पुलिस को बुलाओ पहले, पुलिस को बुलाओ भैया। अभी तुम्हारा गाड़ी किसका लग गई? मैं कुछ नहीं था भैया, पुलिस को बुलाओ। भाग नहीं पाई। अरे रेस मारती गाड़ी। रेस तुम कितना है? अरे एक्सीलेटर देते हुए आ रहे हो, हल्का सा दिए हो।
Viewers, the man you saw on your screens getting out of this particular vehicle is identified as Deepak, a luxury vehicle second-hand broker, used cars broker, and he procured this particular vehicle from a YouTuber named Ridul, but shockingly, the transfer papers were not even done as far as the due diligence is concerned, because it had to be transferred from Ridul to Deepak, but that wasn't done, and now two people have turned into victims in this horrifying reckless driving case. Let's listen into those reactions coming in from the victims.
आपका नाम क्या है? कैसे आपको लगी चोट? गाड़ी की स्पीड ज़्यादा थी, रफ्तार तेज थी?
हम बैठे थे दोनों आदमी, तो बैठ कर खाने में बना घर में खा रहे थे, और उधर से आया जैसा लग रहा है कि पगला का जैसा गाड़ी आ रहा है। हम लोग को उड़ते उड़ते बस गाड़ी आ गया, नहीं भाग पाए, गिर गए, तो इसमें चक्के में गाड़ी गिरा, चढ़ा दिया, चढ़ गया चक्का। अब कैसे भागेगा?
गाड़ी का चक्का पैर पे चढ़ गया?
हाँ,
भाग नहीं पाए?
भाग नहीं पाया,
तो गाड़ी की रफ्तार काफी तेज थी?
हाँ।
तो आप कौन सी कंपनी में काम करते हो?
इसमें
अच्छा, तो आप दोनों साथ में काम करते हो?
हम लोग ये सब साथ में काम,
परिवार के लोग भी साथ में काम करते हैं?
हाँ।
पैर के अलावा आपके चेहरे पे भी चोट लगी है?
हाँ, गिर गए थे, ऐसे हो करके पटकुनिया होकर के गिर गए, लगा है चोट लगा है।
तो आप बैठे हुए थे तो गाड़ी ने आगे टक्कर मारी?
बैठे हुए थे हम लोग, दोनों बैठे थे, खाने बना करके खाएंगे तब उठ के जाएंगे।
इतनी देर में गाड़ी
बस आ गया सामने, गाड़ी भाग नहीं पाए,
टक्कर मार दी?
हाँ, भाग नहीं पाए, उठते उठते गाड़ी सट गया।
वो काम करके साइड में बैठा था, वो गाड़ी वाला आए, गाड़ी वाला इसी को, ये लोग बैठे थे जिधर, बस उधरे हड़बड़े गाड़ी घुसा दिया, और वो लोग घुसाया, बस ये लोग को ऐसा धक्का मारा कि ये लोग लाली में फेंका गया, उड़िया के फेंकाया, लाली में एक गिर गया, और एक मेरा पिताजी चक्का चढ़ गया, में जांग टूट गया। साइड में बैठे थे, नाली का धारे में जो हाँ, नाली जो घेरता है ना, उसी के ऊपर ये लोग बैठा था। गाड़ी ऐसा जो घुसाया, गाड़ी एकदम पूरा अंदर तक, ब्रेक मारा कि नहीं मारा, ये लोग को मार दिया।
Viewers, some of the eyewitnesses also recalled the incident. Listen in.
एक सेकंड, देखिए हमारे साथ लाइव जुड़े हैं आई विटनेस है, क्या देखा था, क्या हुआ था?
कुछ नहीं, मैं 4 नंबर गेट कॉफी पी रहे थे, गाड़ी भगी गई थी ना, पीछे से देखा इसने, मतलब थोड़ा स्पीड ज़्यादा थी, वहाँ से निकल के इसकी गाड़ी इसने टच कर दी थी, पीछे शिफ्ट आई थी कोई, उनके मतलब कौन था, मैं वहाँ से निकल गया था।
तो ये कितने बजे का इंसिडेंट था? कितनी स्पीड में थी गाड़ी? कुछ
मतलब होगी 100-150 स्पीड के बीच में होगी, ज़्यादा नहीं होगी।
अच्छा, इतना स्पीड में था?
हाँ जी।
तो आपकी गाड़ी, आप
जगह ठीक थी, कोई दिक्कत नहीं थी। हाँ जी।
तो क्या हुआ था वहाँ पे? जो लेबर थी, मजदूर थे, वो किस साइड पे बैठे थे?
इस बंदे पे सब चढ़ रहे थे, वहाँ के गार्ड जो थे इसको गाली गलौज कर रहे थे, तो मैं दूर से देख के चला गया था, मेरा कोई वो नहीं था।
गाड़ी में कोई और भी लोग थे?
नहीं, अकेला था शायद, ये साइड में बैग रखे थे।
तो आपने मौके पे थे, कोई बातचीत की हो या कुछ छुड़ाया हो?
कुछ नहीं, मैं पीछे कोई शिफ्ट आई थी, वो उतरे थे सारे, गाड़ी का भगे थे, मैं निकल गया था, दूर से देखते हुए चला गया था।
तो गाड़ी जिगजैग थी या काफ़ी स्पीड में थी? कुछ
गाड़ी सीधी थी, मतलब मुझे नहीं पता उसका फोन पे ध्यान था, किस पे था वो पता नहीं, पर गाड़ी एकदम लगी, फिर मैं सीधा निकल गया था कि मुझे क्या मतलब किसी गाड़ी है।
तो आपने देखा कितने लोग उसमें इंजर्ड हुए थे? कितने लोग वहाँ फुटपाथ पे बैठे थे जो मजदूर वर्कर्स थे?
मतलब कहने वाली बात है, इंजर्ड हुए नहीं, पर 2 बंदे शायद लगी थी चोट उन्हें।
कितने बजे का इंसिडेंट होगा?
दोपहर का है, 4-5 बजे का।
Viewers, it's time for us to take a look at the other top stories that we're tracking from across the nation, Bharat, in 2 minutes. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju has backed the Bishops' Council in Kerala for backing the Waqf bill in the parliament. Kiran Rijiju said that it is the duty of those in politics to care for and address problems faced by the people. He further clarified that the bill is not against any community and that a propaganda is being spread to poison the minds of some. MOS PMO Dr. Jitendra Singh assures families of the brave hearts who made the supreme sacrifice in the Kathua anti-terror operations. Dr. Singh promised jobs for the next of kin of the martyred Jawans. Job certificates likely to be issued today. Expelled BJP leader Pasan Gowda Patil Yatnal refused to apologize to the BJP. Further added that the Hindu supporters of the Saffron Party have thrown their weight behind him. He also added that a party that protects Hindus is the need of the hour and that he would form the party very, very soon before Vijayadashami. The Delhi government is all set to conduct the audit of more than 2.6 lakh CCTV cameras installed by the PWD during the previous AAP regime in the national capital. The Principal Secretary of Public Works Department sought the audit of CCTV cameras to ensure their physical verification and functional status. A major fire broke out at a multi-specialty hospital in Lakshmi Nagar of New Delhi. 4 fire tenders were pressed into service and firefighting operations are currently underway.
ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे फायर है और फायर की कॉल हॉस्पिटल में फायर की कॉल मिली थी हमें और ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे फायर थी और जो बुझा दी गई, कोई इंजर्ड नहीं है। और
टोटल कितनी गाड़ियाँ पहुँची थी?
गाड़ियाँ 4-5 पहुँची। फायर का कोई वैसा कॉज वो नहीं है, आग फायर हुई है, उसको टाइमली एक्सटिंग्विश कर दिया।
Moving on, viewers, over 1,600 people have been killed in the earthquakes that rattled parts of Southeast Asia, and India has been relentlessly helping the quake-hit nations get back to normalcy. And Operation Brahma, there's a new update. NDRF team begins rescue operations. Remember, Operation Brahma is the operation that has been launched by the Indian government to help in relief and rescue operations in quake-hit nation. And now they've sent NDRF teams. They've also sent several emergency personnel and also specialty doctors, especially for children's. And in the latest, the NDRF, who have been deployed in Myanmar, have started their rescue and relief operations. Here is the visual that we are talking about. These are the relief materials that have been sent by India to Myanmar. 15 tons of it was sent in the first consignment and more followed in the next trips of the C-17 aircrafts. There you can see this is the team of the Indian contingent that has been deployed in Myanmar for the rescue and relief operations. Now, viewers, after the devastating earthquake that claimed thousands of lives in Myanmar and Thailand, rescue workers are now searching through the rubbles to look for survivors who are trapped in the debris. However, the relief work is being hampered by buckled roads, downed bridges, and mangled buildings in both the nations. Here's the report coming in on the latest.
Rescuers are searching through the rubble to find survivors after a devastating earthquake hit Myanmar and Thailand on Friday. Burmese and international rescue workers from China and Russia were also spotted in Myanmar carrying out the rescue work. The 7.7 magnitude earthquake that hit on Friday with an epicenter near Mandalay brought down several buildings and damaged Myanmar's airport. Despite Thailand being more than 1,000 kilometers from the epicenter, an under-construction building collapsed in the capital city of Bangkok. Initially, the rescue work was being done by the locals. However, more heavy machinery was brought later to move tons of rubble. Meanwhile, the kin of people trapped under rubble are now slamming the pace of the rescue operations. While the rescue work is underway, people are expecting a rise in death toll. Meanwhile, countries like China, Russia and India have come forward to help. India has also launched Operation Brahma to assist Myanmar in these difficult times.
A man named Deepak rammed his second-hand wrecker Lamborghini, injuring two laborers in the Sector 94 area. Currently, he has been detained by Noida Sector 126 police and a case has been registered. Stay tuned as we bring in more details from Ground Zero. We will be back after a short break. Keep watching Republic TV.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Welcome back, viewers. 9 months left for the Bihar Assembly elections, and the BJP, that's riding high on confidence in the recent poll victories, is already in mission mode because the Union Home Minister was on a 2-day visit to Patna where he held back-to-back meetings with BJP functionaries, the core committee members, as well as the Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar. He also left no stones unturned in reaching out to the other NDA leaders as well, while also addressing rallies in Bihar. Here's the story.
Union Minister Amit Shah launched a series of scathing attacks on the Congress and its ally RJD. Taking a swipe at RJD chief Lalu Yadav, Shah accused his party of destroying Bihar. He drew a sharp contrast to how the state has been improving under PM Modi's leadership.
बिहार को एक बार तय करना है कि हमें लालू रबड़ी के जंगल राज की ओर जाना है या मोदी जी और नीतीश कुमार के विकास के रास्ते पर जाना है। भाइयों बहनों, जब से भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए की सरकार बिहार के अंदर हुई, यहां विकास की शुरुआत हुई।
Meanwhile, in the same rally, Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar admitted that he made a mistake by joining the Mahagathbandhan.
अब हमसे गलती हुआ हमारे पटिया में कि 2 बार उन्हीं लोगों को ली 1.5 महीना, तो हम लोगों ने तय कर लिया कि ये गलत है, ये कभी नहीं होगा। और शुरू से, और हमको मुख्यमंत्री कौन बताए? श्रद्धेय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने मुझको बनाया था, तो हम कैसे भूल सकते हैं? और एक एक तरह से उन्होंने काम किया, जो कभी बीच में गड़बड़ उन लोग किया, कभी कुछ नहीं।
Earlier in the day, Amit Shah met with NDA leaders at Nitish Kumar's residence in Patna to discuss seat sharing for the upcoming polls. During the meeting, the NDA partners reiterated their resolve for the victory of the alliance in Bihar.
With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, Sonia Gandhi slams national education policy, says the government is trying to push 3 C's agenda. We'll get you more details on this after a quick break. Stay tuned.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते थे.
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. नए Orient fans, they are super silent with voice control.
अच्छा वो वाले फैंस. I thought
Cricket fans, यार तुम अपने पॉडकास्ट के चक्कर में मुझे मरवाओगे क्या? The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
क्या भाई स्टंट ज्यादा सीख लिए? स्टंट ज्यादा सीख लिए? कितना आदमी मरा पता है? कोई मर गया इधर? कोई मर गया इधर? तो क्या? देख उधर. पुलिस को बुलाओ पहले. पुलिस को बुलाओ भैया. अभी तुम्हारा गाड़ी.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते थे.
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. नए Orient fans, they are super silent with voice control.
अच्छा वो वाले फैंस. I thought
Cricket fans, यार तुम अपने पॉडकास्ट के चक्कर में मुझे मरवाओगे क्या? The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. Thank you for staying with Republic TV. You're watching live and breaking this Monday morning with me, Oyana Mitra. And our top focus this hour remains on the horrific Lamborghini accident that has been caught on camera in the city of Noida, where 2 pedestrians have been critically injured. Getting you that and much more. But first, the headlines at 10 a.m. Lamborghini rams into 2 pedestrians in Noida. Arrogant driver arrested by police comes clean in the police examination. Sonia Gandhi slams new education policy, says the 2020 policy hides the reality of the 3 C's that haunt the Indian education system today. Kerala Catholic bishops put weight behind centre's Waqf bill, urge MPs to vote for the bill. India and the United States may focus on goods sector followed by services in first phase of the trade agreement. Explosion at Beed Mosque using gelatin sticks. 2 arrested in the case. Opposition demands stricter action. All right, viewers, starting this edition of Live and Breaking with some breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. The anti-terror operations in Kathua have now entered day 9 as security forces intensify their search for suspected Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. Now, a group of 3 terrorists, as we know, was spotted in the Juthana village, prompting large-scale searches in the Samba and Kathua regions near the Indo-Pakistan border. Now, Jammu and Kashmir Police and the Special Operations Group are focusing on the forests and riverine routes as part of their efforts. Additionally, as we know, that Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha is set to visit the residences of the 4 martyrs who lost their lives during the ongoing operations in Kathua, Jammu and Riyasi. So that is the latest that we're picking up as far as the anti-terror operations are concerned. Now remember, these operations have been going on, viewers, for the last 9 odd days. And yesterday we saw Manoj Sinha visit the hospital and meet the injured police personnel. And now search operations, as we understand, has only intensified. And joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Gursimran with more information. Gursimran, you have been on the ground for the last 9 days, tracking every detail as far as these operations are concerned. Talk us through what is the latest you're picking up, because we understand that Home Minister Amit Shah is also set to chair a review meeting in Jammu and Kashmir to review the security framework. So what are the measures that have been taken now after 9 days, and what more can you tell us?
See, it's the day 9 of the anti-terror operation in the Kathua district's upper reaches, and the security forces are trying hard to get hold of 3 terrorists of Jaish-e-Mohammed that are still active in the area. Yesterday in the Juthana area, same area, some 3 kilometers away from the encounter spot, there was spotting of these 3 terrorists of Jaish-e-Mohammed. They went to the house of a person, namely Shankar, and they have asked for the food, and after that they left from that spot. The security forces reached that very place and have started the search operations in that very area. Now the searches have been intensified, and the Union Home Minister Amit Shah is set to arrive next week in Jammu and Kashmir. It will be a 2-day visit, a 48-hour visit of the Union Home Minister to Jammu and Kashmir. On the 6th night, he will be arriving at Jammu. 7th morning, he will be holding a security review meeting along with his detailed discussion with the legislators of the Bharatiya Janata Party in Jammu and Kashmir. Then he is also scheduled to visit the Indo-Pakistan border in the Jammu region to review the operational preparedness as well as the anti-infiltration grid of the border security force on the borders with Pakistan. And then he will be heading to the Kashmir Valley to review the security of the Kashmir as well as the upcoming Amarnath Yatra. As we speak today, the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha is set to arrive here in the Kathua's Marine and the Londi area, where the 2 brave hearts, Head Constable Balvinder Singh and the Selection Grade Constable Balvinder Singh and the Selection Grade Constable Jaswant Singh have made the supreme sacrifice while fighting with the terrorists. Right now we are in the Kathua. In a short while from now, the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha will be arriving here to meet the family members of the brave hearts who have given the supreme sacrifice. LG Manoj Sinha will be visiting the residence of all 4 martyrs of Jammu and Kashmir police who have given the supreme sacrifice in this encounter with the terrorist. One head constable of the Jammu and Kashmir police who was in charge of the police post Sofayan, he also made the supreme sacrifice. It was Jagbir Singh from the Akhnur area and 3 other Selection Grade Constable Jaswant Singh, Selection Grade Constable Balvinder Singh and Selection Grade Constable Tariq Ahmed have made the supreme sacrifice. And now the Jammu and Kashmir police say that it is determined to take the revenge by neutralizing the Pakistani terrorists that are active in the area. But the real concern continues to be those 3 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists that are still active in the area, and their whereabouts are not known to the security forces, at least for now, as the anti-terror operation continues.
Right. Gursimran, stay on with me because I believe we have more breaking news coming in. Now, 6 suspects have been detained in Kathua for allegedly assisting terrorists, all of whom are family members of a Jaish-e-Mohammed overground worker called Mohammed Latif. Now, Latif, as we understand, was arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police last year, and he is linked to the Badnota terror attack on the Indian Army, which had resulted in the deaths of 5 of our Jawans. So, Gursimran continues to be with us. I believe, Gursimran, this is the first time that a hardcore link has been established with a Jaish-e-Mohammed overground worker. 6 suspects have now been detained in the anti-terror operations. Do talk us through what we can expect next as far as police action on these suspects are concerned.
See, if we speak of the parallel investigation that is undergoing by the Jammu and Kashmir police, 6 suspects have been detained, and they have been detained from the general area of the Rajbagh. They were the family members of Mohammad Latif, the overground worker of Jaish-e-Mohammed, who was detained under the Public Safety Act by the Jammu and Kashmir police last year after the Badnota terror attack that took place and claimed the life of 5 brave hearts of the Indian Army. It was an ambush attack on the Indian Army and was arrested. These terrorists of Jaish were assisted by the locals. How Mohammad Latif provided him the terrorist with the help, assistance, be it the mobile phone, the logistic support and the food and also the shelter for them to living in the area. Now the 6 family members of Mohammad Latif have been detained as per the information that we are getting, and with this the total number of those who have suspects detained in the twin incidents of the terror that have been reported. The 23rd March Srinagar encounter, that was a brief encounter where the terrorists managed to escape. 7 people were detained there by the Srinagar police, and now 6 more have been detained, taking the total toll of those suspects detained for helping the Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists to 13. But this also shows that the penetration of the Pakistani terror groups in the hinterland area, that how they are using the civilians as their tools and helping the terrorists of the Pakistan that enter into the Indian territory. That is what the crackdown is all about. The security forces are trying to intensify their crackdown on the overground workers. But yes, the terrorists are still at large, and the massive anti-terror operations are underway in the Kathua district and the nearby areas.
Right, Gursimran, many thanks for joining me on this broadcast. We'll keep coming back to you as and when more updates come in. For the moment, we move on. Now, viewers, the Nepalese government has issued an ultimatum to pro-monarchy protesters demanding the return of former King Gyanendra Shah while simultaneously imposing a travel ban on him. Now, the ruling coalition in Nepal has called for the ex-king's arrest, leading the government to reduce his security detail and revoke his passport. Now, this move comes amidst growing tensions in the country, where pro-monarchy groups are rallying for the reinstatement of the monarchy and the government taking strong measures to curtail the former king's influence. Now, viewers, all of this is coming in the backdrop of mob violence in Nepal, in which at least 110 people were critically injured. And of course, these protests were carried out by groups that demanded the reinstatement of the monarchy. And all of this came in the backdrop of the former King Gyanendra Shah's return, who has now been accused of instigating these riots by the Nepali Congress government. And joining me on this broadcast is my colleague Sagar. He's been reporting live from Kathmandu for the last 2 days. Sagar, the Nepali government has now revoked the former king's passport, and yesterday we saw the government make accusations against the former king for vandalizing public properties and for instigating these riots. Talk us through what the Nepali government exactly expects to unfold as these riots, as the unrest continues, and what is it that they're exactly alleging the former king, accusing the former king about?
देखिए, बिल्कुल अगर हम बात करें तो नेपाल में जगह जगह प्रदर्शन का दौर अभी भी लगातार जारी है। काठमांडू में पूरे इस समय देखिए हाई सिक्योरिटी पर जगह जगह देखिए आर्मी के जवान और नेपाल पुलिस की तैनाती कर दी गई है। लेकिन जो बड़ी बात यह है कि नेपाल की सरकार ने कहा है कि जो भी नेपाल में नुकसान हुआ है वो यहाँ के राजा ज्ञानेन्द्र शाह से उसकी वसूली की जाएगी। हालांकि कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं कि उन्होंने अपने आप को खुद ही नजरबंद किया, कुछ मीडिया रिपोर्ट्स यहाँ की लोकल कह रही है कि उन्हें नजरबंद किया गया ताकि नेपाल में हालात खराब ना हो। लेकिन बड़ी बात यह है कि देखिए इस समय जो नेपाल का संसद भवन है, पार्लियामेंट के ठीक सामने रिपब्लिक भारत पहुंचा हुआ है और रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क यहां से ये दिखाएगा आज के दिन कि आखिर क्या चर्चाएं होती हैं इस पार्लियामेंट के अंदर, क्योंकि पार्लियामेंट के अंदर आज इसी पर रणनीतियां बनाई जाएंगी। क्योंकि 7 दिन का जो सरकार को अल्टीमेटम दिया गया है, उस अल्टीमेटम के बाद आखिर कैसे कहीं से हालात ना बिगड़े नेपाल में कैसे देखिए लोगों को शांत किया जाए, कैसे जो लोगों का प्रदर्शन है, गुस्सा है नेपाल में भ्रष्टाचारी और भुखमरी को लेकर, कैसे उन लोगों को समझाया जाए कि नेपाल में आने वाले दिनों में हालात सही होंगे। लेकिन बड़ी बात बात यह है कि जो लोग अब बस सदन में पहुंचेंगे यहाँ पर पार्लियामेंट के अंदर, वो लोग भी लगातार यही कह रहे हैं। कुछ ऐसे तो लीडर खुद हैं सत्ता पक्ष में जो इस बात को कहने लगे कि हाँ, यहाँ पर राजशाही का हम भी समर्थन करते हैं, हम भी चाहते हैं कि राजा का शासन यहाँ पर वापस लौट कर आए, क्योंकि नेपाल में जिस तरह से प्रचंड महंगाई है, यहाँ पर भ्रष्टाचारी है, यहाँ बेरोजगारी है, यहाँ पर गरीबी है, लोग इससे काफी नाराज हैं और इसी वजह से लोग यहाँ पर गुस्से में सड़कों पर उतर आए हैं। जिस तरह से हमने देखा लगभग सैकड़ों से ज्यादा लोग यहाँ पर घायल हुए, सैकड़ों से ज्यादा लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया, प्रदर्शन का दौर लगातार जारी है, 2 लोगों की मौत हो गई जिसमें एक पुलिसकर्मी और एक पत्रकार भी शामिल है। अब ऐसे में नेपाल की गवर्नमेंट कैसे इस हालात से निपटेगी, बड़ी बात यह अब सामने आ रही है, क्योंकि ज्ञानेन्द्र शाह की अगर बात करें तो लगातार उनके समर्थक अभी भी सड़कों पर कई जगहों पर दिखाई दे रहे हैं। सरकार को हर दिन अल्टीमेटम दिया जा रहा है, जिसके करीबी यहाँ पर गिरफ्तार किए गए हैं और अगले 3 से 4 दिन नेपाल के लिए बहुत भारी हो सकते हैं। देखिए, यहाँ पर भारी इसलिए है क्योंकि लोग कह रहे हैं सड़कों पर अब एक एक आदमी उतरेगा और राजशाही का समर्थन यहाँ पर करेगा। कैसे इस हालात से निपटा जाएगा, बड़ी चुनौती यहाँ पर है और इसलिए ग्राउंड नेटवर्क्स के ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। यहाँ पर जो हलचल है उस पर लगातार हमारी नजर बनी हुई है। बैक टू स्टूडियो जी।
Yes, Sagar, thank you so much for bringing us all those updates. You've been reporting live from Kathmandu. Viewers, that is the latest that we are getting in from Nepal. For the moment, we shift focus to a story that we've been tracking very closely from the city of Noida. Now, a Lamborghini car rammed into 2 laborers in Noida sector 94 on Sunday, causing serious injuries to the victims. A video of the accident, a very shocking and horrific video of the accident, has also surfaced, wherein the driver of the Lamborghini was captured asking rather nonchalantly in a very casual manner whether somebody died when he was confronted by the people present at the site. Now, during the preliminary inquiry, it was found that the car driven by the accused Deepak didn't belong to him, and it was registered in the name of Mridul, who happens to be a Noida resident and a YouTuber. The police have filed a case under relevant sections based on the complaints of the victims at the Sector 126 police station. Now, witnesses at the scene have claimed that the car was speeding and being driven recklessly, leading to the crash. A probe has been initiated into the matter, and authorities have seized the luxury car involved in the accident while taking further legal action. Take a look at that video.
देख उधर, पुलिस को बुलाओ, पहले पुलिस को बुलाओ भैया। अभी तुम्हारा गाड़ी किसका लग गई? कुछ नहीं, भैया पुलिस को बुलाओ। भाग नहीं पाई। अरे रेस मारती गाड़ी। रेस तुम कितना है? अरे लेटर देते हुए आ रहे हो, हल्का सा दिए हो।
And now, viewers, in the aftermath of the accused Deepak's arrest, Republic has spoken to the DCP of Noida on the matter. Take a listen in.
सर, किस तरीके से ये पूरा इंसिडेंट हुआ, क्या कुछ चीज़ें निकल कर आई, कितनी तेज़ ये गाड़ी चल रही थी?
इतना तेज़ क्या चल रही थी, नॉर्मल चूँकि लोग थे, भीड़ थी, इसने तेज़ गाड़ी चलाई, इसलिए 2 लोगों को टक्कर लग गई उसमें से, जिनमें उनको नॉर्मल चोटें आई हैं, वो खतरे से बाहर हैं और तुरंत ही ड्राइवर को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया, गाड़ी जब्त कर ली गई और उन पर मुकदमा पंजीकृत कर दिया गया है। आगे की विधिक कार्रवाई हम कर रहे हैं।
ये ड्राइवर कौन है सर? दीपक उसका नाम है, क्या खरीदने आया था या जिसकी गाड़ी है उसका ड्राइवर है? अभी तक की चीज़ों में क्या निकला सर?
उसका कहना था कि वो टेस्ट कर रहा था गाड़ी और उसी दौरान उससे लापरवाही से ये गाड़ी तेज चल गई और उसका एक्सीडेंट हो गया।
ये गाड़ी क्या है सर, किसी यूट्यूबर की है? क्योंकि काफ़ी सोशल मीडिया पे वीडियो है, मृदुल नाम का यूट्यूबर है, उसने इस गाड़ी के साथ काफ़ी वीडियोस बनाए हैं। तो अभी तक की इन्वेस्टिगेशन में क्या निकला कि उसी का ड्राइवर है या उसको बेच रहा था गाड़ी?
इससे क्या फ़र्क पड़ता है, क्योंकि कानूनन जो व्यक्ति लापरवाही पूर्वक गाड़ी चलाता है उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होती है। वो गिरफ्तार हो गया है, मुकदमा पंजीकृत है और आगे हम कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं।
दोनों ठीक हैं सर जो घायल हुए?
हाँ, बिल्कुल ठीक हैं, वो दोनों खतरे से बाहर हैं।
And joining me now is my colleague Soumya, who happens to be at the Noida 126 police station. Soumya, are on the spot. We believe that the luxury Lamborghini car is parked at the station now. Please tell our viewers what are the details of the FIR and what are the charges that the police is planning to slap on the accused, and what is the next course of action?
Yes, well, Iona, I am inside the premises of Sector 126, Noida Police Station. The car was brought here after it was seized. You can see the red Lamborghini where the driver was, the accused, Deepak, was driving this particular red Lamborghini when he rammed this car in the pavement in Sector 94, seriously injuring two laborers who were sitting on the side of the road. And now we talk about the details of the FIR. The case was registered yesterday. Now the FIR, there are two sections, BNS section 281 penalizing rash driving, and section 125B leading to grievous injuries because of rash driving, which can lead to imprisonment or a fine of rupees 10,000 or both. So these are the charges that have been put against the accused driver Deepak. And now we heard the DCP himself confirming that the two injured laborers are out of danger. But there are lots of speculation as to this particular car belongs to a famous YouTuber, a Noida-based YouTuber, Mridul, because you can see the number plate here of this particular car has been covered, and it is being speculated that the car belongs to this particular famous YouTuber, Mridul, and he was apparently selling his red Lamborghini to Deepak, who happens to be a broker who deals with second-hand cars. And at the time of the accident, he was actually test driving this red Lamborghini. And as per his statements given to the police during the interrogation yesterday, it was due to the error in the screen inside the car which led to the accident. Back to you.
Right, Soumya, many thanks for giving us all those updates. We'll keep coming back to you as we closely track the story coming in from Noida. Now, meanwhile, viewers, the victim of the accident and the kin of the victims have now shared their ordeal in the aftermath, and Republic has spoken exclusively to them. Listen in.
क्या
कैसे आपको लगी चोट? गाड़ी की स्पीड ज़्यादा थी, रफ्तार तेज़ थी?
हम बैठे थे दोनों आदमी, तो बैठ कर खाने वाने बना घर में खा रहे थे, और उधर से आया जैसे लग रहा है कि पगला का जैसा गाड़ी आ रहा है। हम लोग को उड़ते उड़ते बस गाड़ी आ गया, नहीं भाग पाए, गिर गए। तो इसमें चक्के में गाड़ी गिरा चढ़ा दिया, चढ़ गया चक्का। अब कैसे भागेगा?
गाड़ी का चक्का पैर पे चढ़ गया?
हाँ,
भाग नहीं पाए?
भाग नहीं पाया, भाग नहीं पाया।
तो गाड़ी की रफ्तार काफ़ी तेज़ थी?
हाँ।
तो आप कौन सी कंपनी में काम करते हो?
इसमें काम करते हैं।
अच्छा, तो आप दोनों साथ में काम करते हो?
हम लोग ये सब साथ में काम,
परिवार के लोग भी साथ में काम करते हैं?
हाँ बाबू।
पैर के अलावा आपके चेहरे पे भी चोट लगी है?
हाँ, गिर गए थे, ऐसे हो करके पटकुनिया हो करके गिर गए, लगा है में चोट लगा है।
तो आप बैठे हुए थे तो गाड़ी ने आके टक्कर मारी?
बैठे हुए थे हम लोग,
दोनों
बैठे थे, खाने बना करके खाएंगे तब उठ के जाएंगे।
कितनी देर में गाड़ी?
बस आ गया सामने गाड़ी, भाग नहीं पाए,
टक्कर मार दी?
हाँ, भाग नहीं पाए, उठते उठते गाड़ी सट गया।
वो काम करके साइड में बैठा था, वो गाड़ी वाला आए, गाड़ी वाला इसी को ये लोग बैठे थे जिधर, बस उधरे हड़बड़े गाड़ी घुसा दिया। अब वो लोग घुसाया, बस ये लोग को ऐसा धक्का मारा कि लोग लाली में फेंका गया, उड़िया के फेंकाया, लाली में एक गिर गया और एक मेरा पिताजी चक्का चढ़ गया, जांग टूट गया। साइड में बैठे थे, नाली का धारे में जो वो हाँ नाली जो घेरता है ना, उसी के ऊपर ये लोग बैठा था। गाड़ी ऐसा जो घुसाया, गाड़ी एकदम पूरा अंदर तक, ब्रेक मारा कि नहीं मारा, ये लोग को मार दिया।
Now, viewers, in fact, eyewitnesses who were present at the time of the accident have described how the driver Deepak was driving recklessly, after which he was very casual in approaching the matter. Take a look.
एक सेकंड, देखिए हमारे साथ लाइव जुड़े हैं आई विटनेस है, क्या देखा था, क्या हुआ था? कुछ नहीं, मैं 4 नंबर गेट कॉफी पी रहा था, गाड़ी भगी गई थी ना, पीछे से देखा इसने, मतलब थोड़ा स्पीड ज़्यादा थी, वहाँ से निकल के इसकी गाड़ी इसने टच कर दी थी, पीछे शिफ्ट आई थी कोई, उनके मतलब कौन था, मैं वहाँ से निकल गया था।
तो ये कितने बजे का इंसिडेंट था? कितनी स्पीड में थी गाड़ी? कुछ
मतलब होगी 100-150 स्पीड के बीच में होगी, ज़्यादा नहीं होगी।
अच्छा, इतना स्पीड में था?
हाँ जी।
तो आपकी गाड़ी, आप
जगह ठीक थी, कोई दिक्कत नहीं थी। हाँ जी।
तो क्या हुआ था वहाँ पे? जो लेबर थी, मजदूर थे, वो किस साइड पे बैठे थे?
इस बंदे पे सब चढ़ रहे थे, वहाँ के गार्ड जो थे इसको गाली गलौज कर रहे थे, तो मैं दूर से देख के चला गया था, मेरा कोई वो नहीं था।
गाड़ी में कोई और भी लोग थे?
नहीं, अकेला था शायद, ये साइड में बैग रखे थे।
तो आपने मौके पे थे, कोई बातचीत की हो या कुछ छुड़ाया?
कुछ नहीं, मैं पीछे कोई शिफ्ट आई थी, वो उतरे थे सारे, गाड़ी का भगे थे, मैं निकल गया था, दूर से देखते हुए चला गया था।
तो गाड़ी जिगजैग थी या काफ़ी स्पीड में थी? कुछ
गाड़ी सीधी थी, मतलब मुझे नहीं पता उसका फ़ोन पे ध्यान था, किस पे था वो पता नहीं, पर गाड़ी एकदम लगी, फिर मैं सीधा निकल गया था कि मुझे क्या मतलब किसी गाड़ी है।
तो आपने देखा कितने लोग उसमें इंजर्ड हुए थे? कितने लोग वहाँ फुटपाथ पे बैठे थे जो मजदूर वर्कर्स थे?
मतलब कहने वाली बात है, इंजर्ड हुए नहीं, पर 2 बंदे शायद लगी थी चोट उन्हें।
कितने बजे का इंसिडेंट होगा?
दोपहर का है, 4-5 बजे का।
All right, moving on to news from Maharashtra now. A low-intensity blast occurred at a mosque in Maharashtra's Beed district on Sunday. According to the police, no person was injured in the explosion, which occurred at around 2:30 a.m. The police have arrested 2 persons in connection with the incident. Here's a report. Take a look.
A low-intensity explosion occurred in a mosque in Maharashtra's Beed district in the Vias on Sunday. Although no injuries were reported, the explosion caused cracks in the structure. Two people have been arrested for allegedly planting the gelatin sticks inside the mosque. The accused have been identified as Vijay Rama Gwane and Shriram Ashok Sagre. Meanwhile, Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis informed that the government has now found out the perpetrators.
उसकी जानकारी मिली है, किसने किया है ये भी जानकारी मिली है, उसकी बाकी जानकारी वहाँ के जो एसपी है वो प्रेस लेकर देंगे।
Soon after, a political blame game erupted, with the AIMIM accusing BJP's hate speech as the motivation behind such acts.
किसने इनको इतना बढ़ावा दिया? ये किससे प्रोत्साहित होते? ये उन्हीं नफरती भाषणों के बयानों से जो बीजेपी के नेता आए दिन देते हैं उससे प्रोत्साहित हो जाते हैं कि हम मस्जिद में घुस घुस के मारेंगे। अब ऐसे 2-4 नमूने चले जाते हैं और इस तरह से आप धमाका करते हो। मस्जिद को कितना आपने नुकसान पहुंचाया, वहां की दीवार को डैमेज हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया। तो ये किस दिशा में लेके जाना चाहते हो?
In an earlier incident, one of the accused posted a video of him holding the gelatin stick on his social media account, which led to his and Sagre's arrest.
And that's the news from Maharashtra. And up next, we have everything else that's making headlines across the country. This is Bharat in 2 minutes. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju welcomed Bishop's call for backing the Waqf bill in Parliament. Kiran Rijiju said that it is the duty of those in politics to care for and address problems faced by the people. He further clarified that the bill is not against any community and that propaganda is being spread to poison the minds of some. Union Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh assured families of the bravehearts who made the supreme sacrifice in Kathua anti-terror ops. Dr. Singh promised jobs for the next of kin of the martyred Jawans. The job certificates are likely to be issued today. Expelled BJP leader Basantagowda Patil Yatnal refused to apologize to the BJP. He has further added that the Hindu supporters of the BJP have thrown their weight behind him. Yatnal said that a party that protects Hindus is the need of the hour and that he would form the party very soon. The Delhi government is set to conduct the audit of more than 2.6 lakh CCTV cameras installed by the PWD during the previous AAP regime in the city. The Principal Secretary of Public Works Department sought audit of the CCTV cameras to ensure their physical verification and functional status. A fire broke out at a multi-specialty hospital in Lakshmi Nagar. 4 fire tenders are at the spot. Fire dousing operations are currently underway.
ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे फायर है और फायर की कॉल हॉस्पिटल में फायर की कॉल मिली थी हमें और ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे फायर थी और जो बुझा दी गई, कोई इंजर्ड नहीं है। और
टोटल कितनी गाड़ियाँ पहुँची थी?
गाड़ियाँ 4-5 पहुँची। फायर का कोई वैसा कोज वो नहीं है। आग फायर हुई है, उसको टाइमली एक्सटिंग्विश कर दिया।
And yes, viewers, it is election season in Bihar very soon, and in a visit to the poll-bound state, Union Home Minister Amit Shah met with NDA leaders. Now, in a pointed speech, Shah criticized Congress and its ally RJD and minced no words when he called them out for Bihar's struggles. Amidst this, Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has reaffirmed his commitment to the NDA for the upcoming state polls. Take a look.
Union Minister Amit Shah launched a series of scathing attacks on the Congress and its ally RJD. Taking a swipe at RJD chief Lalu Yadav, Shah accused his party of destroying Bihar. He drew a sharp contrast to how the state has been improving under PM Modi's leadership.
बिहार को एक बार तय करना है कि हमें लालू रबड़ी के जंगल राज की ओर जाना है या मोदी जी और नीतीश कुमार के विकास के रास्ते पर जाना है। भाइयों बहनों, जब से भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए की सरकार बिहार के अंदर हुई, यहां विकास की शुरुआत हुई है।
Meanwhile, in the same rally, Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar admitted that he made a mistake by joining the Mahagathbandhan.
अब हमसे गलती हुआ हमारे पटिया में कि 2 बार उन्हीं लोगों को ले ली 1.5 महीना, तो हम लोगों ने तय कर लिया कि ये गलत है, ये कभी नहीं होगा। और शुरू से, और हमको मुख्यमंत्री कौन बताए? श्रद्धेय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने मुझको बनाया था, तो हम कैसे भूल सकते हैं? और एक एक तरह से उन्होंने काम किया, जो कभी बीच में गड़बड़ उन लोग किया, कभी कुछ नहीं।
Earlier in the day, Amit Shah met with NDA leaders at Nitish Kumar's residence in Patna to discuss seat sharing for the upcoming polls. During the meeting, the NDA partners reiterated their resolve for the victory of the alliance in Bihar.
And on the other side of Live and Breaking, Sonia Gandhi has slammed the new education policy, saying that it hides the realities of the 3 C's that haunt the Indian education system. Stay tuned, more breaking news coming right up.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते थे।
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say. नए Orient fans, they are super silent with voice control.
अच्छा वो वाले फैंस। I thought
Cricket fans, यार तुम अपने पॉडकास्ट के चक्कर में मुझे मरवाओगे क्या? The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
क्या भाई स्टंट ज्यादा सीख लिए? स्टंट ज्यादा सीख लिए? कितना आदमी मरा पता है? कोई मर गया इधर, कोई मर गया इधर, तो क्या देख उधर। पुलिस को बुलाओ, पहले पुलिस को बुलाओ, पुलिस को बुलाओ भैया। अभी तुम्हारा गाड़ी किसका लग गई? अरे मैं कुछ नहीं कहा भैया, पुलिस को बुला।
Cuts into two pedestrians in Noida. Arrogant driver arrested by police comes clean in the police examination. Sonia Gandhi slams new education policy, says the 2020 policy hides the reality of the 3 C's that haunt Indian education today. Kerala Catholic bishops put weight behind centre's Waqf bill, urge MPs to vote for the bill. India-US may focus on goods sector, followed by services in first phase of trade agreement. Explosion at Beed Mosque using gelatin sticks. 2 arrested in the case. Opposition demands stricter action. Viewers getting in a fresh breaking. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has urged people to not fall into provocations that could fuel communal riots. She even stressed that her government will stand with the residents, ensuring that no one can stir tensions in the state during Eid celebrations. Addressing an Eid prayers program on Red Road, the Trinamool Congress Supremo claimed provocations are being made to fuel riots, but please do not fall into these traps. The West Bengal government stands with the minorities and no one can provoke tensions in the state. These are the visuals of her speech from earlier today, where TMC Supremo and West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has urged people to not fall into provocations that can fuel communal riots. Listen in to West Bengal's Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee.
अगर आप शांति को विरोध करने जाता है तो पहले कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को सलामत करो। कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ने क्या बोला, हम लोग सेकुलर है। नवरात्रि चल रहा है, मैं उसको भी दूंगी, लेकिन हम नहीं चाहते हैं कि इसके लिए दंगा करे। कोई आम जनता नहीं करते हैं, कोई एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी करते हैं। ये शर्म का बात है, दुख का बात है। जो लाल पार्टी पहले बड़ा बात करते थे सेकुलरिज्म का, आज लाल और गेरुआ एक हो गया। होने दो, हम लोग रहेगा, हम अकेला नहीं आएगा, हम अकेला एक तो है। हम लोग लड़ते हैं जिंदगी से, हम लोग लड़ते हैं हमारा जम से। हमारा जन कबूल है और धर्म के लिए और परंपरा के लिए और इज्जत के लिए। एक बात मालूम रखना चाहिए, पूरी को बुरा लिखना कि हर तब्दील से पहले खुदा बनने से खुद पूछिए खुदा से ही रोजा क्या है। हमारा रोजा ये है कि हम सबको लेके चलेंगे, सबका साथ जाएंगे। आपका झूठा स्लोगन सबका साथ, सबका विकास, आज कोई देख के माइनॉरिटी को देख के आप पिछाते हैं। कोई जगह में कोई माइनॉरिटी होता है, कोई मेजोरिटी होता है। मेजोरिटी का एक धर्म होता है माइनॉरिटी के प्रोटेक्शन करना, और माइनॉरिटी का धर्म होता है मेजोरिटी को साथ रहना, एक साथ ले रहना। यही हमारा परंपरा है।
Also being joined by my colleague Ridhita, live from the Bangla newsroom. Ridhita, a stern warning issued by Mamata Banerjee against any riots that might take place ahead of Eid or during the Eid celebrations. However, it comes in the face of a completely peaceful West Bengal. Talk to us about it, Ridhita.
Correct. As we see today morning at the Red Road, half an hour before, when Mamata Banerjee had gone to attend the prayer, she has given out a speech completely stating that TMC is not part of any riots, but indicating towards two parties. She has mentioned two colors, saffron and red, and stated that these two colors are behind any riots which is created in West Bengal. And she says that people should not fall a trap of it, but just to bring into the notice, when Hindus are being repetitively attacked in West Bengal, yesterday we had seen in Mothabari, Malda, Hindus were repeatedly attacked. Ram Navami is being stopped. That is the time when Mamata Banerjee, the Sopuba, the police minister of the state, has no voice. The police is not in action. The police is still to decide about what steps and what measures will be taken.
Ridhita, requesting you to hold your thoughts there. We're also being joined by Shukanta Majumdar to get us more updates into the matter. Thank you for speaking to Republic. Please speak to us about the statements which have been made by Mamata Banerjee, especially claiming that the Saffron Party will be behind any riots that might unfold in the state.
See, this is the duty of a state, a chief minister of a state to maintain the law and order. I would like to challenge Mamata Banerjee. Anywhere where the riot has been instigated, is there any proof that any BJP leader has used derogative words or that kind of word which provoke the riot in that area? Even yesterday, I was in Mothabari of Malda district. I was actually obstructed by the police not to visit Mothabari. Ask Mamata Banerjee and her administration, when the BJP leader, which BJP leader provoked this? Mamata Banerjee is provoking the riot in the state of West Bengal because it suits her. She knows better than us that the 100% polarization of the Muslims is very obvious and very easily can be done in the state of West Bengal, not only the state of West Bengal, throughout the country. But Hindus are always remain not polarized because by birth Hindus are secular. So that's why Mamata Banerjee, to win the election, Mamata Banerjee knows the situation, the ground level situation is very bad. The Janta, that is the common public, they are ready to vote against Mamata Banerjee. That's why Mamata Banerjee is creating this kind of tension, polarizing the vote.
Right. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast and getting us those details and your insights. We truly appreciate it. Circling back to my colleague Ridhita, who continues to join us live on the broadcast. Ridhita, please pick up from the last thought that you had left. Speak to us about the matter. Ridhita.
Exactly what the Union Minister Shukanta Majumdar stated, that yesterday he was also present at the Mothabari area where this polarization and conflicts regarding Ram Navami had erupted, and that is what we were speaking to you about, that the police in West Bengal, the Chief Minister, the Police Minister Chief Mamata Banerjee is not very clear about what steps and precautions the security purpose should be taken on Ram Navami, and on that day on Eid, she is saying that there is only one color who indicates or erupts riots in West Bengal, and TMC is nowhere related to it. She has clearly mentioned the two colors of red and saffron, stating they are the creators of riots, and she has also stated that Sabka Saath Sabka Vikas, the tagline for the Saffron Party, is a complete lie. She has said, let people shout, let them shout, the commoner should not be participating in it, and she's saying that the communal violence is only created by the Saffron Party because the TMC is completely in support of of all the religions. She has also brought up her thoughts on which she was attacked in the at the Kellogg University, where I beg your pardon, at the Kellogg College of Oxford University. She was on the attack on what Hindus, how safe are Hindus currently in West Bengal is. On that she has said that I am for all, I am for Muslim, Christian, everyone. And she has brought up that context today, stating that on an abroad visit of mine, I have said that I am equal to everyone, but it is only one party which is targeting West Bengal and making it a zone of riots. Back to you.
Right, Ridhita. Thanks very much for joining us on the broadcast and getting us those details into the matter. For now, viewers, it's time to shift focus. Sonia Gandhi has slammed the new education policy, saying that the policy of 2020 hides the reality of the 3 C's that haunt the Indian education today. In fact, the senior Congress leader has also said that these 3 C's are commercialization through private sector, the centralization of power, and communalization of textbooks, curriculum, and institutions. The former Congress president Sonia Gandhi launched a scathing attack at the BJP-led central government, accusing it of quote-unquote imposing the National Education Policy 2020 without adequate consultation and prioritizing political objectives over educational welfare.
In fact, she also said that the government's core agenda to push for a new education policy is that of centralization, commercialization, and even communalization. This comes just 6 days after Congress's Rahul Gandhi also took a swipe at the BJP, saying that the future of education of youth and children in India will go for a toss if it is given in the hands of the BJP, who is looking to implement the new education policy. And now, in the latest, former Congress President Sonia Gandhi has stepped into Congress's attack against the BJP-led central government, accusing the government of imposing the National Education Policy 2020 without adequate consultation or even for prioritizing political objectives over educational welfare. Also being joined by my colleague Riyanka live on the broadcast to get us more information. Riyanka, Sonia Gandhi has hopped onto the bandwagon of criticizing the new education policy, and this time this is a scathing attack. Talk to us about it, Riyanka.
Well, what we know at the moment is that Sonia Gandhi has gone ahead and slammed the Indian education, and she has very precisely mentioned the 3 C's that haunt the Indian education today, and the 3-point agenda of the government of the day, she says, is leading to damaging the consequences in the domain of education. And what we understand at this point in time, that Sonia Gandhi has clearly written that these 3 C's include the centralization.
These 3 C's include the centralization of power with the union government. She says that the commercialization and the outsourcing of the investments in education to private sector, and lastly the criminalization of textbooks, curriculum and institutions. In fact, she has written an entire editorial in one of the national dailies, one of the leading newspapers, and very clearly mentioned that the central government has not even gone ahead and discussed this particular policy, the new education policy 2020, with before implementing with the state governments. And Sonia Gandhi has clearly said that the central government does not want to hear the voices of the state governments as well as the voices of the opposition at the moment, and they want to probably do what exactly at this point in time, one particular situation with the government which itself goes ahead and plans to do on its own, when clearly we can see the Congress at this point in time now blaming and slamming the center for the new education policy. Recently, we had seen the language row also kicked off from the side of the Congress party, and now it's the problem the Congress is having with the centralization of power with the central government, with the BJP in the education policy. So now we have to wait and see what is the response coming in from the side of the center on what Sonia Gandhi has written. On the other hand, she clearly says that the education system in our country is currently facing a huge crisis.
Right, Priyanka, thanks very much for getting in those information for us on the broadcast. In fact, I also want to inquire, this entire resistance against the new education policy is not new. It comes right after 6 days of when Rahul Gandhi also criticized the policy to begin with. If you could track that trajectory for our viewers as well, because that very much sets in context today's statement which was made by Sonia Gandhi.
We have seen time and again the Congress party, be it Rahul Gandhi or Sonia Gandhi, has been raising their opposition towards the new education policy that has been brought by the centre. In fact, in the past as well, there was several statements that was made to criticise the government's new education policy, and we have, of course, seen, as you rightly mentioned, Rahul Gandhi also, somewhere slamming all the steps that have been taken by the central government, and followed by Sonia Gandhi. Message, the editorial, where she clearly mentions that there are 3 C's which are haunting the education system today. So we are clearly awaiting the response coming in from the BJP.
Right, Priyanka. Thanks very much again for getting us that information. In fact, viewers, we're also being joined by Congress's spokesperson Udit Raj to get us more updates into the matter. Thank you for speaking to Republic. This big statement made by former Congress President Sonia Gandhi, where she has said that the government is only introducing NEP for vested interests, and that too it is being done without prior, back and forth with the governments, with the state governments, or any discussions on the new education policy. Your take on this, please.
See, what happened, number one, I come to it, that centralization means that without taking states into confidence, is a unilateral action on the part of central government to frame this new education policy, and that is why there is a huge reaction from southern India imposing language on them. And secondly, of course, the way the syllabi are being communalized, that is very obvious. And whatever the contents earlier were taught, those contents are being deleted, and those were non-communal, and those were very human and rational, but they are being driven out of syllabus. And of course, centralization and commercialization. What is happening is that now the education, good education, gone beyond common people, and private universities are charging very hefty fees. Even public schools, mushrooming growth is that they are very, very expensive. What happened that only richers or upper middle class or elites or high net worth individuals are in position to get the education. And yesterday I was there in Bihar, and I'm told that, of course, after the COVID, most of the students from poor background, they have switched over to government school, whereas their children used to study in public school, because public school education fee is very, very exorbitant. So that's
Udit, requesting you to continue being with us. I heard you there, requesting you to please continue being with us. We're also being joined by BJP's Nalin Kohli to get an insight, a counter insight into what has been said by Sonia Gandhi. Nalin Kohli, thanks for speaking to Republic. Your first reaction to Sonia Gandhi's statement, please.
Several things have to be noted. Ever since Prime Minister Modi's government has come and been voted in by the people of India from 2014, then in 19, then in 24, one finds that the Congress party has assumed the role of opposition in the manner of only opposing everything. I have not at least recalled them speaking anything good. They criticize anything and everything. That's particularly true for the Congress First Family, Sonia ji, Rahul ji, Priyanka ji, their top leaders. So it's an incessant criticism. Even while the nation is marching ahead, while people are constantly blessing the work of Prime Minister Modi's government, election after election, the BJP is winning. But the Congress party seems to be in a time warp where they feel that they should only criticize. Second, there may be the motive of it that somehow to support the stand of their ally in Tamil Nadu, the DMK. One notes that when the DMK spoke, for example, the senior leaders called Sanatan Dharma disease, then the Congress party chose silence. So the Congress party, I think, is making only a political statement without any basis. Their political statement is purely with the objective to criticize the BJP and any action or policy of the Prime Minister Modi's government. And the people of India, of course, view these things separately, but it's up to the Congress party to take any line that it wishes to take.
Right. Mr. Nalin Kohli, in fact, also I would like to ask you, Mr. Udit also just mentioned, and Sonia Gandhi, needless to say, said that this is also being done for the communalization of textbooks, a certain part of history being completely erased and a new one being brought in. What do you have to say about that, especially bringing it in the context of the fact that the history which is being tried to pool in right now by the side of the central government was completely absent from the textbooks for so long?
History is very varied, and India's history was not restricted to one family. I mean, as long as anybody who studied history through the last 30, 40 years, it seemed in this country the only thing that ever happened was under Prime Minister Nehru, and everything that would be named would be after Prime Minister Nehru, Indira Ji. Now, they are prime ministers who have served this country. In fact, if you recall, when Prime Minister Modi suggested we should have a national museum, the Pradhan Mantri Sangrahalaya, the Congress party is the one that opposed it the most. It almost seemed that they did not want other Prime Ministers of India, who are great sons of India, that they should also get any recognition. Take the case of P.V. Narasimha Rao ji. I mean, he was a Congress Prime Minister, and the Congress went out of the way to ensure that his legacy. In fact, they didn't even give him a proper funeral. I mean, it was not done in Delhi. His body had to be flown to Hyderabad, as one recalls. So the Congress party had a skewed history, and because they had a skewed and a sort of a vision to how history should be seen only from the Nehru-Gandhi perspective, they also, from their political perspective, glorify certain rulers in India. Now, for example, certainly the Mughals, or the entire history from 1080 till to 1707, when Aurangzeb dies, is part of India's history, but there's so much more in addition to it, and even earlier to it. Why don't we study about, say, in national history, about the Chalukyas, or the Cholas, or the Gupta dynasty in great detail?
Paucity of time right there,
so
but
much more to it.
yes. But thank you for getting us your insights, Mr. Udit. Coming to you after this, your response on Mr. Nalin's and BJP's take on the entire matter, especially the statement that has come from your party's senior leadership.
I'll just make a very short comment that will they include that history also where our Niger and RSS condemned the constitution framed by Dr. Ambedkar. I think that they should also include in new education policy, and that too in the history book. Thank you.
Right, Mr. Udit, thanks very much for joining us on the broadcast with those details. Viewers, for now, will be shifting focus and tracking other stories. A low-intensity blast occurred at a mosque in Maharashtra's B district on Sunday. According to the police, no person was injured in the explosion, which occurred at around 2:30 in the AM. Police have also arrested 2 persons in connection with the incident. Here's a report that gets you all the details. Take a look.
A low-intensity explosion occurred in a mosque in Maharashtra's B district in the Vias on Sunday. Although no injuries were reported, the explosion caused cracks in the structure. Two people have been arrested for allegedly planting the gelatin sticks inside the mosque. The accused have been identified as Vijay Rama Gavane and Sriram Ashok Sagre. Meanwhile, Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis informed that the government has now found out the perpetrators.
उसकी जानकारी मिली है, किसने किया है ये भी जानकारी मिली है, उसकी बाकी जानकारी वहाँ के जो एसपी है वो प्रेस लेकर देंगे.
Soon after, a political blame game erupted, with the AIMIM accusing BJP's hate speech as the motivation behind such acts.
किसने इनको इतना बढ़ावा दिया? ये किससे प्रोत्साहित होते? ये उन्हीं नफरती भाषणों के बयानों से जो बीजेपी के नेता आए दिन देते उससे प्रोत्साहित हो जाते हैं कि हम मस्जिद में घुस के मारेंगे. अब ऐसे 2-4 नमूने चले जाते हैं और इस तरह से आप धमाका करते हो. मस्जिद को कितना आपने नुकसान पहुंचाया, वहां की दीवार को डैमेज हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया. तो ये किस दिशा में लेके जाना चाहते हो?
In an earlier incident, one of the accused posted a video of him holding the gelatin stick on his social media account, which led to his and Sagre's arrest.
We were shifting focus and tracking a story from Uttar Pradesh's Noida. A Lamborghini car rammed into 2 labourers in Noida's Sector 94 on Sunday. roundabout, causing serious injuries to the victims. A video of the accident has also surfaced, wherein the driver of the Lamborghini was captured asking rather nonchalantly whether someone died post the accident when he was confronted by the people present at the site. During the preliminary inquiry, it was found that the car driven by the accused Deepak did not even belong to him, and it was registered in the name of Mridul, a Noida-based resident and also a YouTuber. The police have now filed a case under the relevant sections based on the complaints of the victims at Sector 126 police station. In fact, the witnesses at the scene claimed that the car was speeding and was driven recklessly, leading to a clash. A probe has also been initiated into the incident. Authorities have seized the Lamborghini involved in the accident and are taking further legal action. In fact, Republic continues to bring you all the latest updates from the ground.
देख उधर, पुलिस को बुलाओ पहले, पुलिस को बुलाओ भैया। अभी तुम्हारा गाड़ी किसका लग गई? मैं कुछ नहीं। भैया पुलिस को बुलाओ। भाग नहीं पाई। अरे रेस मारती गाड़ी। रेस तुम कितना है? अरे मैं से यहाँ पे रेस लेटर देते हुए आ रहे हो। हल्का सा दिए हो। देख उधर, पुलिस को बुलाओ पहले, पुलिस को।
Has been intensified to its full swing on day 9 of the operation as 3 Jesh terrorists were spotted at the residence of a civilian asking for food, after which the forces were informed. Today, Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir Manoj Sinha will also be visiting the residence of all 4 martyrs. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते थे।
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say. नए Orient fans, they are super silent with voice control.
अच्छा वो वाले फैंस। I thought
Cricket fans, यार तुम अपने पॉडकास्ट के चक्कर में मुझे मरवाओगे क्या? The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
क्या भाई स्टंट ज्यादा सीख लिए? स्टंट ज्यादा सीख लिए? कितना आदमी मरा पता है? कोई मर गया इधर, कोई मर गया इधर। तो क्या देख उधर, पुलिस को बुलाओ पहले, पुलिस को बुलाओ भैया। अभी तुम्हारा गाड़ी किसका लग गई?
India's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. watching Republic.
Mamata Banerjee fearmongers on Eid, says provocations are being made to fuel riots. Sonia Gandhi slams national education policy, says the NEP policy hides the reality of the 3 C's that haunt Indian education today. Lamborghini rams into 2 pedestrians in Noida. Arrogant driver arrested by police. Comes clean during the interrogation. Kerala Catholic bishop puts weight behind the centre's Waqf bill, urges MPs of the state to vote for the bill. Nepal government slashes former king's security network, revokes king's passport. Viewers, breaking news coming in. More support pouring in for the Waqf Amendment Bill. Now, after we saw that Catholic Bishop Council had extended support, now we have Ajmer Dargah supporting the Waqf Bill. The main Chishti of the Ajmer Sharif Dargah has come out and extended support to the Waqf Bill. Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju has also hailed this support that the Ajmer Dargah Sharif Chishti has put behind the Waqf Bill, and now it has been highlighted in a detailed article in a news daily. The Ajmer Dargah Sharif Chishti has come forward and highlighted the need of the Waqf Amendment Bill and management of the Waqf property. He highlighted that it ensures and fulfills the intended purpose and has advocated for these changes. And as I said, Kiran Rijiju, after hailing the weight that the Catholic bishop community had put, he has also welcomed dearly. We have also welcomed dearly the support that has been extended by the Ajmer Dargah Sharif. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Ashwin. Ashwin, now we're seeing more support coming in for the Waqf Amendment Bill. After we saw that the Catholic bishop community over there in Kerala has urged all the MPs in the state to come out and vote in favor of the Waqf Amendment Bill. Now we have Ajmer Dargah Sharif as well coming forward and extending support. Ashwin.
Well, in fact, the support that has been rendered by the Catholic, the Bishop Council is it's a very important step in this direction. In fact, they have stated that without any kind of amendment that has been brought in the existing Waqf bill, it is very difficult for around 600 families, most of them Christian families in Munambam, to claim ownership of the land which they rightfully own. And they have said that this existing Waqf amendment, Waqf law is definitely injustice that has been meted out to the community. The council has also stated that they will be sending individual letters to all the Kerala MPs who has been otherwise protesting against this amendment. In fact, this will put all the MPs in a tight spot as well. There are 18 UDF MLAs in the parliament, and then they will also be sending a letter to them individually as well. So certainly, while the politicians representing from Kerala are not in support of the amendment, certainly a large number of civic society is certainly coming out and supporting the amendment of the Waqf bill, and certainly that is something interesting development that is happening in the story. Back to you.
Yes, Ashwin. Ashwin, thank you for those details. We'll keep coming back to you. But joining me live on this broadcast is also my colleague, Riyanka. She's live from New Delhi. Riyanka, we've seen how the All India Muslim Personal Law Board has been protesting against the Waqf bill. They're saying that if this bill is brought in, it's going to compromise the fundamental rights of the Muslim community. But now here we have the Ajmer Dargah Sharif Chief Chishti. He's saying that the Waqf Amendment Bill is imperative and that it will do justice. Riyanka.
Well, we have been talking about the opposition that have been growing for the Waqf Amendment Bill. But, a very interesting development coming in with the Ajmer Sharif Dargah Chief, who has now come out in support of the Waqf Amendment Bill. And this is somewhere going to be solidifying the centre's vow to reform the Waqf and be it better for a benefit of the broader society of the Muslim community. We had since the starting knew that the Muslim community seems to be divided. In one hand, we know the All India Muslim Personal Law Board had been protesting. They have announced a nationwide protest in order to oppose this particular bill, the amendments that have been adopted in this particular bill. But very important development with the Ajmer Sharif Dargah Chief coming out and very clearly saying that it is an important reform that is been required for a very, very long time in order to somewhere see that there has to be proper measurements taken, there has to be proper steps taken in terms of the Waqf properties, and it is also going to be giving in a huge push. And at this point in time, we are all awaiting the Waqf Amendment Bill to be passed in the Parliament. That is going to be also an interesting development which we will be seeing in the days to come. But yes, at this point in time, Kiren Rijiju has also lauded the entire efforts that have been made, and he's also said that it is very important that this particular bill be...
Riyanka, thank you for those details. Stay with us, both of you. Riyanka and Ashwin, stay with us. We also have Ajay Alok joining us live on this broadcast. He's the national spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Mr. Alok, we've seen how the All India Muslim Personal Law Board and politicians of the likes of Mr. Owaisi have been coming forward and denouncing Waqf. But now we have the Ajmer Dargah Sharif Chief asserting that that Waqf Amendment Bill will do justice with the Muslim community. And in the similar fashion, we have the Catholic Bishop community of the Kerala urging MPs to vote in the favor of a Waqf Amendment Bill. How do you see that, sir?
Let me tell you, this All India Muslim Personal Law Board, also being Owaisi, they are nothing. They are just bunch of this, contractors of Muslim community who have exploited all the resources of the Muslims. Waqf is nothing concerned with the ordinary Muslim community who's living as what we call as Pasmanda. They have just grabbed the Waqf property and they are building their mansions and they are earning crores of rupees in terms of revenue by building their malls and all everything. So they don't want the Waqf control to let off from their hand. But it's a high time that the reform is needed, and all the Waqf property should be utilized for the whole Muslim community rather than utilizing it for just 200 families all across India. This is the problem of Waqf, for what the government is committed.
Well, sir, now this kind of support that the Waqf Amendment Bill is now garnering from all quarters of the country, and it is just ahead of this bill be introduced in the Parliament for the passing. How do you see that, sir? It's going to augment the bid of the BJP over there on the House?
Well, first of all, today is Eid, so happy to all the Muslim brothers and sisters. And let me tell you, this Waqf bill will be passed in the Parliament in the coming days, and it's going to help all the Muslim Brotherhood all across India. Rather, those 200 families who are weeping over this Waqf bill, but it's not going to dampen our spirits, and we have the enough majority, and people all across the board are supporting this Waqf bill. Let the voting come, let the voting begin, and we'll see many more people will join the board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Alok, for your opinion over there. We'll keep coming back to you as the Waqf Amendment Bill, viewers, is garnering major support I'm still joined by my colleague Riyanka over there. Riyanka, we've seen in the past as to how the opposition parties have been categorizing the fact that how Waqf Amendment Bill is going to cost the fundamental rights of the certain community. But now it is the Ajmer Dargah Sharif chief. He's saying that this is going to do justice. And remember, Kiran Rijiju had also highlighted that there is over 900 acres of land that has been illegally encroached by Waqf. Riyanka.
Well, that is exactly the motive of the central government to bring in amendments because there have been several illegal encroachment, of the Waqf properties, and there has to be some sort of a scrutiny done for that sake, which is why several amendments have been adopted. The government is full-fledged moving forward to pass this particular bill in the parliament, but somewhere there is also an opposition growing in from the side of several parties, including the major opposition parties, the Samajwadi Party, the Trinamool Congress, the AIMIM, and also joining the bandwagon is the All India Muslim Personal Law Board, who has in fact been protesting in the entire nation, in Delhi, in Patna, in Kolkata, in Gujarat. But very importantly, as I was rightly mentioning earlier as well, a statement coming in from the Ajmer Sharif Dargah chief at this point in time, who says that it is important, it's high time that there has to be justice served to the Muslim community for their benefit, and also Kiran Rijiju raising the fact that the Waqf holds huge potential to give immense benefit to the Muslim community and give it a broader, societal position. So this is very important development coming in, and we are going to be keeping a very, very close eye on all the, reactions come in, and of course a smooth passage of this particular bill in the parliament.
Absolutely, Riyanka. We'll keep a very close watch on what's going to happen in the last week of the remaining of the parliament session that will resume from tomorrow. Thank you, both of you, Ashwin and Riyanka. Now, viewers, the Bharatiya Janata Party in all has welcomed this support coming in from the Kerala Bishop community and from Ajmer Dargah Sharif. Listen in.
A big blow to the Bhadkana Bhekana Committee, BBC Committee, by the KCBC, Kerala Catholic Bishops' Council, a prominent and influential body which has come out in support of the Waqf Amendment Act and has said that all the MPs of Kerala state should vote in favor of it. Now those who are trying to make the Waqf Amendment issue a majority versus minority, Hindu versus Muslim issue, it is a tight, resounding slap on their face. The KCBC, the Catholic community themselves are bhugtbhogis of the unconstitutional, extra-constitutional land-grabbing powers of the Waqf. Waqf claims whatever land it likes. Taj Mahal, Eden Garden, Mahakumbh, 1500-year-old temple has been claimed. Vijaypura, farmers' lands have been claimed. Catholic lands have been claimed. Church lands have been claimed. Now, even they are saying that this should stop. But unfortunately, there is one lobby जिनका काम केवल दंगे भड़काना, आग लगाना, propaganda फैलाना. That Bhadkao Bhaijan committee is saying that we will create Shaheen Bagh across the country. The Congress, the left, the MIM, the AIMPLB, Samajwadi Party, Trinamool Congress, all are part of this.
Well, viewers, we'll shift our focus to now in the state of Maharashtra, where a low-intensity blast had occurred at a mosque in Maharashtra Beed district on Sunday. Now, according to the police, the person injured in the explosion, which occurred at around 2:30, has been arrested. Now, two persons in the connection with the incident, a parallel probe now has been launched by the Maharashtra ATS in the matter. Now, remember, gelatin sticks were used in this low-intensity blast, and with the Maharashtra ATS coming in, viewers, it indicates that they are going to probe the terror angle as well in the entire matter. So the terror angle has not been ruled out, and with the participation of Maharashtra ATS, all hands on deck to figure out as to who was the mastermind behind carrying out this low-intensity blast. Viewers, the swift action was taken when one person has been arrested so far, but a detailed investigation in this matter has been initiated with Maharashtra ATS joining in and getting on board in this investigation. Joining us live on this broadcast is my colleague Sandeep. Now, Sandeep, the Maharashtra ATS has been brought in to investigate the matter. What more can you tell us?
Yes, as far as this case is concerned, incident happened yesterday night at around 2:30 a.m. and in fact, two people have been arrested by the Beed police in this very case for doing the gelatin blast in this very case. So ultimately now Maharashtra ATS has launched a parallel probe in this very case, and they will in fact interrogate those two people who are involved in this very blast. Definitely the course of interrogation would be from where these gelatin sticks were in fact procured. Not only that, is there any other mastermind? In fact, where did these people learn to make this kind of a gelatin bomb? So ultimately, there are various angles that would be in fact investigated by Maharashtra ATS. There are high chances that the National Investigating Agency, that is NIA, would step into this very case. But initially, the ATS has launched the initial probe in this very matter.
Well, thank you, Sandeep, for those details. We'll keep coming back to you. As with Maharashtra ATS participation in this entire investigation, it does hint that there could be a terror group behind this low-intensity attack that took place in the Beed district of Maharashtra. Now, viewers, let's shift our focus on what's happening in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, where the anti-terror operations in Kathuwa district have entered day 9, viewers, and the security forces have intensified their search for the suspected Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. J&K police and the special operation group are focusing on combing the forest and rivering routes as part of their efforts. Additional J&K forces have also been deployed now. Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha is also set to visit the residences of the 4 martyrs who lost their life during the ongoing operation in Kathuwa's Jammu and Kashmir and Riyasi. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Gursimran. Now, Gursimran, ahead of that very crucial meeting that is slated with Union Home Minister Amit Shah, the Lieutenant Governor is also going to visit the residences of the martyrs as well. So we can see the administration on the forefront taking control of the situation. The operation has entered day 9. How far along have we gone forward in finding those 3 remaining terrorists?
See, right now we are in the marine village of Kathuwa, where the residents of Braveheart
family, as this family is bestowed with the historic Victoria Park, by Britishers.
By the Britishers during the World War I Victoria Cross that was given to his family. And as we speak, the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha, is set to arrive here at the residence of this Braveheart. Important to mention that it was on the 23rd of March when the encounter first broke out in the Hiranagar, followed by the another encounter that was on the 26th of this month. It was a group of Jaish terrorists who were 5 in numbers. They tried to target the security forces. 2 terrorists were neutralized by the security forces in the initial encounter, but 4 Bravehearts of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they attained the martyrdom. The visuals that Sarjeevan is showing you are from the residence of Braveheart of the Jammu and Kashmir police, Selection Grade Constable Balvinder Singh, who made the supreme sacrifice, becoming the 4th from his family to made the supreme sacrifice. First was his great-grandfather Prakash Singh Chib, who made the supreme sacrifice during the World War I. And as Sarjeevan is showing you the visuals, the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha is scheduled to arrive here. It's the first you will see in the visuals is the Divisional Commissioner of the Jammu region, Ramesh Kumar, along with the other officials, SSP Kathuwa, they are arriving here at the residence of this Braveheart. Important to mention that 4 Bravehearts, including the head constable of the Jammu and Kashmir police, head constable Jagbir Singh, who is from the Khod area of Aknoor, and 3 selection grade constables, Balvinder Singh from Marine, and the other officials, they have made the supreme sacrifice. That is also the top officials are now arriving. It includes the IGP Jammu Zone, Bhimsen Tuti, along with the DIG JKS Shiv Kumar Sharma. All the officials are arriving here. In a minute's time, we are told that the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha will be arriving here. He will be meeting the family members, and it is also expected that today the Lieutenant Governor will also make the announcement that the family will be given the government job, as well as yesterday we saw the Prime Minister's office, Minister of State Dr. Jitendra Singh also announced that there will be a Shaheed Smark memorial that will be built in the memory of these brave hearts who have fallen in the line of the Lieutenant Governor Manoj, residents of this brave heart. Important to mention that this operation, it's the 9th day of the operation. These are the visuals. Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha arriving at the residence of martyr of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, Balwinder Singh LG, has arrived here. It's important to mention that today LG will be visiting the residence of all 4 brave hearts of the Jammu and Kashmir Police who have made the supreme sacrifice, and after this the LG will be going towards the second house of the martyr, that is in the Londi area of Kathua, and then to Jammu's court, followed by his visit to the Katra later in the evening at around 7 in the evening. But today it's the LG Manoj Sinha visual. Sir Jeevan is showing you from the ground zero. LG is entering now the residence of Braveheart, and he will be speaking with the family members. Sir Jeevan, I'll request Sir Jeevan to keep showing you the visuals from the residence that LG Manoj Sinha is now meeting the family members. These are the visuals that you are seeing from here, the ground zero, where the LG will be going to visit the residence, and I'll request Sir Jeevan to come this way. It's important to mention that this group is of 5 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. All the 5 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists are Pakistanis, and 2 of them have been neutralized by the security forces in the operation. And today is the day 9th of the operation, where the sustained efforts are continuing to neutralize these terrorists in the area. 3 terrorists are believed to have been active even now, because yesterday they were spotted at a local's house where they were demanding the food, and after taking the food they went away. Now the security forces have launched a large-scale anti-terror operation to neutralize these terrorists, and now Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha has gone inside the residence of martyr Head Constable Balwinder Singh and is speaking to the family members as we speak from outside. LG is expected also to hand over the appointment letter of for the government job to the family members of this brave heart of the Jammu and Kashmir Police who has made the supreme sacrifice. If we go into the details of this operation was launched in the upper areas of Kathua, that is in the Rajbagh Safana area, where the in charge of the police post Safana, he was the first to make the supreme sacrifice as he was leading the team. It was the head constable Jagbir Singh from the Kathua, from the Akhnur area of the Jammu. The 3 martyrdoms that come from the selection grade constables were of the selection grade constable Balwinder Singh, who is from the Marine area. The second was Head Constable Jaswant Singh, who was from the Londi area, and third was Tariq Ahmed, selection grade constable from the Katra area of Riasi. They 4 made the supreme sacrifice, and now the Lieutenant Governor is visiting the families. Lieutenant Governor administration has made it amply clear to the people that no terrorist will be spared, and the massive anti-terror operations have been launched in the area as we speak. And important to mention that the anti-terror operations have now entered the day 9, and we will be continuing with this rolling coverage right from the ground zero on Republic TV after this short break.
Under Operation Brahma, the Indian Army, in coordination with the Ministry of External Affairs, continues its humanitarian assistance in Myanmar. Convoy carrying 110 Indian Army Field Hospital personnel, 13 NDRF members and essential medical supplies is en route to Mandalay. The movement involves 15 military trucks from the Myanmar Army, 3 buses and 7 vehicles from the Indian contingent. This follows the earlier arrival of a coordination team via MAF aircraft, which engaged with Myanmar authorities, including the Chief Minister of Mandalay Division and Lieutenant General Meo Mo Aung. The Indian Army's field hospital is being set up at the old Mandalay airfield, where an existing 200-bed hospital is being prepared for operations. The facility will provide critical medical care to affected civilians as relief efforts continue.
क्या भाई स्टंट ज्यादा सीख लिए स्टंट ज्यादा सीख लिए कितना आदमी मरा पता है मर गया इधर मर गया इधर तो क्या देख उधर पुलिस को बुलाओ पहले पुलिस को बुलाओ भैया अभी तुम्हारा गाड़ी किसका लग गई अरे मैं कुछ नहीं भैया पुलिस को बुलाओ भाग नहीं पाए अरे रेस मारती गाड़ी रेस तुम कितना अरे मैं से यहाँ पर रेस लेटर देते हुए आ रहे हो हल्का सा दिए हो
इलाज करवाओ ना हॉस्पिटल ले जाओ
नोएडा सेक्टर 94 के चरके चौराहे के पास दर्दनाक सड़क हादसा हुआ। तेज रफ्तार लैम्बोर्गिनी कार ने 2 मजदूरों को जोरदार टक्कर मार दी, जिसके बाद दोनों मजदूर मौके पे गंभीर रूप से घायल हो गए। इस वक्त मैं घटनास्थल पे मौजूद हूँ। पहले तो मैं तस्वीरों के माध्यम से एक बार बताना चाहूँगा, इस ओर से काफ़ी स्पीड में लैम्बोर्गिनी कार आ रही थी। इसी जगह पे गाड़ी का संतुलन खोया जाता है। तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं टायर के जो मार्क्स हैं वो आपको यहाँ पर नजर आ रहे होंगे।
A man named Deepak rammed his second-hand red car Lamborghini, injuring 2 laborers in the Sector 94 area. Currently, he has been detained by Noida Sector 126 police and a case has been registered. Stay tuned as we bring in more details from Ground Zero. We will be back after a short break. Keep watching Republic TV.
watching Republic TV. I am Gesu Bharadwaj, and former Congress President Sonia Gandhi has hit out on the national education policy and the BJP-led central government for the same. Tracking that and a lot more for you, but first a quick check on the headlines. Mamata Banerjee, fearmongers on Eid, says provocations are being made to fuel riots. Sonia Gandhi slams national education policy, says the 2020 policy hides the reality of the 3 C's that haunt the Indian education today. A Lamborghini rammed into 2 pedestrians in Noida. Arrogant driver arrested by the police comes clean in police examination. Kerala Catholic bishops put weight behind centre's Waqf bill, urge MPs to vote in the favour of the bill. Nepal government slashes a former king's security network, revokes king's passport. Viewers, shifting focus to Jammu and Kashmir, where Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha is meeting the families of the 4 police personnel of the Jammu and Kashmir police who were killed in action during the anti-terror operations in Katwa. Now remember, the anti-terror operations in Jammu and Kashmir's Katwa district have entered day 9 as security forces have intensified their search for the suspected Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. In fact, these operations, which have been going on for 9 days, also involve combing operations. In fact, teams from the Indian Army, the Special Forces of the Indian Army, the Jammu and Kashmir Police, in fact also the CRPF are leading the operation from the front along with the National Security Guard. We're also being joined by my colleague Gursimran live on the broadcast to get us more information. Gursimran, talk to us about the crucial meeting where LG, Lieutenant Governor Sinha has gone to meet the families of the 4 police personnel who were killed in action.
Yes, as we speak, Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha has met the family of the Braveheart. He is scheduled to meet families of all 4 Bravehearts who have given the life on the line of duty in the encounter in the Kathuwa district. And first he has met the Selection Grade Constable Balwinder Singh's family, wherein the family has demanded that there should be a government job that be given to his wife, and also a statue be built in the memory of this Braveheart, along with renaming of a government school, to which the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha has principally agreed to all their demands and said that the school will be named after this Braveheart, and also Shaheed Memorial will be built on his name. It's important to mention that now LG is heading towards the house of 2nd martyr of the Jammu and Kashmir Police. It's the Selection Grade Constable Jaswant Singh, who lives roughly a 15 minutes distance from this very place. And then LG will be going to the house of Head Constable of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, Jagbir Singh, who made the supreme sacrifice, and then at last to the house of Selection Grade Constable of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, who has attained martyrdom in the ongoing operation. He was from the Katra area of the Riyasi. The LG has made it amply clear to the family that the forces and the LG administration stands firmly with the families of those Bravehearts who have made the supreme sacrifice, and they will ensure that the families are taken care of, but also that a befitting reply will be given to those who have done this mischief. That is, the terrorist will be neutralized as the operation continues for the day 9.
Right, Gursimran. In fact, you've been tracking the story closely. Just a few days back, you were also tracking, the rattling ceremony for us of one of the 4 police personnel who were killed in action. Talk to us about what the environment looks like. What is the response of the family since you are on ground zero?
See, we spoke to his uncle Karnail Singh, who is also a retired Subedar from the Indian Army, and he said that the family has requested the Lieutenant Governor that there should be a Shaheed Memorial be built in the memory of Head Constable, of the memory of Selection Grade Constable Balvinder Singh, and also a school be named after this him, and that to which the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha, has principally agreed. Important to mention that this is the fourth martyrdom that the family has given for the country, because it all started from Prakash Singh Chib, who happens to be great-grandfather of Balvinder Singh, and he was the Victoria Cross awardee because from the Britisher side he fought in the World War I. Also, one of his cousins he also made the supreme sacrifice during World War I, and the uncle of Balvinder Singh, he made the supreme sacrifice in the Kolkata West Bengal frontier of the Border Security Force while on the line of duty during 1971 war, and this is the fourth one from this family to given his supreme sacrifice for the motherland India. And now the LG is going to meet the member of other families, that is of the Selection Grade Constable Jaswant Singh, who lives in the Kathua district itself.
Right, Gursimran, thanks for joining us on the broadcast and getting us those details. For now, viewers, it's time to shift focus to Uttar Pradesh's Noida. In fact, there, a Lamborghini rammed into two pedestrians in Noida, both of whom are critically injured. However, the police has made the arrest. The accused in question, the driver of the Lamborghini, Deepak, has been arrested by the police. In fact, examinations were also conducted, medical examinations, and it has been found that the driver, Deepak, was under no influence of alcohol while driving. In fact, a video of the accident has also surfaced wherein the driver of the Lamborghini was captured asking rather nonchalantly whether someone died post the accident when he was confronted by the people present at the site. First up, viewers, let's take a look at this full video where you can hear the accused ask the same question.
देख उधर, पुलिस को बुलाओ, पहले पुलिस को बुलाओ भैया। अभी तुम्हारा गाड़ी किसका लग गई? मैं कुछ नहीं, भैया पुलिस को बुलाओ। भाग नहीं पाई। अरे रेस मारती गाड़ी। रेस तुम कितना है? अरे मैं से यहाँ पे रेस लेटर देते हुए आ रहे हो। हल्का सा दिए हो।
Driving the vehicle during the time of the accident. In fact, it is registered in the name of Mridul, who is a resident of Noida and also a YouTuber. The police have now filed a case under the relevant sections based on the complaints of the victims at Sector 126 police station in Noida. The witnesses at the scene also claimed that the car was zooming, speeding and was being driven recklessly, leading to the crash. A probe has been initiated into the incident and authorities have seized the Lamborghini involved in the accident and are taking further legal action. In fact, now as the FIR has been registered, Republic has also spoken to the DCP of Noida on the matter. Take a listen to this conversation.
सर, किस तरीके से ये पूरा इंसिडेंट हुआ, क्या कुछ चीज़ें निकल कर आई, कितनी तेज़ ये गाड़ी चल रही थी?
इतना तेज़ क्या चल रही थी, नॉर्मल चूँकि लोग थे, भीड़ थी, इसने तेज़ गाड़ी चलाई, इसलिए दो लोगों को टक्कर लग गई उसमें से, जिनमें उनको नॉर्मल चोटें आई हैं, वो खतरे से बाहर हैं और तुरंत ही ड्राइवर को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया, गाड़ी जब्त कर ली गई और उन पर मुकदमा पंजीकृत कर दिया गया है। आगे की विधिक कार्रवाई हम कर रहे हैं।
ये ड्राइवर कौन है सर? दीपक उसका नाम है, क्या खरीदने आया था या जिसकी गाड़ी है उसका ड्राइवर? अभी तक की चीज़ों में क्या निकला सर?
उसका कहना था कि वो टेस्ट कर रहा था गाड़ी और उसी दौरान उससे लापरवाही से ये गाड़ी तेज चल गई और उसका एक्सीडेंट हो गया।
ये गाड़ी क्या है सर, किसी यूट्यूबर की है? क्योंकि काफ़ी सोशल मीडिया पे वीडियो है, मृदुल नाम का यूट्यूबर है, उसने इस गाड़ी के साथ काफ़ी वीडियोस बनाए हैं। तो अभी तक की इन्वेस्टिगेशन में क्या निकला कि उसी का ड्राइवर है या उसको बेच रहा था गाड़ी?
इससे क्या फ़र्क पड़ता है, क्योंकि कानूनन जो व्यक्ति लापरवाही पूर्वक गाड़ी चलाता है उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होती है। वो गिरफ्तार हो गया है, मुकदमा पंजीकृत है और आगे हम कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं।
दोनों ठीक हैं सर जो घायल हुए?
हाँ बिल्कुल ठीक हैं, वो दोनों खतरे से बाहर हैं।
Meanwhile, let's also hear from the victim who has revealed the ordeal of the entire incident. In fact, the family of the victim has also spoken out on the accident that took place. Take a look at this.
आपका नाम क्या है?
विकास।
कैसे आपको लगी चोट? गाड़ी की स्पीड ज़्यादा थी, रफ्तार तेज़ थी?
हम बैठे थे दोनों आदमी, तो बैठ कर खाने भी बना घर में खा रहे थे और उधर से आया, जैसा लग रहा है कि पगला के जैसा गाड़ी आ रहा है। हम लोग को उड़ते उड़ते बस गाड़ी आ गया, नहीं भाग पाए, गिर गए। तो इसमें चक्के में गाड़ी गिरा, चढ़ा दिया, चढ़ गया चक्का। अब कैसे भागेगा?
गाड़ी का चक्का पैर पे चढ़ गया?
हाँ,
भाग नहीं पाए?
हाँ, भाग नहीं पाया, भाग नहीं पाया।
तो गाड़ी की रफ्तार काफ़ी तेज़ थी?
हाँ।
तो आप कौन सी कंपनी में काम करते हो?
इसमें का
अच्छा, तो आप दोनों साथ में काम करते हो?
हम लोग ये सब साथ में काम,
परिवार के लोग भी साथ में काम करते हैं?
हाँ बाबू।
पैर के अलावा आपके चेहरे पे भी चोट लगी है?
हाँ, गिर गए थे, ऐसे हो करके पटकुनिया होकर के गिर जाते लगा है, चोट लगा है।
तो आप बैठे हुए थे तो गाड़ी ने आगे टक्कर मारी?
बैठे हुए थे हम लोग,
दोनों
बैठे थे, खाने बना करके खाएंगे तब उठ के जाएंगे।
इतनी देर में गाड़ी
बस आ गया सामने, गाड़ी भाग नहीं पाए,
टक्कर मार दी?
हाँ, भाग नहीं पाए, उठते उठते गाड़ी सट गया।
वो काम करके साइड में बैठा था, वो गाड़ी वाला आए, गाड़ी वाला इसी को ये लोग बैठे थे जिधर, बस उधरे हड़बड़े गाड़ी घुसा दिया। अब वो लोग घुसाया, बस ये लोग को ऐसा धक्का मारा कि लोग लाली में फेंका गया, उड़िया के फेंकाया, लाली में एक गिर गया और एक मेरा पिताजी चक्का चढ़ गया, में जांग टूट गया। साइड में बैठे थे, नाली का धारे में जो हाँ, नाली जो घेरता है ना, उसी के ऊपर ये लोग बैठा था। गाड़ी ऐसा जो घुसाया, गाड़ी एकदम पूरा अंदर तक, ब्रेक मारा कि नहीं मारा, ये लोग को मार दिया।
Meanwhile, the eyewitnesses present at the site during the time of the accident have also revealed how the driver was driving recklessly and speedingly. Listen into this account as well.
लाइव जुड़े हैं, आई विटनेस है, क्या देखा था, क्या हुआ था?
कुछ नहीं, मैं 4 नंबर गेट कॉफी पी रहे थे, गाड़ी भगी गई थी ना, पीछे से देखा इसने, मतलब थोड़ा स्पीड ज़्यादा थी, वहाँ से निकल के इसकी गाड़ी इसने टच कर दी थी, पीछे शिफ्ट आई थी कोई, उनके मतलब कौन था, मैं वहाँ से निकल गया था।
तो ये कितने बजे का इंसिडेंट था? कितनी स्पीड में थी गाड़ी? कुछ
मतलब होगी 100-150 स्पीड के बीच में होगी, ज़्यादा नहीं होगी।
अच्छा, इतना स्पीड में था?
हाँ जी।
तो आपकी गाड़ी, आप
जगह ठीक थी, कोई दिक्कत नहीं थी। हाँ जी।
तो क्या हुआ था वहाँ पे? जो लेबर थी, मजदूर थे, वो किस साइड पे बैठे?
इस बंदे पे सब चढ़ रहे थे, वहाँ के गार्ड जो थे इसको गाली गलौज कर रहे थे, तो मैं दूर से देख के चला गया था, मेरा कोई वो नहीं था।
गाड़ी में कोई और भी लोग थे?
नहीं, अकेला था शायद, ये साइड में बैग रखे थे।
तो आपने मौके पे थे, कोई बातचीत की हो या कुछ छुड़ाया?
कुछ नहीं, मैं पीछे कोई शिफ्ट आई थी, वो उतरे थे सारे, गाड़ी का भगे थे, मैं निकल गया था, दूर से देखते हुए चला गया था।
तो गाड़ी जिगजैग थी या काफ़ी स्पीड में थी? कुछ
गाड़ी सीधी थी, मतलब मुझे नहीं पता उसका फ़ोन पे ध्यान था, किस पे था वो पता नहीं, पर गाड़ी एकदम लगी, फिर मैं सीधा निकल गया था कि मुझे क्या मतलब, किसी गाड़ी है।
तो आपने देखा कितने लोग उसमें इंजर्ड हुए थे? कितने लोग वहाँ फुटपाथ पे बैठे थे जो मजदूर वर्कर्स थे?
मतलब कहने वाली बात है, इंजर्ड हुए नहीं, पर 2 बंदे शायद लगी थी चोट उन्हें।
कितने बजे का इंसिडेंट होगा?
दोपहर का है, 4-5 बजे का।
Viewers, let's also take a quick check of news that we're tracking from across the country. This is Bharat in 2 minutes for you. Take a look. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju welcomes Bishop's call for backing Waqf bill in the parliament. Kiran Rijiju said it is the duty of those in politics to care for and address the problems faced by the common people. He further clarified that the bill is not against any one community and that propaganda is being spread to poison the minds of some. The MOS PMO Dr. Jitendra Singh assures families of the brave hearts who made the supreme sacrifice in Katwa anti-terror operations. Dr. Singh promised jobs for the next of kin of the Jawans who were killed in action. In fact, job certificates are also likely to be issued today. Expelled BJP leader Basan Gaura Patil Yatnal refused to apologize to the BJP. He further added that the Hindu supporters of the BJP have thrown their weight behind him. Yatnal said that a party that protects Hindus is the need of the hour and that he will form the party very soon. The Delhi government will conduct audit of more than 2.6 lakh CCTV cameras installed by the PWD department during the previous AAP regime in the city. The Principal Secretary of Public Works Department sought audit of the CCTV cameras to ensure their physical verification and functional status. A fire broke out at a multi-speciality hospital in Lakshmi Nagar. 4 fire tenders rushed to the spot. Fire dousing operations are currently underway.
ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे फायर है और फायर की कॉल हॉस्पिटल में फायर की कॉल मिली थी हमें और ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे फायर थी और जो बुझा दी गई, कोई इंजर्ड नहीं है। और
टोटल कितनी गाड़ियाँ पहुँची थी?
गाड़ियाँ 4-5 पहुँची। फायर का कोई वैसा कोज वो नहीं है, आग फायर हुई है, उसको टाइमली एक्सटिंग्विश कर दिया।
Viewers, shifting focus to West Bengal, where Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has said that she will not let anybody create any communal imbalances in the state during the time of Eid, which is today. In fact, she made the big statement while addressing the Eid prayers program on Red Road in Kolkata. The Trinamool Congress Supremo also claimed, and I'm quoting it here, provocations are being made to fuel riots, but please do not fall into these traps. The West Bengal government stands with the minorities and no one can provoke tensions in the state. In fact, that's not about it. Mamata Banerjee also said that provocations are only coming from the side of the saffron and red parties. Listen in to Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's big statement.
नवरात्रि चल रहा है, मैं उसको भी शुभकामना दूंगी, लेकिन हम नहीं चाहते हैं कि इसके लिए दंगा करे। कोई आम जनता नहीं करते हैं, कोई एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी करते हैं। ये शर्म का बात है, दुख का बात है, जो लाल पार्टी पहले बड़ा बात करते थे रेगुलरिज्म का, आज लाल और गेरुआ एक हो गया। होने दो, हम लोग आएगा, हम अकेला नहीं आएगा, हम अकेला एक तो है, हम लोग लड़ते हैं जिंदगी से, हम लोग लड़ते हैं हमारा जन से, हमारा जन कौन है और धर्म के लिए और परंपरा के लिए और इज्जत के लिए। ये बात मालूम रखना चाहिए। मुझे को गुलाम इतना कि हर तब्दील से पहले खुदा बनने से खुद पूछिए, खुदा तेरी रोजा क्या है। हमारा रोजा ये है कि हम सबको लेके चलेंगे, सबका साथ जाएंगे। आपका झूठा स्लोगन सबका साथ, सबका विकास, आज कोई देख के माइनॉरिटी को देखिए आप पूछाते हैं। कोई जगह में कोई माइनॉरिटी होता है, कोई मेजोरिटी होता है। मेजोरिटी का एक धर्म होता है माइनॉरिटी के प्रोटेक्शन करना, और माइनॉरिटी का धर्म होता है मेजोरिटी को साथ रहना, एक साथ ले जाना। यही हमारा परंपरा है।
Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee urged the people of state to not fall into provocations that can fuel communal riots, and she also stressed that her government will stand with the residents, ensuring that no one can stir tensions in the state. The statement comes in wake of the Eid festival that's being celebrated today. In fact, this statement also came while her address at an Eid prayers program on Red Road in Kolkata. Mamata Banerjee also claimed that provocations are being made to fuel riots in the state. She in fact warned people to not fall into the traps of these provocations. The West Bengal government, she said, stands with the minorities and no one can provoke tensions in the state. A big statement which has been made by Mamata Banerjee. However, it's being seen as a fear-mongering statement because no incidents of violence have erupted in the state yet. However, this is the first statement that Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, made as the Eid celebrations are underway across the country. The BJP has hit back at the statement, especially on the part where she said that saffron and red parties are behind the provocations which can result into riots in the state. A big allegation made in a statement which is not backed by any incident of violence that may have unfolded in the state today. Also being joined by Sajak Ghosh to get us more information into the matter, who is from the BJP. Mr. Sajak, thank you for speaking to Republic. Your first reaction on a statement made by Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, in fact, without any incidents occurring at all.
It's a sad day for the Bengali. आज का दिन जो है वो हम लोग ईद मनाते हैं पूरा हिंदुस्तान के साथ, हम बंगाली भी मनाते हैं और हम लोग के लिए खुशी का ईद है। वो खुशी का त्योहार में वो हमारे सीएम जाके और दंगा 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 करके आदमी का दिल में और जाहिर और नफरत घुसा के आया है। आप एक बात बोलिए, उसने बोला है आज कि हम आपके लिए है, हमारा सरकार आपके कौम के लिए है, हमारा भतीजा आपके कौम के लिए है, तो हमारे लिए कौन बचा? तो हमारे लिए बचा कौन? अगर एक सरकार हमारा नहीं है, वो खुलेआम वो अनाउंसमेंट कर रहा है, वो खुलेआम ये चिल्ला चिल्ला कर आवाम को बोल रहा है कि हम मुसलमान का है, हम आपका है, तो हमारे लिए कौन है? हमारे लिए रामचंद्र जी होगा और कौन होगा? हमारे लिए प्रभु रामचंद्र होगा, हमारे लिए मोदी जी होंगे और कौन होंगे? ये बात आज वो खुलासा कर दिया। लेकिन आज का इस शुभ अवसर पर खड़े होके और मुसलमान का ढंग में, मुसलमान का वेश पहन के, वो ना हिंदू है ना मुसलमान है, वो बीच का है। और बीच का चीज सबसे खतरनाक होता है। वो बोला कि हम हिंदू नहीं है, हम मुसलमान भी नहीं है। अरे तुम किसी का नहीं है, तुम भाई, तुम अपना भतीजे का भी नहीं है। कुछ महीने में ये भी हम लोगों को समझ में आ गया। तुम सिर्फ अपने लिए सोचते हो और किसी के लिए नहीं सोचते हो। बंगाल आपको बहुत दिन याद रखेगा, बहुत दिन हिंदुस्तान भी याद रखेगा, लेकिन नफरत के साथ याद रखेगा, प्यार के साथ नहीं।
Ji, Mr. Sajal, thank you so much for speaking to Republic and getting us your insights. For now, viewers, it's time to shift focus and track a breaking news that we're getting at this hour. The relative of Hafiz Saeed, the Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist, has been shot dead under mysterious circumstances and anonymously in Pakistan's Karachi. That's the latest that we're getting in. A big revelation where relative of terrorist Hafiz Saeed and financer of the terrorist organization Lashkar-e-Taiba, Qari Abdur Rahman, has been shot dead by unknown gunmen under mysterious circumstances in Pakistan's Karachi. Now, his assassination is not an isolated incident. This comes just days after another relative of Hafiz Saeed, who was also a key Lashkar-e-Taiba fundraiser, Qari Shahzada, was shot dead in Karachi. Several other terrorists have been eliminated in similar fashion in the recent months, sparking major speculations into the case. Viewers, it's time to slip into a short break, but don't go anywhere. On the other side, we continue bringing you what's making news in Nepal, where the government has slashed former king's security network and revoked the king's passport. This and a lot more right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
क्या भाई स्टंट ज्यादा सीख लिए? स्टंट ज्यादा सीख लिए? कितना आदमी मरा पता है? कोई मर गया इधर, कोई मर गया इधर। तो क्या देख उधर। पुलिस को बुलाओ पहले, पुलिस को बुलाओ भैया। अभी तुम्हारा गाड़ी किसका लग गई? अरे मैं कुछ नहीं लगा भैया, पुलिस को बुलाओ। भाग नहीं पाए। अरे रेस मारती गाड़ी। रेस तू कितना है? अरे मैं से यहाँ।
In a significant development, the Kerala Catholic Bishops' Council, or the KCBC, has backed the centre's proposed Waqf Amendment Bill, triggering fresh political reactions. The union government maintains that the bill aims to ensure transparency and proper management of Waqf properties, denying any communal bias. However, opposition parties continue to allege that the move targets minority institutions. With support from the KCBC, the debate around the bill has intensified. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju has countered criticism, pointing to land disputes like those in Munambam, Kerala, where families claim encroachment on their properties. The Waqf bill remains a hot topic in political and religious circles as the government pushes forward with its legislative agenda.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
साक्षी चल रहा है, मैं उसको भी कुछ कहना दूंगी, लेकिन हम नहीं चाहते हैं कि इसके लिए अब दंगा करे, कोई आम जनता नहीं करते हैं, कोई एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी करते हैं।
Mamata Banerjee fearmongers on Eid, says provocations are being made to fuel riots. Sonia Gandhi slams national education policy, says the policy hides the reality of the 3 C's that haunt Indian education today. Lamborghini rams into 2 pedestrians in Noida. Arrogant driver arrested by police. Come clear in the police interrogation. Kerala Catholic bishops put weight behind centre's Waqf bill. Urges states MPs to vote for the bill. Nepal government slashes former king's security network. Revokes King's passport. Viewers, breaking news coming in from the state of Maharashtra amid the row over Aurangzeb's tomb. Now, Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has issued a strong statement. Fadnavis has said that this particular tomb of Aurangzeb comes under the ASI, but has added that now he'll be following the law, but at the same time, they will not be glorifying Aurangzeb. They have said that that particular tomb in Sambhaji Nagar is under the purview of the ASI, and they will be following the law, but at the same time will not glorify Aurangzeb. Listen in to what the Maharashtra Chief Minister had to say.
बघा, आमची भूमिका अतिशय स्पष्ट आहे की ही जी काही कबर त्या ठिकाणी आहे ही ASI ची प्रोटेक्टेड कबर आहे. त्यामुळे आम्हाला औरंगजेब आवडो का न आवडो, कायद्याने 50, 60, 100 वर्षापूर्वी त्याला त्या काळामध्ये 60 वर्षापूर्वी प्रोटेक्शन मिळालेलं आहे आणि म्हणून त्या ठिकाणी जे काही कायदा आहे त्या कायद्याचं पालन करणं ही आमची जबाबदारी आहे. हा हे मात्र निश्चित आहे, कुठल्याही परिस्थितीमध्ये औरंगजेबाच्या कबरीचं उदात्तीकरण, ग्लोरिफिकेशन आम्ही होऊ देणार नाही.
Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Sandeep. Sandeep, a very strong statement coming in from the Maharashtra Chief Minister, where he says that though the tomb there at Sambhaji Nagar comes under the purview of the ASI, he will make sure that no glorification is done of the barbaric Muslim leader.
Definitely, since this Aurangzeb issue has been in fact raised, or in fact the kind of remark that was made by Abu Asim Azmi, the Samajwadi Party MLA, regarding Aurangzeb. Since then, there was a lot of controversy, and not only that, remember, after the film Chhawa was released across India, there have been multiple demands to, in fact, demolish the tomb of Aurangzeb. Now, amid all these demands, demands from his own cabinet ministers like Nitesh Rane and several Bharatiya Janata Party leaders demanding to demolish the grave of Aurangzeb, now the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, has clarified that Aurangzeb tomb has in fact had got protection 60 years ago, and it is under the protection of ASI. Fadnavis also clarifies with the fact that they will not violate any kind of laws, as this tomb has the protection of ASI. But he also mentions that no matter what it is, we like Aurangzeb or not, but we will not glorify Aurangzeb and whatever he has done in the past. So definitely a strong statement from Devendra Fadnavis, wherein he clarifies two things, that he will abide to the law, the government will abide to the law, and will not glorify Aurangzeb.
Yes. Thank you, Sandeep. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, viewers, let's shift our focus to national capital, where Sonia Gandhi has now made an opinion on the national education policy. She has said that national education policy of the 2020 hides the reality of the 3 C's that haunt education today. That is the commercialization, the centralization and the communalization. For her, the 3C means that the center is taking over the nation's education. At the same time, she highlights that there is communalization of the text, that is what is being taught to students across the country, and of course the commercialization, where she's saying that the privatization of education is happening way more than it should be. However, this has enthralled massive flack from the Bharatiya Janata Party. But at the same time, viewers, in this detailed opinion piece that she's written for a news daily, she nowhere mentions the 3-language policy row that the DMK has been raising. So Sonia Gandhi has slammed the national education policy. She says that it is not fit for the students of the country. Now, Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has also given a strong statement against what Sonia Gandhi has opined. Listen. Well, Maharashtra Chief Minister there strongly condemning what Sonia Gandhi had said. He believes that Sonia Gandhi here is trying to propel a propaganda, and he said that she should introspect before making such serious claims against an education policy that benefits the student across the country. Listen in to what Fadnavis had to say.
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि शिक्षा का भारतीयकरण हो रहा है। अंग्रेज़ों ने जिस शिक्षा का मैकॉलेकरण किया और हमारे देश को गुलाम बनाने के लिए मैकॉले का पत्र है कि जब तक यहाँ की शिक्षा पद्धति को हम बदलेंगे नहीं, तब तक हम भारत पर राज नहीं कर सकते। इसका मतलब जो शिक्षा पद्धति उस समय आई थी वो भारतीयों को गुलाम बनाने के लिए आई थी। उस शिक्षा पद्धति में बदलाव करके अगर उसका भारतीयकरण हो रहा है तो इससे किसी को दुख होने का कारण नहीं है। कोई भी जो राष्ट्रभक्त व्यक्ति है वो यही कहेगा कि इसका भारतीयकरण होना चाहिए। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि सोनिया जी ने इसकी पूरी जानकारी लेनी चाहिए और भारतीयकरण को पूर्ण रूप से सपोर्ट करना चाहिए।
Joining me live on the broadcast is my colleague Riyanka. Riyanka, we just heard Devendra Fadnavis, who has slammed Sonia Gandhi and called for an introspection before making such serious claims. Riyanka.
A response from the BJP, and very clearly Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has clearly hit out at Sonia Gandhi and has called in for her to introspect on the statements that she has made regarding the new education policy, where Sonia Gandhi said that there were 3 C's that were haunting down the education policy. First, with the centralization of the government in the particular education policy, as well as the commercialization, bringing in the private players, and of course the criminalization of the textbooks and the curriculum. And to respond to that, in fact, Devendra Fadnavis has very clearly said that there has to be Indianization of the Indian education system, and that Sonia Gandhi must go ahead and introspect on the statements that she has made. An entire piece of opinion has been, printed in one of the news dailies where Sonia Gandhi has expressed the fact that this particular education, the new education policy, is not for the favor of the students. But yes, very clearly that strong retort coming in from the side of the BJP, something that we were awaiting, and that is of course sending a message that the central government is committed for a greater benefit of the education system of the country.
Well, thank you, Riyanka. We'll keep coming back to you as this statement by Sonia Gandhi has snowballed into a major controversy. Now, viewers, India has turned a first responder to the quake-hit Myanmar. The centre has rolled out Operation Brahma as part of its relief and rescue operations in Myanmar. Here's the latest.
Under Operation Brahma, the Indian Army, in coordination with the Ministry of External Affairs, continues its humanitarian assistance in Myanmar. Convoy carrying 110 Indian Army Field Hospital personnel 13 NDRF members, and essential medical supplies is en route to Mandalay. The movement involves 15 military trucks from the Myanmar Army, 3 buses, and 7 vehicles from the Indian contingent. This follows the earlier arrival of a coordination team via MAF aircraft, which engaged with Myanmar authorities, including the Chief Minister of Mandalay Division and Lieutenant General Meo Mo Aung. The Indian Army's field hospital is being set up at the old Mandalay airfield, where an existing 200-bed hospital is being prepared for operations. The facility will provide critical medical care to affected civilians as relief efforts continue.
Viewers, now we'll shift our focus to more news coming in from across the country in this edition of Bharat 2. Take a look. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju welcomes Bishop's call for backing Waqf bill in the Parliament. Kiran Rijiju said that it is the duty of those in politics to care for and address problems faced by the people. He further clarified that the bill is not against any community and that propaganda is being spread to poison the minds of some. MOS PMO Dr. Jitendra Singh assures family of the brave hearts who've made the supreme sacrifice in Kathua anti-terror operations. Dr. Singh promised jobs for the next of the kin of the martyrs' Jawans. Job certificates likely to be issued today. Bengaluru's MLA has the BJP leader Basagowda Patil Yatnal has refused to apologize. He further added that the Hindu supporters of the BJP have thrown their weight behind him. Yatnal said that a party that protects Hindus is the need of the hour and that he would form the party very soon. The Delhi government to conduct audit of more than 2.6 lakh CCTV cameras installed by the PWD during the previous AAP regime in the city. The Principal Secretary of Public Works Department sought audit of the CCTV cameras to ensure their physical verification and functional status. A fire broke out at a multi-speciality hospital in Lakshmi Nagar. 4 fire tenders are at the spot dousing the fire. Operations are underway.
ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे फायर है और फायर की कॉल हॉस्पिटल में फायर की कॉल मिली थी हमें और ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे फायर थी और जो बुझा दी गई, कोई इंजर्ड नहीं है। और
टोटल कितनी गाड़ियाँ पहुँची थी?
गाड़ियाँ 4-5 पहुँची। फायर का कोई वैसा कोज वो नहीं है। आग फायर हुई है, उसको टाइमली एक्सटिंग्विश कर दिया।
Viewers, Kerala BJP President Rajiv Chandrasekhar has defended the Waqf Amendment Bill, stating that it is not directed against any community but aims to align with the law with India's constitutional values. He has highlighted the growing support from the Christian organization, including the Kerala Catholic Bishops' Council, which has urged the MPs from Kerala to back the bill, referring to the land disputes in multiple areas of the state. Chandrasekhar pointed out as to how hundreds of poor families have been protesting against the threat of their land being taken over by Waqf. He has also emphasized addressing the concerns of the affected person, that rather than engaging in appeasement politics, one should focus on the good that Waqf Amendment Bill brings in. Listen in.
Kerala Christian community must take a position. They must decide whether they are going to actually help people in Kerala or they are going to play the same appeasement politics and petty politics and vote against the Waqf Amendment Bill. So I hope they will do what is right, what is their duty, by the people of Munambam, that they will support the people of Munambam, support the call being made by the Christian community in Kerala, and support the Waqf Amendment Bill. The Waqf Amendment Bill, as we know, is not against any community. It is about aligning a law to the constitutional values of India and making sure every Indian, regardless of which community, the Christian community, the Buddhist community, the Sikh community, also have the right to property.
Viewers, now the Waqf Amendment Bill has also garnered support from the Finance Minister, where she has hailed the weight Kerala's Catholic Bishop Council has put behind the Amendment Bill, where she has highlighted and welcomed the support coming in from the bishops' community. Remember, the statement is coming after even the Ajmer Dargah Sharif chief has also extended support to the Waqf Amendment Bill, where both the communities have highlighted that how justice needs to be done and the illegal encroachment specifically needs to be dealt with. Now, this is a big statement coming in from Nirmala Sitharaman, where she has highlighted and welcomed the support coming in from Kerala's bishop community. Viewers, today we have seen that massive support coming in from all quarters for the Waqf Amendment Bill. First, it was the Kerala Bishop community. Then we had the Chief of Ajmer Dargah also opining, viewers, as to how this bill is imperative and the need of the hour. Joining me live on this broadcast are my colleague Ashwin and Riyanka. Ashwin, I'll come to you first. Nirmala Sitharaman has welcomed the support coming in from the bishop community. She has said that this is the need of the hour and we have to put politics behind.
Absolutely. Right now, I am at the Archbishop House of the Syro Malankara Church. Now, the Syro Malankara Church Archbishop, His Beatified Cardinal Mar Basilius Clemus Catholicos, is in fact the president of the Kerala Catholic Bishop Council. He had just arrived here after many days of travel, so we've been told that he will speak to us later. But what we know is that the statement that has been released by the KCBC has put both the ruling LDF as well as the Congress on a fix, because both of these parties were essentially hobnobbing to the Muslim community by stating that the Waqf amendment has nothing to do with the rights of the Munambam residents. But this statement has put them in a big fix, because here they say, the Bishops' Council, a very powerful organization, stating that the Waqf amendment is the only way to bring justice to the people of Munambam, and also went on to even say that the current Waqf bill is not justified at all, and it will not work for those who have got the land duly as their property. So all this has been stated by the KCBC. So certainly it is a very important statement that comes from the Bishops' Council and has put the ruling LDF and the Congress-run UDF in a dock. And we are awaiting the statement from the president of the KCBC. We hope that he will be speaking to us in some time, but certainly the KCBC statement has sent a big round of confusion among the Indie Alliance members. Back to you.
Yes, Ashwin. Thank you, Ashwin. My next question is to you, Riyanka. We're seeing how first it was Kiran Rijiju, now Nirmala Sitharaman. They have welcomed on board all the support that is coming in from Waqf Amendment Bill, specifically from the quarters that one would not have expected in the beginning. But first the Catholic Bishop community over there, and then the Ajmer Dargah Sharif chief has also extended support to the Waqf Amendment Bill. That is going to cost a lot to organizations like All India Muslim Personal Law Board, and would hurt the agenda of leaders like Mr. Owaisi.
Very rightly mentioned there, Madhurima, the way that the Muslim community has been divided since the start about the Waqf Amendment Bill, the amendments that have been proposed and then accepted in that particular bill. As much as the All India Muslim Personal Law Board is going ahead and protesting, wearing black band.
उनको लगता है कि ये वक्त के बेहतरी के लिए है, डिस्प्यूट खत्म होगा, केरल के सैकड़ों साल पुरानी चर्च को कह दिया वक्फ है, सूरत के म्यूनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन को कह दिया ये वक्फ की प्रॉपर्टी है, 123 दिल्ली की प्रॉपर्टी जो ब्रिटिशर्स ने किसानों से कंपनसेशन ले गया था वक्फ है, नई पार्लियामेंट को कह दिया वक्फ है, ईडन गार्डन को कहीं कह दिया वक्फ है। तो ये विवाद ख़त्म होगा, इसलिए वो अपील कर रहे हैं। बड़ी संख्या में मौलाना भी इसका मदद कर रहे हैं। केवल ऑल इंडिया मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ बोर्ड पूरे इस रमज़ान के महीने में, जहाँ इबादत का महीना है, अल्लाह के लिए तरावी से लेके प्रेयर का है, वहाँ अलविदा नमाज में भी उन्होंने आह्वान कर दिया कि काली पट्टी बांध करके जाएं। आज ईद के दिन भी पूरे देश में उन्होंने आह्वान कर दिया कि काली पट्टी बांधें। आखिर क्यों? कानून तो अभी सदन में आया नहीं, अमेंडेड कानून आ जाए तब गुमराह करें कि हमारी मस्जिद ले ली जाएगी। जब संसदीय कार्य मंत्री किरण रिजिजू जी ने कह दिया कि हम कोई मस्जिद नहीं लेंगे, कब्रिस्तान नहीं लेंगे, सरकार क्यों लेगी? फिर भी वो इस तरह का वो हो वैसी कि साहब हमारे मस्जिदों पे हमला है, हमारे ऊपर गोली है, हमारे ईमान पे गोली चलाई जा रही, तो ये मुझे लगता है बदअमनी फैलाना चाहते हैं। इतना बड़ा एक महीने का त्यौहार जहाँ एक चुनौती है प्रशासन को, मैं तो ईद को बधाई देते हुए शुक्रिया अदा करूँगा, धन्यवाद दूंगा कि देश का अल्पसंख्यक पीसफुली अपने इस ईद के त्यौहार को मनाया है। क्योंकि जिस तरह से मोदी जी भी, आप देख रहे हैं, मोदी सौगात 32 लाख लोगों को मिला है। आज वो महिलाएं हों, ख़वातीन हों या हमारे भाई हों, आज उनका धन्यवाद दे रहे हैं कि मोदी जी ने हमको ईदी दिया। तो ईदी मतलब होता है कि तो हम सबका साथ, सबके विकास की बात कर रहे हैं। लेकिन ये जो कांग्रेस पार्टी है, ओवैसी है, पर्सनल लॉ बोर्ड है, ये केवल मुसलमान को वोट बैंक समझ रही है, उसको तुष्टीकरण कर रही है, कोशिश कर रही कि हम तफरका पैदा करें झूठ बोल करके, ना इत्तफाकी करें, बदअमनी करें, लेकिन ये हो नहीं पाएगा।
सर, लेकिन विपक्ष के नेताओं से जब हमने बात की तो विपक्ष के नेता कहते हैं कि जो स्टेक होल्डर नहीं है वो क्यों अपील कर रहा है। जब आप जेपीसी की मीटिंग करते तो उस समय में भी ये बात उठी थी कि जो स्टेक होल्डर्स नहीं है, हिंदू संगठनों को क्यों बुलाया जा रहा है। विपक्ष के नेता कह रहे हैं कि सरकार को इस बिल को लेकर के पूरा समय लेना चाहिए, नहीं तो इसका भी हश्र जो कृषि कानून थे 3 उसी तरह का होने वाला है।
इस तरह की धमकियां तो आर्टिकल 370, 35A जब अमित शाह जी ला रहे थे तो कह रहे थे कि इसका हश्र ये होगा कि खून की नदियां जम्मू कश्मीर में बह जाएगी, और एक बूंद भी खून नहीं गिरा और कहीं चू भी नहीं हुआ। और उस 370 और 35A ख़त्म करने के बाद जम्मू कश्मीर में हर जुमे के दिन नमाज के बाद पत्थरबाजी होती थी, जो दिया जाता था 500-500 रुपया दे करके, एक पत्थरबाजी की घटनाएं नहीं हुई। ऐसे ये धमकी नहीं चलेगी। कानून बनाने का अधिकार देश को है। सरकार ने कानून सीधे नहीं बना दिया, खुद स्पीकर साहब से आग्रह किया सरकार ने कि इसको जेपीसी को सुपुर्द कर दिया, और जेपीसी ने देश में जब कोई कानून बनता तो हमने सभी का 1.25 करोड़ लोगों ने अपने रिप्रेजेंटेशन भेजे। तो क्या मैं केवल उसमें मुसलमान को सुनूं, हिंदू को न सुनूं, सिख को न सुनूं, ईसाई को न सुनूं, या हम हाई कोर्ट के सभी बार काउंसिल को न सुनूं जो कानून बनाने जा रहे हों। फार्मर जजेज आना चाहते थे, वाइस चांसलर। तो ये कहना कि साहब आपने क्यों फार्मर जजेज को सुन लिया, तो जब एक एग्जॉस्टिव कानून बनाने की कोशिश हम कर रहे थे तो देश के सभी स्टेक होल्डर से सुना, सभी राज्यों में गए, जितने मुस्लिम स्टेक होल्डर्स थे, आज तक किसी कमेटी ने इतना अवसर नहीं दिया होगा। यहाँ तक कि जो आज तक जम्मू कश्मीर का सबसे बड़ा अलगाववादी मीर हुआ है, उसको भी हमने कमेटी के सामने बुलाया और पहली बार वो पार्लियामेंट में आया। तो जब हमने उनको भी सुना, उसके आधार पर रिपोर्ट बनाई है।
Well, viewers, there you heard Jagdambika Pal. He's the person who helmed the committee that made opinions and that formed the Waqf Amendment bill over there. And he's raising a very pertinent point as to why leaders like Owaisi are fear-mongering when it has been made abundantly clear, viewers, that no mosque, no madrasa, none of the graveyards, qabristans will be affected by this bill. Now, viewers, let's shift our focus to the state of Maharashtra, where a low-intensity blast had occurred in Maharashtra Beed district on Sunday. Now, according to the police person, there were multiple people who had suffered injuries in this low-intensity blast that occurred around 2:30 a.m. Now, police have also arrested 2 persons in the connection with the incident, and now the Maharashtra ATS has also been roped in. Here's the report.
A low-intensity explosion occurred in a mosque in Maharashtra's Beed district in the Vias on Sunday. Although no injuries were reported, the explosion caused cracks in the structure. Two people have been arrested for allegedly planting the gelatin sticks inside the mosque. The accused have been identified as Vijay Rama Gwane and Shriram Ashok Sagre. Meanwhile, Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis informed that the government has now found out the perpetrators.
उसकी जानकारी मिली है, किसने किया है ये भी जानकारी मिली है, उसकी बाकी जानकारी वहाँ के जो एसपी है वो प्रेस लेकर देंगे.
Soon after, a political blame game erupted, with the AIMIM accusing BJP's hate speech as the motivation behind such acts.
किसने इनको इतना बढ़ावा दिया? ये किससे प्रोत्साहित होते? ये उन्हीं नफरती भाषणों के बयानों से जो बीजेपी के नेता आए दिन देते हैं उससे प्रोत्साहित हो जाते हैं कि हम मस्जिद में घुस घुस के मारेंगे. अब ऐसे 2-4 नमूने चले जाते हैं और इस तरह से आप धमाका करते हो. मस्जिद को कितना आपने नुकसान पहुंचाया, वहां की दीवार को डैमेज हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया. तो ये किस दिशा में लेके जाना चाहते हो?
In an earlier incident, one of the accused posted a video of him holding the gelatin stick on his social media account, which led to his and Sagre's arrest.
Viewers, it has been found that the driver who was inside that Lamborghini car and that he rammed it into the pavement there in Noida was indeed using his phone just right ahead of when that accident took place. The accused has been arrested. Viewers, FIR has been registered. Stay tuned, we'll bring you more on this, but right after a very short break.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
क्या भाई स्टंट ज्यादा सीख लिए? स्टंट ज्यादा सीख लिए? कितना आदमी मरा पता है? कोई मर गया इधर, कोई मर गया इधर. तो क्या देख उधर. पुलिस को बुलाओ, पहले पुलिस को बुलाओ भैया. अभी तुम्हारा गाड़ी किसका लग गई? अरे मैं कुछ नहीं. भैया पुलिस को बुलाओ. भाग नहीं पाए.
Fearmonger on Eid says provocations are being made to fuel riots. Sonia Gandhi slams national education policy, says the 2020 policy hides the reality of the 3 C's that haunt Indian education today. Lamborghini rams into 2 pedestrians in Noida. Arrogant driver arrested by the police comes clean in the police examination. Kerala Catholic bishops put weight behind centre's Waqf bill, urge MPs to vote in favour of the bill. Nepal government slashes former king's security network, revokes king's passport. Viewers, starting up with the news that we're tracking from Uttar Pradesh's Noida, where a Lamborghini car rammed into two labourers in Noida's Sector 94 on Sunday at a roundabout, causing serious injuries to the victims. A video of the accident has also surfaced, wherein the driver of the Lamborghini was captured asking rather nonchalantly whether someone died post he rammed the car into two labourers. And this came when he was confronted by the people present at the site of the accident. In fact, during the preliminary inquiry, it was found that the car driven by the accused Deepak did not even belong to him, and it was registered in the name of Mridul, who is a Noida-based resident and also a YouTuber. The police have now filed a case under the relevant sections based on the complaints of the victims at Sector 126 police station in Noida. The witnesses at the scene claimed that the car was speeding and was driven recklessly, leading to a massive crash. A probe has also been initiated into the incident. Authorities have now seized the Lamborghini involved in the accident and are taking further legal action into the case.
स्टैंड गाड़ी सीख ली है। कितना आदमी मरा पता है? मर गया इधर। तो क्या? देख उधर। पुलिस को बुलाओ पहले। पुलिस को बुलाओ भैया। अभी तुम्हारा गाड़ी किसका लग गई? मैं कुछ नहीं। हाँ भैया पुलिस को बुलाओ। भाग नहीं पाई। अरे रेस मारती गाड़ी। रेस तुम कितना? अरे मैं से यहाँ पे रेस लेटर देते हुए आ रहे हो। हल्का सा दिए हो।
In fact, we bring you another video in which the accused Deepak is seen making a clip on his mobile just minutes before he rams into the two pedestrians in Noida. Take a look. This is the clip where the accused Deepak is seen making a video on his mobile phone as he drives the Lamborghini that later went on to crash into two pedestrians in Noida. In fact, when the police conducted medical examinations, the accused Deepak came clean. He was under no influence of alcohol during the time of the crash. But this video has now raised multiple questions over the driver being distracted by using his mobile phone and then ramming into two pedestrians, both of whom have been severely injured and are hospitalized for their recovery. In fact, now as the FIR has been registered, Republic also spoke to the DCP of Noida on the matter. Listen into that conversation.
सर, किस तरीके से ये पूरा इंसिडेंट हुआ? क्या कुछ चीज़ें निकल कर आई? कितनी तेज़ ये गाड़ी चल रही थी?
इतना तेज़ क्या चल रही थी? नॉर्मल, चूँकि लोग थे, भीड़ थी, इसने तेज़ गाड़ी चलाई, इसलिए दो लोगों को टक्कर लग गई उसमें से, जिनमें उनको नॉर्मल चोटें आई हैं, वो खतरे से बाहर हैं, और तुरंत ही ड्राइवर को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया, गाड़ी जब्त कर ली गई और उन पर मुकदमा पंजीकृत कर दिया गया है। आगे की विधिक कार्रवाई हम कर रहे हैं।
ये ड्राइवर कौन है सर? दीपक उसका नाम है? क्या खरीदने आया था या जिसकी गाड़ी है उसका ड्राइवर? अभी तक की चीज़ों में क्या निकला सर?
उसका कहना था कि वो टेस्ट कर रहा था गाड़ी, और उसी दौरान उससे लापरवाही से ये गाड़ी तेज चल गई और उसका एक्सीडेंट हो गया।
ये गाड़ी क्या है सर? किसी यूट्यूबर की है? क्योंकि काफ़ी सोशल मीडिया पे वीडियो है, मृदुल नाम का यूट्यूबर है, उसने इस गाड़ी के साथ काफ़ी वीडियोस बनाए हैं। तो अभी तक की इन्वेस्टिगेशन में क्या निकला कि उसी का ड्राइवर है या उसको बेच रहा था गाड़ी?
इससे क्या फ़र्क पड़ता है, क्योंकि कानूनन जो व्यक्ति लापरवाही पूर्वक गाड़ी चलाता है उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होती है। वो गिरफ्तार हो गया है, मुकदमा पंजीकृत है और आगे हम कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं।
दोनों ठीक हैं सर जो घायल हुए?
हाँ बिल्कुल ठीक हैं, वो दोनों खतरे से बाहर हैं।
Joined by my colleague who is right outside the police station in Sector 126 where the FIR has been registered. Piyush, tell us about more details into the case. How far has the investigation really reached?
So, Gesu, what I will just ask my video journalist to begin with is to show the visuals of this Lamborghini, which was driven by a person identified as Deepak. Now, this person, Deepak, is a second-hand car dealer of luxury vehicles, and it is believed that he had purchased this vehicle from a person who is into making YouTube social videos, and his name is Mridul. So, you can see from the visual that have been given to you by my video journalist, Vijay CP Singh ji, that this is the very same Lamborghini vehicle, the super luxury vehicle that met with an accident yesterday at around around 5 p.m. when it was traveling at a very high speed, and in effect we saw that it hit two laborers who were working in the Sector 94 area. Fortunately, there was no casualty of this incident. However, once again we have witnessed that another incident of reckless driving has come to fore. Another incident of a person driving carelessly and putting lives of people at risk has come to fore. And from here on thereby it becomes important that what action would the Noida police take for this driver who has now been arrested. We have been told that an FIR has been registered, but the key question is that will only the registration of FIR be enough, or will Noida police now take stern action against this driver? So yes, very important to see that from here on what exactly is the process of action that is going to be taken by the Noida police. As far as what we have been told by the Noida police, that they have arrested this driver Deepak, who belongs to Ajmer, and strict action will be taken against this driver. However, they have remained mum that will there be any action taken on Mridul, who had lent this vehicle to this person identified as Deepak, who because he was driving recklessly had met with an accident and in effect had grievously injured two laborers who fortunately right now are out of danger, but yes, has sustained major injuries. Back to the studio.
Right, Piyush. In fact, also speak to us about the action that the police will be eyeing beyond this point. We know that a medical examination was underway, and that is true. And in fact, Deepak has also come out clean. He was not under any influence of alcohol. And also tying this in with this other video that Republic exclusively accessed, where he was seen making a video on his phone while driving the car. Piyush.
So, Gesu, while I speak, I would just continue my video journalist to make, you show the visual of this Lamborghini vehicle. Now, this is the very same vehicle which had met with an accident, and subsequently, the Noida police has also registered an FIR under sections of 281 of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita and 125B of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. Now, fortunately, because there has been no casualty of this incident, mainly these sections pertains to reckless driving and putting lives of people at risk and causing them grievous injury because of reckless driving. If convicted, Deepak would be subjected to a heavy fine and also imprisonment. However, the key question now is that will Noida police make a strong case to make sure that Deepak, who was there in this vehicle at around 5 p.m. yesterday, which met with an accident, be put to punitive action under law. What we have been told by Noida police is that they will make sure that action would be taken against Deepak. However, yes, the medical examinations have revealed that at a time of this accident, Deepak was not in an inebriated state. However, it has now come to fore that Deepak was driving this vehicle quite recklessly, and I would continue to make my video journalist show the visuals of this vehicle, because you can understand this is a super luxury vehicle, and without taking into consideration that the lives of people were put at risk. We saw in the video that how Deepak was driving this vehicle at a very high speed. He was driving this vehicle quite recklessly, and in effect, he has grievously injured two laborers who were working in Sector 94 area. Moreover, what is even more shocking is that this person, Deepak, was quite careless in his approach, and he took this entire approach after the accident quite casually, without making sure that what exactly was the state of those laborers, because he knew perhaps he could get away with what he had done. Back in the studio.
Right, Piyush. Thanks very much for joining in with that information on the case. For now, viewers, will be shifting focus and looking at the national education policy. The DMK now has rallied behind the Congress over its attack on the centre's national education policy. The DMK has said that the centre wants to kill the current education system and introduce a Vedic system of education instead, without any scientific base, and discard the Tamil Nadu education system, which they say is the best in the country. DMK's big remarks and big swipe at the BJP-led centre government follows at the heels of former Congress President Sonia Gandhi also questioning the national education policy, where she said that the central government led by BJP is trying to communalize the textbooks and the education system. And now the DMK has also thrown weight onto the matter. Listen into this.
Very good students. Not against they are not for language issue. They want to kill this Macaulay system of education, which has produced very good students and scientists, more scientists from India and more people on all sides. And the world over, the Indian citizens are working, particularly from Tamil Nadu. There are many people who are working the world over and heading various institutions in the world. They have all studied in Tamil, either in Tamil medium or English in Tamil Nadu. The education system is in Tamil Nadu is the number one in the whole of India. But they want to kill that. They want to introduce Vedic system of education and kill Macaulay system of education, which has produced very good students, the students are respected the world over, and they were all taken in various institutions the world over, even in India. But these people does not want that to happen, do not want that to happen. They want the people of India to remain as Shudras. They want them to follow Manu Dharma. They want that the education should be Vedic system without any scientific base. That is what they are trying. Language is the secondary thing. But make them fools. That is their idea. They make the Indians fools and make them Shudras once again. That is the idea of RSS which this BJP government is following. That is what she had written.
Also joining me on the broadcast is my colleague Soumya. Soumya, a unified call from not just the Congress but also the DMK now that are continuously slamming the national education policy, and at the hands of that they're also slamming the BJP-led central government. Talk to us about this controversy, Soumya.
Yes, well, Gesu, it looks like India Alliance is back at it again, trying to corner the central government. First, it was the language policy, and now it is the new education policy 2020. Even though there was no mention of DMK or Tamil Nadu in the editorial piece that was written by Sonia Gandhi, wherein serious questions were raised against the NEP and the central government, now we can see that DMK has very comfortably rallied behind Sonia Gandhi after this particular article saw the day of the light. We also saw Congress posting this particular article on the social media platform X. Now, serious questions have been raised by Sonia Gandhi, alleging that the new education policy 2020 is hiding the realities of 3 C's haunting the Indian education system. One being the centralization of power with the central government. Second being commercialization and outsourcing of investments to the private schools.
Viewers, shifting focus to Nepal, the neighboring country where tensions have gripped the capital of Kathmandu, and now the Nepal government has given an ultimatum to the protesters, the pro-monarchy protesters. In fact, the Nepalese government has issued an ultimatum to not just the protesters but also King Gyanendra Shah, while simultaneously imposing a travel ban on him. The ruling coalition has called for the former king's arrest, leading the government to reduce his security details and revoke his passport. Now, this comes amid growing tensions in the country, with pro-monarchy groups rallying for the reinstatement of the monarchy and the former king Gyanendra Singh, and the government taking strong measures to curtail the former king's influence in Nepal. My colleague Sagar continues to bring us reports from Ground Zero in Nepal. Take a look at this.
रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क इस समय देखिए नेपाल की संसद भवन के ठीक सामने है, जहां पर लगातार सर्वदलीय बैठक तो कभी आपातकालीन बैठक बुलाई जा रही है नेपाल के ताजा हालात को लेकर। इस समय भी देखिए यहां पर सभी मंत्रियों की बैठक बुलाई गई है ताकि आगे कैसे नेपाल में बेहतर हालात को किया जाए उस पर लगातार देखिए चर्चा इस समय जोरों पर है। ये नेपाल का संसद भवन, और अगर हम बात करें तो इस समय तमाम नेता यहाँ पर लगातार पहुंच रहे हैं। देखिए सामने सिक्योरिटी भी इस समय पूरी तरह से टाइट है। अब आगे कैसे जो राजशाही की मांग है पूरे नेपाल में, जो लगातार 17 सालों से लोग कह रहे हैं कि यहाँ पर वो हालात नहीं है जो सन 2008 के पहले थे, अब क्या उस पर होगा रुख सरकार का? क्योंकि देखिए इन 17 सालों में 14 बार यहाँ पर सत्ता परिवर्तन हो चुका है। ऐसे में लोग यहाँ के देखिए केपी ओली पर भी कह रहे हैं कि इनको हटाया जाए। यहाँ पर राजशाही की जो मांग है वो यहाँ पर लौट कर चला है, और अब लोग यहाँ पर कह रहे हैं जो लोकतांत्रिक गणराज्य बना सन 2008 में, वैसी परिस्थितियां यहाँ पर अब ना रहे हैं। क्योंकि महंगाई, भुखमरी, भ्रष्टाचारी इस समय नेपाल में चरम पर है, जिसके कारण लोग त्रस्त हैं, परेशान हैं।
Viewers, it's time to shift focus and take a quick check at news that we're tracking from across the country. This is Bharat in 5 minutes for you. Take a look. As Muslims in Ayodhya assembled to offer prayers on the occasion of Eid ul-Fitr, the police said regular foot patrols were being conducted to ensure peace in the city. With the Eid celebrations coinciding with the ongoing Chaitra Navratri, the police said they were leaving nothing to chance. Sharing details of the security drills and arrangements to ensure peace, Ayodhya IG Praveen Kumar said adequate police personnel were on the ground conducting regular foot patrols and staying in touch with all communities.
देखिए रेंज के सभी जनपदों में हम लोग लगातार भ्रमणशील लेकर के सुनिश्चित करा रहे हैं कि बड़े अकीदत के साथ ये जो पर्व मनाया जाता है वो हो और शांति व्यवस्था के साथ पूरा कार्यक्रम संपन्न हो। नवरात्रि का पर्व भी चल रहा है तो लगातार सभी के साथ संपर्क में है और भ्रमणशील।
In a demonstration of communal harmony on the occasion of Eid ul-Fitr, members of the Hindu community were seen showering petals on Muslims as they arrived to offer prayers. The communal bond was on show at Eidgah in Jaipur, sending out a broader message of amity and peace. Visuals showed local Hindu leaders showering rose petals on the Muslims as they settled down to offer their Eid prayers at the Eidgah. As the seek and destroy operations for Jaish terrorists in Jammu's Katwa entered day 9, the joint forces intensified searches in the Samba-Katwa border. This after the forces received intelligence inputs that 3 terrorists had been spotted in the area. Meanwhile, 6 suspected overground workers were apprehended for assisting the Katwa terrorists. According to sources, all 6 are family members of Jaish overground worker Mohammad Latif. After being grilled over her stance on Hindus at a town hall event at the prestigious Oxford University, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee launched a veiled attack at the BJP at an Eid congregation at Kolkata's Red Road. While extending her wishes to Hindus on the occasion of Chaitra Navratri, Mamata said some parties were trying to foment and orchestrate communal discord on Eid in West Bengal.
जानबूझ के एक गंजा धर्म जो उसने किसने बनाया, जो एक जुमला पार्टी ने बनाया, वो धर्म को हम नहीं मानता है, वो तो हिंदू धर्म की आपने।
Amid elaborate security deployment to ward off untoward incidents on the occasion of Eid ul-Fitr, Sambal Sub-Divisional Magistrate Vandana Mishra said namaz was offered peacefully at local mosques and Eidgahs. She said the Muslims offered their prayers in peace and headed home, adding that there were no reports of any untoward incidents.
ईद की नमाज को सकुशल संपन्न कराया गया है। लोग अपने घरों को लौट रहे हैं और पूरी तरह शांति व्यवस्था मेंटेन करते हुए इसको पूर्ण कराया गया है और आप देख रहे हैं कि किसी तरह की कोई समस्या यहाँ पर नहीं है।
Stoking a fresh controversy, Samajwadi Party MLA Abu Azmi dragged Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis to the blast at a mosque in Bid. The MLA said when the Chief Minister and ministers foment hatred against a particular community through their speeches and public statements, such incidents follow. Viewers, getting in a big breaking at this hour, relative of terrorist Hafiz Saeed and financer of the terrorist organization Lashkar-e-Taiba, Qari Abdul Rahman, has been shot dead by unknown gunmen under mysterious circumstances in Karachi. Now remember, the relative of Hafiz Saeed, who is also a key Lashkar-e-Taiba fundraiser, has been shot in Pakistan's Karachi. This assassination is not an isolated incident. Several other terrorists have been eliminated in a similar fashion in recent months, sparking huge speculations. Just days before this, another relative of Hafiz Saeed, who was also a key Lashkar-e-Taiba fundraiser, Qari Shahzada, was also shot dead in Karachi itself in Pakistan. And in the latest, Qari Abdul Rahman has been shot dead by unknown gunmen in Karachi. A targeted killing incident in Pakistan against Qari Abdul Rahman, a terrorist and a financer of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, who's been neutralized, shot dead, in fact, assassinated in Pakistan's Karachi. Now, viewers, remember that Hafiz Saeed's relative was also a key fundraiser for the terror outfit and was gunned down by unidentified gunmen in Karachi just moments ago. Just a few days back, another relative and fundraiser for the terror outfit, Shahzada, was also shot dead, assassinated in Karachi's Khairabad area, which was on the 24th of March. They also served as, in fact, Shahzada also served as the vice president of Jamaat Ulema-e-Islam, and he was attacked while on his way to offer morning prayers at a local mosque on the 24th of March. Now, in the latest, Hafiz Saeed's relative and also the financer of the terrorist group Lashkar-e-Taiba, Qari Abdul Rahman, has been shot dead by unknown gunmen in Karachi. Also being joined by Major General Sashakt Anand to get us more updates into the matter. Another assassination of a terrorist linked with Lashkar-e-Taiba under completely mysterious circumstances. Speak to us about this, sir.
Hello, question to me?
Yes.
Okay, this is General Shashi Asthana.
Yes.
Okay, there is no doubt that all these terrorists have been on the hit list of many. And when we talk of various agencies, certainly these terrorists having had an impact on various, shall I say, organizations can have their enemies too. So when we talk of unknown persons killing these terrorists, there can be internal feuds, there can be also the aim of the, shall I say, the agencies of the countries which are affected, and there can be people who can be hired to kill them as well. So these are types of covert options which many countries can adopt, and these operations are not new. They were there historically. So when we talk of even from the times of Mahabharata, covert option is a very viable option between countries to be adopted. As far as Hafiz Saeed and his party, LET, and his terror groups are concerned, certainly they are on the strike list of many, including ISI. We also do not rule out the killing of ISI, because when FATF became strong on Pakistan and was blocking their loans, at that point of time, they also want, Pakistani ISI doesn't want to show them that they don't back them. At that time, they were also hiring certain people to eliminate some of the terrorists to indicate to the FATF that those terrorists do not exist in Pakistan, and therefore they are entitled to their funds and their loans and their bailouts. So there can be many takers as far as such attacks are concerned, but it's a good thing that they have been eliminated. And in fact, I would wait for some unknown guy to be knocking off Hafiz Saeed, who is the actually fountainhead of this organization.
Right, Major General Shashi Asthana, thanks very much for joining us on the broadcast. We're also being joined by retired Major General A.K. Sivach to get us more information into the matter. Sir, thank you for speaking to Republic. Your first response on the mysterious assassination by unknown gunmen.
You know, this is not the first time. There are about 20 to 22 Lashkar-e-Toba and Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists which have been eliminated in last about 2 years. And now, as far as this Hafiz Saeed financial affiliate Qari Abdul Rahman is concerned, he was a well-known figure very close to Lashkar-e-Toba head Saeed. And he's the one who was basically getting the finances of Al-Lati, and he was being on a radar for money laundering and terrorist funding. So who has killed them? No, that is an open-ended question. But seemingly there can be two options. One is that, you know, the ISI feeling now that Lashkar-e-Toba and Jaish-e-Mohammed, both whether it's Hafiz Saeed or Masood Azhar, they have been and so are the people who are well connected with them. They are financial, they are political heads, and possibly they are eliminating themselves because they feel it. That if they come into the net of the agency, they will fill the way. The second thing is there are certain, rivalry going on between these terrorist groups. There are inter-rivalry going on, and that is where he may be eliminated. But all such events are very good news. It's a very good news as for India is concerned. What we are able to get it in last about 2 years, majority of those terrorists were basically involved in terrorist activity in India. However, they were the ones who were the financial or political head. Have been killed one after the other. And we can only say that though they keep in India, we have nothing to do. But it's a very good news that they are being eliminated one after the other. It only shows that Pakistan is a hub center of terrorism. Pakistan keeps on hiding it, that there are no terrorists there. This Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan is a creation of Pakistan itself, and today they are crying out and they are saying they are victims of that. So as far as Abdul Qadir jail, now it's a very, very good news, and I feel that the time is not far off when you find Lashkar-e-Toba under the protection of ISI and Masood Azhar, both Jaish-e-Mohammed, they will be also eliminated, possibly by ISI itself, because they now ISI is saying they are a liability. They have already overused them and their utility has been over. Before they are exposed to the world, they may be late. But certainly one thing is very clear, it only shows that Pakistan is a hub center of terrorism. Almost 80 terrorists out of 100 declared international terrorists are either in Pakistan or they have ruled Pakistan. And we have been telling to the whole world that Pakistan is a factory of terrorism, and they are the ones who are basically differentiating between good and bad terrorists. The terrorists which are sent towards India, let's say, Mohammed is called good terrorists, and terrorists like Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, or for the freedom fighter, they call them bad terrorists. So the point is that Pakistan is now in a crossroads because TTP is hitting them hard and they are claiming that they are victims of terrorism. Want to ask them who created the terrorism? It is Pakistan. So when Mary Wilson came in 2003 as a Secretary of State in Pakistan, we want Pakistan, that is to have state in the courtyard, and you think they will fight your neighbors. One day they will fight you. So this is what's happening as today. It's Taliban fight them. But unfortunately, Pakistan will not participate. It still gives shelter to Lashkar-e-Toba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, and terrorists like Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar are considered as any god in Pakistan. But time is not far off when they will be also eliminated.
Point taken,
like
sir.
The other 22 terrorists which have been eliminated in the last 2 years.
Yes, sir. Understood. Right, sir. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast and getting us those details. In fact, we're also being joined by retired Major General Rajan Kochar to get us more updates into the matter. Simultaneously, also joining us live is my colleague Krutharth from the newsroom to get us information and updates on the story. Major General Rajan Kochar, coming to you first. We just heard from retired Major General A.K. Sivach as well. This is not an isolated incident, and it looks like terrorists are now on notice, especially those of Lashkar-e-Taiba. And Qari Abdur Rahman has just been shot dead by unknown gunmen in Karachi. Speak to us about this, Major General Rajan Kochar.
First of all, I think it's a very welcome news because it's a series of attacks which are taking place on close aides of Hafiz Sayyid. If you remember in 2021, there was a car bomb which exploded in Lahore's Johar town near a residence which was linked to him. And then we have had Abu Qatil also being eliminated. And I'm given to understand the ISI since then has beefed up his residence with the security, and it has been converted into a mini detention center, because it is known that in spite of him being sentenced to more than 30 years in jail, he never stays in jail. He's somewhere in a house arrest kind of situation. But what is important to understand here is that slowly his entire network is being eliminated. I am reminded of the way Mossad works, because Mossad works like this. And I think they would be a Mossad-like network which is working in Pakistan. At this junction, I would not like to link these unknown gunmen with any specific organization. But there is an organization which is working in Pakistan, as we understand, because this unknown gunman is a reality. If we, these are not isolated incidents, because if you go back in time, 2 years, 3 years and 4 years, you will find there have been a number of incidents where Lashkar-e-Taiba operatives, their leaders have been eliminated. So I think it is a design, it is by design these operations are taking place, and the ISI has been caught on their back foot. Already the ISI is too much committed in Balochistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and that is why their resources possibly to safeguard their assets is depleting. And this Mossad-like network, which is operating so efficiently and so with precision, I would say, because these, whenever these attacks are carried out, the success rate is very high. So we have to see the modus operandi of these unknown gunmen. There are three important factors which actually emerge out of it. The first is identification of the target. Second is intelligence on the target, because sufficient intelligence is available on the movement. And the third is a selection of the right kind of a person to eliminate the target, because that person has never been caught so far. So it shows, and it is and it should not come as a surprise to Pakistan that what you sow, you shall reap. What they are trying to do in India, in Kashmir, the Kathua incident is very fresh in our minds. I think they are getting it back in a very, very large measure now, and I'm glad this is happening.
To bring in that the Kathua encounter also going on for 9 days, but I also have Major General K.K. Sinha joining us on the channel this afternoon. Welcome, sir. Sir, first Abu Qatil and now this Rahman. Back-to-back killings of two significant people connected to the Lashkar-e-Taiba happening by unknown gunmen in Pakistan. When at a time when Balochistan is on the boil, when in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa the Taliban and the PTI are not letting the army have even a breather for a second. What sort of an internal collapse of internal security in Pakistan are we observing right now? And what does this tell us about the stability in the entire region, specifically within Pakistan? Major General Sinha, sir.
Good afternoon and Jai Hind. You have asked the internal situation in Pakistan and what is the implication into the regional stability itself. Coming to the situation, overall situation in Pakistan, whether you say the externally and internally, both are so badly disturbed that it is on the verge of balkanization of Pakistan, which many of the strategists, they feel that it is the time has arrived. Pakistan is actually ripening, getting it back. What actually they did it when they became the, the center of gravity of terrorism in the world. The same terrorism, what they have actually done, now it is hitting them back. Now this gunning down, which we have been, which we are witnessing, by every time it comes, unknown, man has come and shot. This is a design which is internally of Pakistan, and there is no external factor in my mind is working on it.
Very important point,
sir. It is the people, the establishment or the organization or any gunman or, they are doing it. They are thinking for the betterment of the, Pakistan, because the Pakistan, the way it has traveled thus far, is only on the line of, becoming a terrorist state, a failed state, a deep state, which is trying to destabilize the complete, globally, and especially into the region, the South Asia, everything which is happening, anything which goes wrong, your name of Pakistan comes.
Sir, but now, what makes you say, sir, there's always some form of conjecture, and we will always see later in the day, some rogue Pakistani politician will come and try to pin it on India or some other country. At the moment, there has been no clarity, because even they are trying to process what has just happened and the manner in which it is happening back to back in Pakistan. But what makes you say that there are internal factors at play vis-a-vis these unknown gunmen, and there is no role for anybody else to play, because that is also the official position of India? This is an internal crisis in Pakistan, sir.
If you want to say that, that India has got such a long hand that it is going and hitting all over the in Pakistan, I don't think that is the, it is the correct judgment, and, correct, we have to, actually assess that way. It is very difficult. It is in, all 5, provinces in Pakistan it is happening. So you want to say that India has become that deep and, that it has got a shadow war, which India is doing. I don't, buy it, and I don't carry for it. That is okay. Everywhere there is a shadow game. There is a hybrid war which carries on. If India is doing it, is a great, great thing, But I don't think that is the matter of fact, and we should not discuss. If the Pakistan is saying, because they have failed. They have failed politically. They have failed economically, they have failed militarily, they have failed with the internal, intel setup, which is their deep state. It has total failed. If ISI, which formed in 1948, which used to say that they can reach any part of India and their long hand can reach anywhere, what is happening when they can't reach their own gunman? So it is the people, and I feel even, Indian is not going there and carrying out this. If someone is doing it, the Pakistani itself, who actually, whatever the reason is, they want to do it because now, Pakistan is gone to that, way, that conditions, and the situation in Pakistan is such that it is totally failed. And I said that in every front they have failed. They have sold their country, and initially they to Western, basically Americans. Now they have sold it to Chinese. You think that the Baluchis will be happy? You feel that the Pashtun will be happy on it? I don't think anyone is happy with the Pakistanis.
Interesting points, Major General Sinha, and I also have Major General Kochar also on the line, sir. I just want to go to him for a second and get a question from him as well. Major General Kochar, as Major General Sinha was explaining to us that how it is extremely difficult, if at all, for an external hand to have such kind of an influence and logistical capabilities to carry out such an attack, that too back to back and relentlessly. Sir, can you explain us the intricacies of such an attack that are happening, and why you also believe that there are internal factors at play largely which are dragging Pakistan along this path of destruction from inside? Sir.
You see, the internal factors are there, always there. because you see, unless you have an internal network working in that country, these unknown gunmen cannot operate. But you can never rule out an external interface also. See, these intelligence agencies, whatever intelligence agencies are working, they are working in a clandestine manner. Why I gave the example of Mossad was because Mossad also actually works like this in a very, very clandestine manner, and it eliminates all its opponents in this way, the way it is happening in Pakistan. That is why I gave this example, and you can never discount, because you see the surveillance, this kind of electronic surveillance you need. That technology may not be available in Pakistan. It may be provided by the handlers outside. So I'm not attributing it to a country X, Y, Z, but I'm just trying to bring out or further an argument that whenever such incidents take place, it has to be an internal source which is working very strongly in that country, as well as an external source, because the funding also has to come from somewhere, the money has to come from somewhere. Who's going to be paid for carrying out these killings? And we saw Makki also getting eliminated last year, and it's a pattern. See, you have to understand the pattern. When a pattern is taking place, that all these people who are connected with Hafiz Sayyid, also from the Lashkar-e-Toiba or the Resistance Front or the PAFF, as they keep on changing the names of the various terrorist organizations, we have to bring in the fact that they are forces which are working in Pakistan, and Pakistan owns security establishment. And in particular, I would like to name ISI here, is not able to prevent these.
Sir, requesting you to just hold your thought there.
The weakness within their own intelligence system.
Yes, sir. So, requesting you to hold your thoughts there. We're also being joined by retired Major General K.K. Sinha, who I'd like to go to next. Sir, even though the entire panel seems to be agreeing that this is an internal doing in Pakistan, the sign that the authorities send in whenever something like this goes down, since this is not an isolated incident, is completely different. The last time that an aide of the Lashkar-e-Taiba was shot down, assassinated in a similar fashion in Karachi itself, the security provisions for Hafiz Saeed, the chief of Lashkar-e-Taiba, were upped by the side of the authorities, and no statement, in fact, from the side of the Pakistani authorities. So speak to us about that also.
What you're saying, I think, is the very pertaining assessment which you are giving it, in the form of question you have asked. See, look, these strategic assets, which the Pakistan used to call, and the people basically, they were a strategic asset till the time Musharraf was there. After that, they have become actually, burden for Pakistan. What it is being done? All these things, they have lived their utility, and they are no more, they are providing anything to the deep state of Pakistan, especially the ISI and the army. They have become burden. What is the ISI budget? $200 million. $200 million is a hell of an amount which a country gets it, and initially they were getting from the West. Now they are getting it from the China, which no one speaks out. $200 million they have to dish out to these people, and 32 now gunmen who has been gunned are those who have lived their utility as far they are concerned. This strategic asset has become a burden, and they are bumping them off. Now what is happening? Pakistan is trying to change, and especially Asim Munir, if you really carry out your analysis deeply, you will find that it is happening after every meet. Last time when Hafiz Saeed, cousin was killed, and he was traveling after a meeting from the ISI, which he didn't agree because he has got no moral long hand. Earlier, Hafiz Saeed used to say that when can reach Indian Parliament, they can reach anywhere. They are not able to do it in Jammu and Kashmir. So we have to, this is not a narrative. It is actually the truth. And Indian channels, Indian media, and Indian strategists has to just speak that, not giving a iota of doubt that it is done by us. We are not the rogue state. We have fought like, and professional, whether it is our RAW, whether it is our army, we have never used all this. And it will pay in the long run. Talking about, KGB, CIA, Mossad, these things actually done, even they are failing. They have failed everywhere. If the Mossad is so good, then why is this thing is happening in West Asia? Though these things doesn't work out that way. I'm very sure because everyone in American, if you talk today, go and speak in Americans. I've been speaking to them. They have realized that deep state has failed. CIA has failed. That's why they are changing.
Right, sir.
That's why the Tulsi Gabbard has come.
So in fact, I also...
And we should not buy that. We can't become, a cowboy, firing from a hip. We don't fire that way. We don't do it, things like that.
Yes, sir. So in fact, I also want to understand, while we've spoken about how this could be an internal doing and what the repercussions or the consequences of something like this is for Pakistan and how important it is at a time when Pakistan is trying to, steer away from terrorism, if at all. What does this mean for India? India's neighbor clearing its own cache. What does this mean for India's security situation at large?
I think it's a very good news for the India is concerned. India, they were our, an enemy who was trying to do it from that country, and that was actually Pakistan was trying to do that. By a proxy, by hybrid, they want to do it. Now you see what is happening in Jammu and Kashmir, because we are absolutely conventional. We have been absolutely, the way it's supposed to be done and fight insurgency, militancy, or you call it anything. Whether hybrid war, we have able to do it with, losing even our own life and taking a very high casualty. That is the military way of doing it. That is the way professionally even your, these agencies, whether it is RAW, ISI, should do it. And what you are asking that for India, what is good? In India, the way we have emerged, you see why reset has taken place with China. China has also realized that it doesn't work that way. China tried to do it especially in the Galwan and those areas. They went into the line of the Pakistan. They thought that they will able to do it. They have failed totally. That's why the reset is taking place. So if the India has to emerge out, and very good regionally and globally, the way we will emerge out, if we remain professional, if we'll remain, and we do not have to actually boast about it, that we have done it. We have never done it. If that is the case, Kulbhushan, is there in Pakistan. Why are you not able to do it that way? Because we are not. We have gone exactly as per the written conventions. And that is somewhere in Indian media, and I have seen many people who are start talking that in India. See, Khalistan and the Pakistan terrorist who is actually jihad. It is a jihad they had unleashed everywhere in the world. What is happening globally, they are trying to do. If the 3H.
Viewers, we're getting in a fresh breaking news from Mumbai, where violence and chaos has broken out during the Kalash Yatra in Mumbai. We're yet to see the visuals of the clashes and the violence that has broken out. However, in the latest that we're getting in, massive violence and chaos has erupted in Maharashtra's Mumbai between two groups in Malad. These are the visuals on your screens, where clashes have erupted in Mumbai's Malad area during a Kalash Yatra. You can see the two sides completely warring, coming at each other, and no signs of authorities in the matter. Viewers, these visuals on your screens are from Mumbai's Malad area, where two groups are warring. Their clashes have erupted between two groups, and violence has gripped the streets during a Kalash Yatra in Mumbai's Malad. No signs of state authorities around during the clashes happening. These are the visuals on your screens. Crowds have cornered down on one person wearing a saffron shirt who is being beaten on your screens. The first visuals of the clashes that erupted between two groups in Mumbai's Malad area. The clashes erupted during a Kalash Yatra that was being carried out. And also remember, this comes on the day of Eid ul-Fitr. So two sides that have clashed, one which was taking out the procession for the Kalash Yatra and the people possibly returning from mosques and Eidgahs after offering their namaz. However, on your screens in the visuals that we've accessed, there are no signs of authorities stepping in the clashes that have broken out. Also being joined by my colleague Satya Prakash live on the broadcast to get us more details into the matter. Satya Prakash, किस बात पे ये नोकझोंक शुरू हुई जो वायलेंस में चेंज हो गई? हमारे स्क्रीन्स पे विजुअल्स हैं इस समय और बहुत भारी संख्या में दो साइड्स के लोगों के बीच में वायलेंस दिखाई दे रही है. सत्य प्रकाश.
देखिए, कल शाम की घटना है जब हिंदू जो शोभा यात्रा निकली थी वहाँ से बच्चे ऑटो रिक्शा में जा रहे थे और ऑटो रिक्शा में जाते वक्त वो झंडे लहरा रहे थे और मस्जिद के सामने जैसे ही जय श्री राम का नारा लगाया गया वैसे ही वहाँ पे लोग इकट्ठा थे और बच्चे थे, ये 13 से 14 साल के बच्चे हैं, उनके ऊपर टूट पड़े. वहाँ पे 50 से ज़्यादा संख्या में लोग मौजूद थे और उस समय वो लोग उस बच्चों के ऊपर अटैक किए और उनको मारे. इसके बाद लोगों को पता चला, पुलिस स्टेशन में मामला गया. मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ कुरार पुलिस स्टेशन का. इसी पुलिस स्टेशन में मामला दर्ज हुआ है. 8 से 10 लोगों के खिलाफ मामला दर्ज किया गया है और जो आसपास के सीसीटीवी थे उसको पुलिस तलाश रही है. साथ ही वहां पे जो लोग मौजूद थे उनका बयान दर्ज कर रही है. फिलहाल जो मामला है कल शाम का मामला है और फिलहाल वहां पे जो शांति है, फिलहाल मांग किया जा रहा है. जो बीएसपी और बजरंग दल के कार्यकर्ता अंदर पहुंचे हुए थे थोड़ी देर पहले और वो मांग कर रहे हैं कि जो आरोपी है उसको गिरफ्तार किया जाए, नहीं तो बजरंग दल और बीएसपी कार्यकर्ता सड़क पर उतरेंगे. मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ पुलिस स्टेशन का. पुलिस स्टेशन पर यहाँ पे अलग अलग समाज के लोग पहुंच रहे हैं, हिंदू समाज के लोग पहुंच रहे हैं, सिंधे गुट के नेता यहाँ पे पहुंच रहे हैं और लोगों की एक ही डिमांड है कि जल्द जल्द जो आरोपी है, क्योंकि वहाँ पे प्लान के तहत वहाँ पे जिस तरह से अटैक किया गया है हिंदू बच्चों के ऊपर, वहाँ पे एक नहीं लगभग 50 से ज़्यादा लोग इकट्ठा थे और मस्जिद के सामने जैसे ही जय श्री राम का नारा लगाया गया उसके ऊपर अटैक, बच्चों के ऊपर अटैक किया गया. फिलहाल पुलिस का कहना है कि मामले को हम जाँच कर रहे हैं, सीसीटीवी देख रहे हैं, साथ ही लगातार बयान दर्ज कर रहे हैं. फिलहाल अभी तक इस मामले कोई भी आरोपी गिरफ्तार नहीं हुआ है.
जी सत्य प्रकाश, पुलिस एक्शन के बारे में कुछ और बताइए. जो विजुअल्स हमने एक्सेस किए हैं उसमें पुलिस दूर दूर तक कहीं दिखाई नहीं दे रही है, तो क्या ये सिक्योरिटी पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से भी लैप्स है, वो उस बारे में भी कुछ बताइए.
देखिए, जो जानकारी मिल रही है कि उस समय पुलिस वहाँ पे मौजूद नहीं थी क्योंकि ये रिक्शे से आ रहे थे, शोभा यात्रा के दौरान वहाँ से आ रहे थे और ऑटो रिक्शा में बैठ के जा रहे थे. जो झंडा था, झंडा लहराते हुए जय श्री राम के नारे लगा रहे थे. वहाँ पे जो भीड़ इकट्ठा हुई, 50 से ज़्यादा इकट्ठा भीड़ हुई. उसके बाद वहाँ पर लोगों ने, जो लोग थे वो बच्चों के ऊपर अटैक करते हैं और जो बच्चों की उम्र है 13 से 14 साल की उम्र के बच्चे हैं. इसके बाद पुलिस की जानकारी मिलती है. पुलिस की जानकारी मिलने के बाद कहीं कहीं यहाँ पे कुछ लोग पहुँचे हुए हैं शिवसेना सिंधे गुट. कब हुआ था ये घटना और क्या डिमांड कर रहे हैं आप?
ये कल शाम की घटना है. बहुत गलत तरीके से ये घटना सामने आई. हमारी इसके पहले कुरार में कभी ऐसी घटनाएं नहीं हुई, किंतु कल शोभा यात्रा में सम्मिलित होने के लिए कुछ बच्चे वहाँ पर, छोटे बच्चे 18 साल के अंदर के, जो उस यात्रा में सम्मिलित होने के लिए शॉर्टकट रास्ते से पठनवाड़ी से जा रहे थे. जाते समय रिक्शा में उन्होंने जय श्री राम की घोषणाएं दी थी. वो देखकर कुछ मुस्लिम युवाओं को उनके प्रति गुस्सा आया होगा या उन्हें रोकने की उन्होंने जो कोशिश की वहाँ पर आके, फिर उनके साथ वो बच्चों के साथ मारपीट की. उनके पीछे एक ढोल पथक का झंडा लेकर चलने वाला जो बच्चा है उसे मारा गया. भगवाधारी बोल के कुछ चिल्ला रहे थे, उन्हें मारा. इस चीज़ का हम निषेध करते हैं और ऐसा संशय निर्माण होता है कि अचानक इतने लोग कैसे जमा हो सकते हैं. तो इसके पीछे के जो कोई षड्यंत्रकारी है, इन सब को लाकर, इन सब के ऊपर कड़क कार्रवाई कर, नॉन बेलेबल सेक्शन लगाकर इन्हें सबक सिखाना जरूरी है.
लेकिन इतनी भीड़ कैसे इकट्ठा हो गई, क्योंकि एक दो नहीं थे, 50 से ज़्यादा संख्या में लोग थे और बच्चे 13 से 14 साल के थे जो हिंदू के थे.
केवल 3 बच्चे एक रिक्शा में थे और आजू बाजू 200 मीटर में ऐसा कोई था ही नहीं, केवल एक रिक्शा थी और ऐसा उनका कोई उद्देश्य नहीं था. वो अपने रिक्शा में अपने हिसाब से छोटे बच्चे चिल्ला रहे थे, जय श्री राम का नारा लगा रहे थे. तो अचानक इन्होंने जो काम किया है इसका जितना आप करोगे उतना निषेध है, ऐसा मैं कहूँगा. और फिर से इनके ऊपर कड़क कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, ऐसी मांग करूँगा.
पुलिस की टीम नहीं थी?
पुलिस की टीम जो बंदोबस्त था, बंदोबस्त अपना जो शोभा यात्रा जाने वाली थी उस रूट पे था और जब यहाँ पे 100 मीटर पे हंगामा मालूम पड़ा तो
Viewers, getting in another breaking news from Darbhanga, where a stone pelting incident has been reported on people who were returning from a Durga temple in Darbhanga. Stone pelting on devotees who were returning from a Durga temple after their worship in Darbhanga increased tensions in the area. After the incident, there was a stampede and many devotees were injured in the said stampede. The police have reached the spot and controlled the situation and have deployed additional force in the area to maintain law and order. The administration has appealed to the people to maintain peace in the area. Simultaneously, two incidents that we've gotten to know, one in Mumbai's Malad area and the other one in Darbhanga. In Darbhanga, stone was pelted on people who were returning from the Durga temple after offering their prayers. In fact, a stampede broke out where many devotees were injured. And in Malad, on your screens on the right side, are the visuals of clashes that erupted between the Hindu and the Muslim community, where Hindu boys about 13 to 14 years in age were attacked by the mob for chanting Jai Shri Ram on the roads. Visuals of the clashes that happened in Malad, rife on your screens. You can see the entire mob cornering down on a few people and beating them ruthlessly, while there are no signs of the police authorities in the visuals as far as the eyes can see. In Darbhanga too, another incident came to light where stone pelting has been reported on people who were returning from the Durga temple. In fact, in Darbhanga, a full-fledged stampede broke out post the stone pelting incident, which caused tensions in the area, and in the stampede, many devotees were injured. The police has now taken full cognizance and control of the situation in both Darbhanga and Malad. In fact, in Malad, the police is facing growing calls of arresting the accused and to bring them to justice post the clashes that erupted, which are on your screens. In Darbhanga, on the other hand, the police reached the spot immediately and controlled the situation. In fact, additional forces have now been deployed in the area to maintain the law and order after the turbulent stampede broke out in Darbhanga. The administration has also appealed to people to maintain peace. The visuals on your screens are of the day closing in to Eid al-Fitr, which was yesterday. The incident that happened in Maharashtra's Mumbai yesterday, where two groups were seen clashing. The stone pelting incident in Darbhanga and the clashes in Maharashtra's Malad area in Mumbai. We'll be tracking that and a lot more for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते थे.
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. नए Orient fans, they are super silent with voice control.
अच्छा वो वाले फैंस. I thought
Cricket fans. यार तुम अपने पॉडकास्ट के चक्कर में मुझे मरवाओगे क्या? The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
क्या भाई स्टंट ज्यादा सीख लिए स्टंट ज्यादा सीख लिए कितना आदमी मरा पता है कोई मर गया इधर तो क्या देख उधर पुलिस को बुलाओ पहले, पुलिस को बुलाओ भैया। अभी तुम्हारा गाड़ी किसका लग गई? अरे मैं कुछ नहीं भैया, पुलिस को बुलाओ। भाग नहीं पाए। अरे रेस मारती गाड़ी। रेस तुम कितना? अरे मैं से यहाँ पर रेस लेटर देते हुए आ रहे हो। हल्का सा दिए हो।
इलाज करवाओ ना, हॉस्पिटल ले जाओ।
A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 1:30 and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. There is growing intolerance towards Hindus, and we've seen that incident coming in from Darbhanga, where devotees coming back from Durga temple were targeted and stones were pelted on them. We'll get you all the latest from ground zero. But first, a quick check on the headlines we're tracking. YouTuber-owned Lamborghini that hit two in Noida. To be buyer at wheel during crash, driver who rammed the car arrested. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, fearmongers on Eid, says provocations being made to fuel riots. Kerala Catholic bishops put weight behind centre's Waqf bill, urge MPs to vote for the bill. Tension at Hyderabad University as students protest. Bulldozers on land next to campus. Journalists arrested by Revanth Reddy's police. Relative of terrorist Hafiz Syed and financier of the terror organization Lashkar-e-Toiba, Qari Abdul Rahman, shot dead in Karachi. First up, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in from Nepal. The government over there has issued an ultimatum to pro-monarchy protesters demanding the return of former King Gyanendra Shah, while simultaneously imposing a travel ban on him. And the ruling coalition has called for the ex-king's arrest, leading the government to reduce his security detail and also revoke his passport. This means that there is a travel ban on the king, and the move comes amidst growing tensions in the country, with pro-monarchy groups rallying for the reinstatement of a monarchy, and also the government taking strong measures to curtail the former king's influence. We have Sagar also live with us from Kathmandu. Sagar, a very good afternoon to you. Now, what we get to understand is that, in fact, the situation on ground zero is quite tense. Here's a ground report by my colleague Sagar.
रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क इस समय देखिए नेपाल की संसद भवन के ठीक सामने है, जहां पर लगातार सर्वदलीय बैठक तो कभी आपातकालीन बैठक बुलाई जा रही है नेपाल के ताजा हालात को लेकर। इस समय भी देखिए यहां पर सभी मंत्रियों की बैठक बुलाई गई है ताकि आगे कैसे नेपाल में बेहतर हालात को किया जाए, उस पर लगातार देखिए चर्चा इस समय जोरों पर है। ये नेपाल का संसद भवन, और अगर हम बात करें तो इस समय तमाम नेता यहाँ पर लगातार पहुंच रहे हैं। देखिए सामने सिक्योरिटी भी इस समय पूरी तरह से टाइट है। अब आगे कैसे जो राजशाही की मांग है पूरे नेपाल में, जो लगातार 17 सालों से लोग कह रहे हैं कि यहाँ पर वो हालात नहीं है जो सन 2008 के पहले थे, अब क्या उस पर होगा रुख सरकार का? क्योंकि देखिए इन 17 सालों में 14 बार यहाँ पर सत्ता परिवर्तन हो चुका है। ऐसे में लोग यहाँ के देखिए केपी ओली पर भी कह रहे हैं कि इनको हटाया जाए। यहाँ पर राजशाही की जो मांग है वो यहाँ पर लौट कर चला है, और अब लोग यहाँ पर कह रहे हैं जो लोकतांत्रिक गणराज्य बना सन 2008 में, वैसी परिस्थितियां यहाँ पर अब ना रहे, क्योंकि महंगाई, भुखमरी, भ्रष्टाचारी इस समय नेपाल में चरम पर है, जिसके कारण लोग त्रस्त हैं, परेशान हैं।
In fact, my colleague Sagar is joining me live from Kathmandu. Sagar, what's the situation on ground zero now? There are restrictions that have been imposed by the government on the erstwhile king, travel ban, and several other security details also being removed, and several pro-monarchy protesters have also been placed under house arrest. Tell us about the latest coming in.
देखिए बिल्कुल, अगर हम बात करें तो नेपाल के इस समय संसद भवन में लगातार बैठकों का दौर जारी है, क्योंकि कल के दिन भी शाम को सर्वदलीय बैठक बुलाई गई थी नेपाल के ताज़ा हालात को लेकर, क्योंकि 3 तारीख को सरकार को दिया गया अल्टीमेटम यहाँ पर पूरा आ रहा है। जो यहाँ पर राजशाही की लगातार मांग की जा रही है, यहाँ पर बढ़ते भ्रष्टाचार को लेकर बात करें, गरीबी को लेकर बात करें, भुखमरी को लेकर बात करें, लोग काफी आक्रोशित हैं। आज के दिन भी हम जहाँ पर खड़े हैं, अभी कुछ देर पहले देखिए यहाँ के एक आंदोलनकारी से हम बातचीत कर रहे थे। उनका ये कहना था कि अगले 4 से 5 दिनों के बाद नेपाल में फिर एक बार लोग सड़कों पर उतरेंगे राजशाही की मांग को लेकर, और सरकार जब तक उनकी मांगे नहीं मानी ये प्रदर्शन चलेगा। हालांकि लोगों ने यह भी कहा कि हमारा शांतिपूर्ण प्रदर्शन है, सरकार जब इस प्रदर्शन को रोक रही है उसके बाद यहाँ पर देखिए तनावपूर्ण माहौल पैदा हुआ था। अब से लगभग 2 किलोमीटर के बाद जब हम तस्वीरें आपको दिखाएंगे, वहां पर जाने के बाद वहां पर लोग इस समय आंदोलन कर रहे हैं, लोग प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। एक बार फिर यहां पर राजशाही की मांग को लेकर लोग बार बार ये कह रहे हैं कि ऐसी गरीबी, भ्रष्टाचारी और यहां भुखमरी नेपाल में उन्होंने कभी नहीं देखी थी, जो इन 17 सालों में नेपाल के अंदर लोगों ने देखा है। क्योंकि यहां पर 17 सालों के अंदर 14 बार माफ करिए सत्ता परिवर्तन हुआ। नेपाल में अभी तक कोई भी सरकार इन 17 सालों में 5 साल का कार्यकाल पूरा नहीं कर पाई। ऐसे में लोगों का भरोसा उठ रहा है इससे, और इसीलिए लोग सड़कों पर है, जैसा कि यहाँ के लोगों ने कहा। मीडिया रिपोर्ट्स में भी लगातार यहाँ के दावा ये किया जा रहा है। लेकिन अब बड़ी बात यह है, जो लगातार बैठकें चल रही हैं नेपाल के संसद भवन में, वहां से क्या निचोड़ निकल कर आता है, क्योंकि सरकार लगातार ये प्लानिंग कर रही है कि लोगों को समझाया जाए, बताया जाए, ताकि ये प्रदर्शन यहाँ सड़कों पर ना हो, लोगों का भरोसा जीता जाए कि हाँ ये सरकार आपके लिए बेहतर है, आपके लिए हितैषी है, आपके लिए बेहतर काम करेगी। ऐसे में नेपाल की गवर्नमेंट देखिए पूरे काठमांडू में जगह जगह पर फोर्स का डिप्लॉयमेंट भी कर चुकी है। ये फोर्सेस लगातार देख रही हैं कि कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि अगर कोई प्रदर्शन कर रहा तो उग्र हो जाए। नेपाल की आर्मी को, नेपाल की पुलिस को इस समय सड़कों पर उतार दिया गया पूरे नेपाल की जगह जगह पर। ऐसे में हालात देखिए आने वाले दिनों में नेपाल में कब बदलेंगे, सभी की इस पर नजर है। बैक टू स्टूडियो जी।
Well, Sagar, also now what we get to understand is that, like you mentioned, pro-monarchy protesters are under house arrest. But what is the strategy of these pro-monarchy protesters? Because curfew has been imposed. Now an ultimatum has been given to the ex-king. And what about the strategy as far as these protesters are concerned? What are they planning to do next?
देखिए बिल्कुल, जो अल्टीमेटम दिया गया अल्टीमेटम वो 3 तारीख को पूरा हो रहा है। 3 तारीख के बाद जो है यहाँ पर 4 तारीख से प्रदर्शन की शुरुआत होगी। ये प्रदर्शन,
well, Sagar, hold your thoughts, Sagar. We also have another breaking news that we are tracking at the moment. PM Oli has now condemned the violent protests that have been staged in Kathmandu. This is the breaking news that we are tracking. PM Oli has condemned violent pro-monarchy protests, and he has also vowed stringent action. Sagar, now we have a response coming in from PM Oli. He has said that stringent action will be taken against all those who were involved in these violent protests. Tell us about this reaction coming in from the highest office in Nepal.
देखिए बिल्कुल, अभी हम संसद भवन के बाहर ही खड़ी थे, जहां पर हम तस्वीरें देख पा रहे थे। लगातार वहां पर नेता पहुंच रहे थे सदन के अंदर। पीएम ओली ने पहले इस बात का जिक्र कर दिया कि जो लोग प्रदर्शन में शामिल थे, जहां पर हिंसा हुई, इसकी वसूली उन्हीं से की जाएगी। 100 से ज्यादा लोगों की देखिए गिरफ्तारी हुई है पूरे मामले में। बड़ी बात यह है कि यहाँ पर ओली ने इस बात का भी जिक्र किया कि नेपाल के जो पूर्व राजा रहे ज्ञानेन्द्र शाह, इनसे भी इस पूरे देखिए जो जुर्माना उनसे लिया जाएगा, जो यहाँ पर हिंसा में देखिए नुकसान पहुंचा है। क्योंकि 4 से 5 इमारतें, एक अस्पताल की बात करें, यहाँ पर 2 लोगों की जान चली गई। जो मार्बल वहां पर मार्बल की दुकानें थी, जो वहां पर ब्यूटी पार्लर थे, जो स्पा सेंटर्स थे, उसमें आग लगा दी गई। कई सारे रेस्टोरेंट के देखिए शीशे फोड़ दिए गए जब यहाँ पर हिंसा भड़की थी। लगभग इसमें करोड़ों का, अरबों का नुकसान हुआ है नेपाल की सरकार को। ऐसे में नेपाल की सरकार यही कह रही है कि जो इसकी भरपाई है वो दंगाइयों से करेंगे।
That's right, Sagar. Nepal government has issued a statement saying that action will be taken. Now let's move on to another piece of breaking news that we are tracking, and this as far as the Lamborghini reckless driving is concerned. We have a reaction coming in from the father of accused Deepak in the Lamborghini accident case, and in the recent statement, Jay Kishan, the father of the accused, has provided details about the incident, revealing that just a minute before the accident, his son made a video call to inform him of an issue with the car. He said that his son does not consume alcohol or even smoke cigarettes. Let's listen in to that reaction coming in.
एक्सीडेंट से पहले कहा कि 3 मिनट फोल्ट आ गया गाड़ी के अंदर। दिल्ली में आपके बेटे के कार से दुर्घटना हुई है, क्या है पूरा प्रकरण?
भैया मेरा एक्सीडेंट होने से पहले बेटे का 1 मिनट पहले मेरे पास कॉल आया। उसने मेरे को वीडियो कॉल करके देखा, पापा देखो गाड़ी में टेक्निकल कोई फॉल्ट आ रहा है। तो उसने मेरे वीडियो भेजा, वीडियो मेरे पास मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ। और जो मीडिया में चल रहा है ना, ड्रिंक कर रखी थी या कुछ पी रखा था, उसका मेडिकल हुआ बकायदा। ना तो कभी ड्रिंक करता है, ना सिगरेट पीता है, कोई उसको वो नहीं है। प्लस जहाँ एक्सीडेंट हुआ है उससे 100 मीटर की दूरी पे उसका खुद का अपना मकान है, वहाँ से बंदा निकल रहा था। तो 100 मीटर की दूरी पे कोई इतनी स्पीड पकड़ ही नहीं सकता है। और जस्ट ए मोड़ था। और मैं आपको वीडियो दिखाता हूँ, इसकी कहीं कोई गलती नहीं है। प्लस इसने मेरा बोला पापा मेरा एक्सीडेंट हो गया है। मैंने रुक जा बेटा, वो घबरा गया था अचानक। उसने हैंड टू हैंड 108 को फ़ोन किया। उन लोगों को जिनका एक्सीडेंट हुआ, जिनको लगी है, उसको इन्होंने वहाँ भिजवाया है हॉस्पिटल। खुद पुलिस को कॉल किया है, सब कुछ इसने खुद ने किया है। और खुद पुलिस ऑफिस खुद गया है वो। ऐसा नहीं कि उसको कोई लेके गया हो, यहाँ कहीं हिट एंड रन वाली आ रही है मीडिया में, कहीं भागा ही नहीं होता, वही खड़ा था वो। जस्ट ऐसा कोई मैटर नहीं है। और हमारी जिनको जो भी घायल होंगे उनकी पूरी सिंपैथी है। हम जैसी भी हेल्प करना चाहें उनकी हेल्प करेंगे हम लोग, कोई सी दिक्कत वाली बात नहीं है।
आपका नाम बताओ।
मेरा नाम जय किशन। जय किशन।
तो आपको कब पता पड़ा, कब की घटना है
ये कल शाम की घटना है। जस्ट बेटे का कॉल आया था मेरे पास, उसका वीडियो है। देखिए इसका वीडियो आया था बच्चे का। एक्सीडेंट से पहले कहा कि टेक्निकल फॉल्ट आ गया गाड़ी के अंदर, कि कहीं कोई गाड़ी तेज चलाता है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं।
In fact, viewers, we bring to you another video in which the accused Deepak is seen making a video clip on his mobile phone just minutes before he rammed into 2 pedestrians, and all of this was being done even as the car was moving. And these are the visuals of how the accused was seen shooting a video while he was at the wheel, and he could have done it after parking the car. But he chose to record the video even as the car was moving, which has resulted in a horrific crash that has left 2 laborers injured. And Piyush is also joining us live on this broadcast. Piyush, we just heard accused Deepak's father coming out in defense of his son, saying that he doesn't drink, he doesn't smoke, and he was just reporting an error. But that reporting of error also could have been done while the car was parked. But Deepak, clearly chose to drive the car, and while driving the car, he attempted to make this video, and just 2 minutes later, he rammed into laborers, resulting in grievous injuries.
So yes, Deepak, it is now going to become very important that what exactly is the official statement of the Noida police, and for this purpose itself, it is going to be very important that what Noida police is going to be speaking over here at the Surajpur court, where now they have going to be bringing Deepak, the main accused in this case. It is important to note over here, Deepak, that after making no mention in the FIR, the Noida police has now made Deepak, the second-hand car dealer who was driving the Lamborghini that time, as the main accused in the case, and thereby it becomes very important that what exactly would be the testimony that is going to be put forward by Deepak as well as Noida police when a special magisterial judge is going to preside over the matter in around half an hour at Surajpur court, where Noida police is now going to bring Deepak. Also important to note over here, Deepak, that the Noida police has registered an FIR in this matter under sections of 281 and 125B of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. Fortunately, there has been no casualty. So yes, the sections under which these sections have been put forward is reckless driving, and reckless driving causing hurt and grievous injuries to 2 persons. You can understand that how fatal this accident was, because one thing is for certain. Even though Noida police right now claims that the accused Deepak in this case was not in an inebriated state, he was indeed driving the vehicle, he was indeed driving that Lamborghini at a very high speed. And
that's right, Piyush. He was driving a supercar at a super speed, and no matter what defense his father has, it doesn't seem to be materializing. But we have another breaking news that we are tracking. After naming Deepak as an accused in the FIR, the Noida police will now be bringing him to Surajpur court, like Piyush Ori was mentioning. But since it is a gazetted holiday today, a special magisterial judge is going to preside the matter at the court, and in just a few moments from now, a special hearing will be held for the Brad driver on this particular incident. Now moving on, viewers, after Meerut and Darbhanga, Muslim mob open instigation caught on camera, call to protest against Hindu festival. This is brazen provocation that's caught on camera, and you can hear it. Let's play that sequence out of how a said community is now provoking the others and inciting the others to call for a protest against Hindu festival. There you can see, viewers, members of the minority community there giving a clarion call for a protest against Hindu festivals, and this after namaz was banned on the roads. And the Muslim community members claim that if Hindu festivals can be celebrated on roads, why can't namaz prayers be held on the streets? And now they have called for a protest against Hindu festivals over the same. Ajay Dubey is also joining us live. Ajay, what led to this provocation? Why is this particular community giving an open call for a protest against Hindu festival? What is it that has rattled them?
Definitely, we have seen these visuals all around Uttar Pradesh, in Meerut, in Muradabad, in western UP's various districts, including Varanasi also, where I am right now. And in this visual, where we can see they have posters in their hand where they're saying why police is just stopping this all process on road. Why do they not stop Mahashivratri? Why do they not stop Ganesh festival and all? So such visuals are there, and police is also, right. Let me tell you that right now police is also investigating individuals who are having such posters in their hand, those who are having posters of Philistine in their hand, and other things also. So continuously we are getting visuals from various parts of Uttar Pradesh regarding all the incidents, and continuously there is a conflict between Muslims or between Muslims. They were going to mosque, and now we have seen visuals where they are fighting, and there in this visual we can see they are using various equipments to beat each other, and police is also investigating such visuals also. So right now there is conflict in various cities in Uttar Pradesh regarding all this issue.
Right, Ajay, has the police issued a statement, because this is open provocation, stoking communal hatred and also inciting violence? Has the police issued any statement on this?
See, right now priority of police is to make peace all around, and they are making it very clear that law and order should be implemented. So right now they are focusing on this issue, but while visuals are being made, so police is later on going to investigate all such visuals. Police is later on going to investigate all these cases, and they are going to find these individuals who are trying to harm the peace, who are trying to disturb the harmony. So that is what is happening right now. The priority is to make clear about law and order, and then later on we'll be watching actions happening all around Uttar Pradesh.
In fact, we also have a reaction coming in from All India Hindu Security member. Let's listen in.
सचिन सिरोही, अखिल भारतीय हिंदू सुरक्षा संगठन से राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष। मेरठ के अंदर ईद के त्योहार पे जिस तरीके से जो ईदगाह है रेलवे रोड थाना क्षेत्र में आती है, उस ईदगाह चौराहे पर नमाज अदा करने के बाद जिस तरीके से लोग बाहर आए हैं निकल के, मुस्लिम समाज के लोग, और उन्होंने एक बोर्ड ले रखा था जिस बोर्ड पे लिख रखा था कि सड़क पर नमाज क्यों नहीं, और उस पे हिंदुओं के 8-10 पॉइंट लिख रखे हैं कि हिंदू जो है सड़क पे दिवाली मनाता है, सड़क पे होली मनाता है, सड़क पे जो है कांवड़ यात्रा निकलती है। तो इस तरीके का जो विरोध इन्होंने हिंदुओं का किया है, मैं इस चीज का विरोध करता हूं कि तुम्हारा।
Moving on, viewers, let's now get you up to speed with the other top stories that are making the headlines from across the nation. Kerala BJP chief Rajiv Chandrasekhar stated that Kerala Catholic Bishops' Council and several Christian organizations had urged MPs from Kerala to support the Waqf Amendment Bill. It was highlighted that poor families in Munambam near Kochi faced the threat of land seizure or land grab by the Waqf board. He added that the issue, which had been protested for years, was considered a call for MPs to fulfill their duty by aiding those in need, and that the bill was not against any community but aimed to align with India's constitutional values.
Kerala Christian community must take a position. They must decide whether they are going to actually help people in Kerala, or they are going to play the same appeasement politics and petty politics and vote against the Waqf Amendment Bill. So I hope they will do what is right, what is their duty.
PM Modi extended hearty wishes on the occasion of Eid to all those celebrating. Taking to his X handle, PM Modi posted, and I quote, "Greetings on Eid ul-Fitr. May this festival enhance the spirit of hope, harmony and kindness in our society. May there be joy and success in all your endeavors. Eid Mubarak." President Draupadi Murmu and leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi also chimed in with their wishes on the occasion. Sambal SDM Vandana Mishra, while speaking on the security arrangements for Eid, stated that the arrangements were appropriate. The namaz was conducted peacefully, after which the people moved towards their houses and no trouble was witnessed. Security forces recovered the body of a slain female Maoist amidst the ongoing encounter in the border areas of Dantewada and Bijapur districts in Chhattisgarh. Dantewada police claimed that an Injures rifle and other ammunition along with items of daily use were recovered from the encounter site. Viewers, we have some more breaking news coming in from Dhaka. This time, Yunus has taken a Sharjeel Imam approach. He has said that China must invest in Bangladesh to blackmail India. He further stated that India's northeast has no access to the ocean. Now, Yunus's comment about China investing in Bangladesh has definitely highlighted the increasing role of economic influence in international diplomacy. Now, let's listen in to what Yunus said.